Federation of Indigenous Athletes and Anglers. This is awarded on this day, on the 21st of July, 2025. Again, Anna Sage. Anna, you want to do an introduction so you can share with us your plans and also the community that you represent? So she is a national fisher woman.
Tell us about your fishing trips. Go ahead.
Yat e she Hannah Sage in she I skinning in shle cluster bashachin as she had just a che toglini dashanella. Hello, good morning. I am Hannah Sage. I am from Los Lunas, New Mexico. Grew up in Red Springs with my grandpa Raymond Biguet over there. And I grew up with my grandma Phyllis Baker from Gallup over there. I participate in competitive bass fishing during the summer out in Tucumcari and Logan fishing at Ute Lake. We'll have 3 tournaments every summer. And for the past 2 years, I've been state champion in both junior and high school division. Last year, we went to Tennessee to go compete in the National Junior Championship. It was a 2-day tournament, over 100 teams across the nation. And at the end of it, we placed 20th, me and my teammate. On the first day, I had caught a 6-pound bass, which put us in 2nd place for the first day. This year, we will be going to Evans, Georgia. We will be leaving Saturday, going to participate in the high school national championships, 3-day event. And over 250 more teams, so 150 more teams, which is very much more competitive. But I am very grateful and honored to participate and honored to be here with everyone thanking me and honoring me. And thank you.
Again, thank you, Ms. Sage, and also your family, and we wish you well. I know we usually typically do recognitions later on during the week, but I know she has practice and a lot of packing to do, so we made pre-arrangements to have her recognized on the opening day. So have safe travels, and we're cheering you on from the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And at this time, colleagues, if you could all rise with me and also our guests, and to recognize all of our family members, our community leaders, community members whose lives have been passed on. And many of us colleagues, we do carry a lot of a burden, and this job sometimes doesn't give us the time we need to grieve and mourn. And sometimes we're here with all of those heavy hearts and heavy feelings that we carry for our communities, our family. So at this time, colleagues, also pray for yourself and take care of yourself. And there is always time to reflect and be time with family as well. So again, rise with me as we do a moment of silence for all those that were mentioned and their families and their communities. Thank you. And colleagues, it is now 11:53, and all times have been yielded or expired for any recognition and visiting officials. Again, we welcome everyone that is here with us, and to our family and colleagues, I do want to say thank you to your family as well. Kodon hiked and linigito heshin naatash inigi so hihat bideshnil. You are here because of your family, the strength, and sometimes we have emergency meetings, and I do call emergency meetings leadership meetings over the weekend, and I apologize to your family that have give up the time for you to be part of this session and all the meetings that we do call throughout the weeks and months. So thank you to my delegates, my colleagues, as family, for being their backbone and being there to always encourage and support us. So next on our agenda, we do have review and adopt the agenda. And staff, if you could help us read our proposed agenda of the 2025 summer session.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the Navajo Nation Council, this is the proposed agenda of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, third year summer session, July 21 through 25, 2025. Presiding, Honorable Crystal Curley, Speaker of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call session to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, receive the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. 5, receive report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. 6, receive report from the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. 7, receive financial report from the Controller. 8, oral reports. A, Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA. B, Indian Health Services, IHS. C, Attorney General. D, Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. 9, written reports. A, standing committees. B, boards and commissions. C, Bureau of Indian Affairs. D, Indian Health Services Area Director. 10, old business. Item A, legislation 0047-25. 11, new business. A, legislation 0066-25. B, legislation 0091-25. C, legislation 0044-25. D, legislation 0050-25. E, legislation 0054-25. F, legislation 0068-25. G, legislation 0092-25. H, legislation 0100-25. I, legislation 0093-25. J, legislation 0115-25. K, legislation 0161-25. L, legislation 0162-25. M, legislation 0167-25. N, legislation 0171-25. O, legislation 0051-25. P, legislation 0169-25. 12, close the session. Announcements, adjournment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for reading our agenda into the record. And colleagues, I'm going to call for a main motion. Main motion by Honorable Ricky Nez, second by Honorable Vince James. And colleagues, I'm going to go to the floor for any amendments. First, we do have Chairwoman Amber Kizabak-Karate.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Speaker. Appreciate it, colleagues, with all the recognitions. Speaker, I want to make a motion on the agenda for the council to consider. Let's see. So we'll go to new business A, new business C, new business D like dog, F like Fred, H like Howard, I like igloo, L like llama, M like mouse. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve time of 4:22. And colleagues, we will update that here on the board. That is a motion for a consent agenda, and that is for legislation new business A 0066-25, C as in Charlie, legislation 0044-25, and D legislation 0050-25, and F 0068-25, H 0100-25, I 0093-25, letter L 0162-25, and the letter M 0167-25. And colleagues, is there a second? Second by Honorable Carl Slater. And this is for amendment number 1 to our agenda. And for all of our new visitors that are here joining us, you could see a timer of 5 minutes. So pertaining to our Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, each of our colleagues have 5 minutes to speak to an amendment made motion. And so when that time expires, the council delegates can also transfer or yield their time to one another. So just for that purpose, if you do see a timer with a clock on there. And colleagues, are there any comments for amendment number 1? Second call. Honorable Chair Parrish. Okay, that was a clarification. And third call, colleagues. And we will, Honorable Herman Daniels.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the consent agenda, I'm looking at I. Because we have confirmation of legislations. I want to hear the legislation on 0093. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels removes new business I 0093-25 off consent agenda, so that is an objection. And colleagues, are there any other questions? We do have Honorable Shauna Ann Plough.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to request to the motioning party if we could modify and add in a legislation to the consent. And so that would be, let's see, E, legislation 0054-25. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Plough. And that is to the motioning party to modify requests to Honorable Chair Kizmbach-Crotty. Do you have a consensus to modify that motion to include new business E 0054-25? Concurs? And we will move forward, colleagues. And seconding party is okay with that? I didn't see any objection. It is to add new business E.
Thank you, Speaker, for turning on my mic. I can't put 5425 on there without further consideration or presentation. I guess I still have some questions about that, so I can't consent to it, but I guess I would be happy to hand my second off to someone else if it is truly the will of the council to pass that close to unanimously or without dissent. So I'm not going to hold the council up for if I'm just the one vote. And I would defer to Chanella if she knows her votes right now.
So Honorable Slater, are you withdrawing your second?
I'll go ahead and do that. Maybe there's
Okay.
someone who's more flexible than me on the council. Thank you.
Honorable Slater has removed his second for amendment number 1. Is there another one that would carry second? Honorable Parrish.
I concur.
Okay, and just for a brief moment, we did also have our Navajo Nation president, Dr. Boone Igern, who has joined us. Shananta. Okay, Honorable Parrish, you're okay with that modification? She's okay with that modification. So colleagues, we will update that on the board here to include new business E 0054-25 to the consent agenda. And going back to the board, colleagues, Honorable Ricky Ness to amendment number 1.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, I respectfully request legislation 0054-25 under new business E to be removed off of the consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nez, and that is an objection to include E 0054-25. Honorable Ricky Nez. And that has been deleted off of the consent agenda motion. And thank you, colleagues. I don't see anybody else in queue. And Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie.
I'd like to hear the legislation for 0162-25 on the Navajo Preference in Employment Act. Thank you. Remove.
Thank you, Honorable Yazzie. And that is an objection to include, that is new business L 0162-25, and then we will delete that off the consent agenda. Okay, colleagues, are there any other questions or comments on amendment number 1? Going twice. And going 3 times, colleagues. We'll put up the voting board, and you will be having 2 minutes to vote, colleagues. Point of privilege called. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Just really quickly, point of privilege, just for the record, can your staff reread those, I guess the legislations that will be going for consent agenda? Just for the record, since we're ready to vote.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Just to make sure just the letters.
Okay, so we can also just have staff read the titles and just the legislation numbers. Staff?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The consent agenda shall include item A, legislation 0066-25, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the Law and Order Committee, and Navajo Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Title II of the Navajo Nation Code, the plan of operation for the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council from the executive branch to the legislative branch. This legislation is a 2/3 vote. Item C, legislation 0044-25, an action relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, and Navajo Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving the reinstatement and re-enrollment of Spring John, formerly known as Spring Norris, as a member of the Navajo Nation. Item D, legislation 0050-25, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the Law and Order Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, the Navajo Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the effective date of Navajo Nation Council Resolution Number CO-47-25-24. Item F, legislation 0068-25, an action relating to the Navajo Committee and Navajo Nation Council confirming the appointment of Ms. Majoline Begay to the Dene Uranium Remediation Advisory Commission representing the Central Abandoned Uranium Mines Region. Item H, legislation 0100-25, an action relating to the Navajo Committee and Navajo Nation Council temporarily waiving 11 NNC Section 9, approving the extension to complete apportionment plan required under 11 NNC Section 9. Item M, legislation 0167-25, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, and Navajo Committees to the Navajo Nation Council, amending 15 NNC Sections 303, 305, and 308, the plan of operation of the Navajo Nation Labor Commission. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff and colleagues. We will go to the board to vote. You'll be allowed 2 minutes. And for our guests that are visiting, for each amendment on each of the main motions, reports, we do allow 2 minutes for our colleagues to vote. Some of our legislation require 2/3 vote, meaning it's needed of at least 16 votes to pass. And some legislation are majority vote, which is 13 votes or more. So what's behas anin khabi beka hashit ndait aki lechito that's it dot so red and green. And do we have Honorable Brenda Jesus? Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Time has expired on the clock, on the voting board. Vote screen. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Danny Simpson. And we have one excused absence today, Honorable Nathan Nota. And we do have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not, or with speaker not voting. So amendment number 1 carries, colleagues, and we'll go back to our main motion. Main motion, comments, questions, Honorable Vince James.
Yeah, Speaker, I don't have any question.
Okay, thank you, Honorable James. So I think that was a mishap in our IT system here. So I won't take away your 5 minutes. We'll leave it there. Colleagues, are there any other questions or comments? If not, I'm going to go over back to reserved time. Honorable Amber Kisbah-Crotty with 4 minutes and 22 seconds.
Yeah, Shadeja, I'll waive my time. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty waives the rest of her time. And colleagues, I don't see anyone else in queue. Second call and third call. Staff, if you could do a quick review of our amendment number 1, and we will just go to the board to vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 1, add legislation, new business items A, C, D, F, H, and M to a consent agenda, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. And colleagues, we will allow 2 minutes, and this is for the main motion to adopt our summer session agenda. And we just have our ambassador, our young ambassador, Miss Navajo Nation, who has joined us, Renisha Bigay. Kodo Shadeji, we do have a seat up here for you if you could join us. Again, thank you for being here. Honorable Brenda Jesus, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Danny Simpson. 4 seconds remaining. Honorable Jesus, how do you vote? Votes green. And colleagues, we do have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed. With the speaker not voting, we have adopted our agenda for our 2025 summer council session. And colleagues, we will do a print, and also an updated agenda will also be mailed out and posted on the website. And colleagues, we will move forward with our agenda here. Number 4, receive the State of the Navajo Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation.
Honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Nkidini to Anot and Juno.
Again, first, Honorable Karate, is that for questions or is that, okay, that will be for questions. Again, thank you, Honorable Dr. Boone Igren, for visiting us here today, providing the State of the Nation address. And colleagues, and to our guests, we will allow 20 minutes for presentation per our council rules of order. And at this time, we will give the floor to President, and for recognition purposes, make sure that all presenters do state name and titles, so we have those for the record. And President, you will have 20 minutes for your address.
Madam Speaker, do Anot in Huayda Hanotonigi do she Kate as a Dahigido Bashmas Ando Nina Kraigido, but the old Kraigido Harish in Hinanish, Bekeda not Enigi Hahan Hidini to Anot in Huayda Hanotlo, the Hodo Nadine the Halzinda, the never cave a cow, the Honito, Tandes Bindaz in the store, Halada Hot in the Hate all and Jonodo let sweet Nenigi, Aro Sede Behato, Jishin Jonon, his high and Yat eho binna sin kelije do so da hodes and do the internet hunne shin kelta hanlo eshi ben jonon da huit arle swinzo hodon khania eshi be do le yesin jono nahat ayat ehgi do nahat an jono be da hoto nelgi ebni nat ani dan khidilagi eshi be do le khidini do le ado hodo kha hoto jishigi
Point of order raised by Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I raise a point of order. Our Navajo Nation President, so my ladies but we deal at and so you so added has net or less Arlan each what and so you advance as case of what did so did about is still was the cake but the great that Madam Vice President Shama Aaron my brother Honorable Navajo Nation President Mr. Boo Van Nygren and so thank you.
Hokoshi, Ashiash, Honorable Daniels, and then to our rules, how Title II is coded within the agenda. It does state the president, but we always gave courtesy to our former presidents and vice president that they do present together. It's just a custom that we have practiced. Eishin Kwado, Honorable President, and that we respectfully request if you could allow also Madam Vice President to join you. And then for our rules as well, it will only require 2 agents. So if I don't know which one of your staff would like to be excused and just be on standby. And that will allow two agents per our rules. So President, Hokoshi, Honorable President, and you do have a time remaining of 19 minutes and 6 seconds. Though Kodoshi Yaj, I did recognize that point of order. We will continue with the report.
Basement under no Senegido, she yet, and Jono Shilchuin, Angido, Ani Hotel. Din Jono needed be hasti, the end the neck, his Hanlo, do the his Hanai, Anigi Eben, Jono now just a wind Zoshi. How on this side she best to Hensig, Hadley, Herman Daniels, should all wins in the Au Hijim, Benadish now. Did Jishin Jono Yat Eot, the Nadi, Cast Jashine, Benat Bedan Neat, Aho Yanda, Ohodo Nil. Nzonshi naidin kedigi Horoshiba hados nitlon jono that's a hoka to the lebe a hand in the Herman Daniels a had a lado where she got Danes Dahagi Shaki the Satahagi Ishiabahone Ani to hate order Jono do let Winzo Joanot anywhere Hone and I saw Tanigishin Kispadahausen at the hot Zagido the hot in the hot end. The in the neck is the whole load or the in Dunkins, oh, Ishibindia, Don Jono, the Nadi Kata Leshwin Sinigi, Edobe short nita, Toshin Hodo, Hale Be Shido Lesson song, she, Hodo nice and Kanigi Ebedo Lesh, Yahado Lesh, she yet, Ado Alcede Hadish, Higi, Betlina Ash Inigido, Shalchinigi Bedina, where not an in Slenigido, which the Nebahosh, Atigi Ebe. A bedini the Shastan Lenigi, Shastan law, but he nash on AI be Shatahot Zildo Ebe, not Ani Jilnita, Heshi, but he najil inigi ben Jono, but his cow, at his Lilzeno, at she Yajiltio, as Sansi Yego, a labich in Dahonland, Yat Eho, but show Asigi Ebe, Le Hawanashin, da is Tadona, Nistashi became at end, Issue Hodo Benashni to late. Hodo how the Jishigi, a Benda and Jono, Lin Hitlije do Ebe, Edahodo, Netligido, Beyat, to late winzo. He had to let needy a Benda and Jono, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, he had indeed the late only brother, Mr. Lester, Hado, Shana, Mr. Ricky Nez, do the Honorable Simonson, that Egido, the Quishin, Areslin, Hitlije. A had to let our viso the Benda and Jono yet clean Hitlije, don Jono, sleep a kid that it's at don Jono, sleep being that it's Ebe at the Hodon, Litigi, Jonia Ebe, a had to let Chukade, now Kina Hedoma Strandes in Siego, Tenenha, the Jolly, do Halet Ola, na nations Jono, nada deal, nature dicket, Asla na Hedoma, Hastran nada does, if I argue there, Nahanda Hastado, not on it little Lispiniya, Eshika Jo, the Nea, which by it didn't as a teen, didn't as a teen, the meal, Hone la, the ne, but the wheat, Altoba, Banda e Cantoban Dale, Nishigi, I Yesidole, Ado, Hone as case in Neligi. Le Kelch in the Arge, the Hodek, do Yego, Batzer and Kilho, a hair double dish, a large, salad and Othenigido, contains Sessigido, they is in the Othenigi, and Jono, da Oslado, Bay or Jagi, Haishena had needle, but the old trad Yego and Schag and Jono, at the Oslagi Ebe, and Jono ye catole Lashi. An hinke base or dos she an he yada be or swadoch yando tod in dicey or counter the never cow jaggy a head or lecture cadeate in a so Jono de said on Jono a hot hot in cadebol kai hashet or Kaya dot zeto hashet or Kaya hajo haradot nil nenigi eshika don nisto benada in nistole johodon nine hinch kangish enle hos double ha zoje arginal soslan Jono hanadel yado shida shanan kenjonle hos double ha zoje benat ani johonado nilo ebe nasko naho kasto le nenigi eshil tsere bedal dil nisto are aho yanda di Kaya do hajo che da hol ya do ha job ke na da destio a ho yanda na da hast kha da bahat zir da thoda do na higi e benyel che da di liago ya to le winzo e shi hot e do le aro to le a cho Nazis on that Ajahotok, I think it look ana den says no be a house in she inly nast a dot is the ashtlats and dow atla base of a house in a Hunzago, de nest says dobit at the bedinish, see bitch in the hunt and yes in Jono at the Elagi bed or late winzo. Asian hot oh, the in the shigi a head or late Aruk and the Nasko Nahote Shigi. Digi but not other banza case on order than Jagi Bakagi is no because test in the Nebel Zoje yego the cushion the meal in Sa ye each to the nether bandal Nishigi each jagi to hot oh head or late Aro Zelka baby double jigi da bed of a base of the host sogi ye each jagi head or late Haishina needle Aro Nasko Nahote Shigi stop base has unwhere Siego and God Hadadit Egida, Dr. Andy Nesda, Brenda Jesus, Vince James, Arbin Mitchell, the Ehwa Siego and Keyaton and Kedaneda, Bichin da Huisnanigi, but the Hatoheda, Banda, Kregi, Head or Lech, Arrow Nasko now de Shigi, Digi, Diga Base or Nana, Hahiba, Nahat Enigi, Diga Natin, Noba Natin, Stra, Yeha. Be base or Hana don Nitigi, Chohojai le base mas unbitsana has nilo base of the Kita days Ingi le natin of answer be the meal and sab oh and kitchen hodlian the Nil in Hodo at in the Shada initiate the leading Hashet or the deal Chohot Ada AI Yego oh Stasi else consider in the oh natin of answer be the meal and such the on the Hashet Oya I Hojun cannot on in Hades Zoigi Beda deal Nich and Enigi Asian Hodo I yes in Hitatil Halet all a do late when John Johodo at in the Shada initiating dashed near a Shanat Ani O Ashon Peso Babajada Liagate and then not Nishigi dots ah high dot Nithigi Ean Jono Biga Peso and get on Dalian. A hot end paid on Nisto, a ladder, be Nahol dot Ato, either be Nahidon Neto, either be the hot on Nithigi, ADAI is a oh no, John Lake and the Quidditch and has lean late partners, little bit Nas and the on the Asco or the Batlanana Gabi Lana as Lingo, Tobi got the no, Asian at other banza case, Horodon gets 9 can not in basements under Nothinigi John here, Ben Holdney. At any yarn nakaho, the basements onion, not a sling or ehodo, now kangi a shon, lay hoja at any shut in Nishigi di base of the Ota Nenigi, in Yenda is so is gibe lanta dosle, a hot o ashon, and then Jono Bacanane Jato, ebe now hold just a little Kedini, John He Hodoto, and Kitchena inch can ashon, basements under the Lenigi, John He is a latte, based on the Ato, base ani that they no soigi, she hodobe na. Nishigi, Gijina inch cash on the Asian Horobe Hahol Gis to list. Arona Kigone, the neighbor Washington, non Nishkan Scabiol, Wategi, lay Hohot, Ada, lay change labs with the North Beso, Sadabach Hodlia, Lake Ananaha, da a hate all that the nest is on the Astragido, is the non Nishkedi, Hede, Wategi, Nikichodo, Nil Aro Ebe, but Sana has or Ashon the ne, a belk in that the Cito, no the Basel of Hodlia, has so the meal in Sa, Hone Labach Hodlia, Arok at Bishop Nahanego, Ayo, the cushion, the meal I done, the net of Chinada, Asho, and Johnny, a hot end art in a Hinahit Sogan, Kitchen Hodlia, 17 up on Quish, 17 up on the meal in San, Kitchen Hodlia, a hot end, Hodo, Chehedale, Inigido, Chepe that the Tingate at the Beda nation, the di dene laon peso bata netligi hot ende mil de bata ni lo ediat ende peso ngi hol gagi to bada ni kha noye ba ya del ke ebinina batte hotel ya di de kan khanda neshgi tego ba hol yago ashla de mil sa sa hol dego hol yago ya etlo jolanda edel kidwe ad neba Washington na nishte yol gerigida khashet oen hin kha khosna nehi la nie peso sabinenda dil social san ki dol ni nene Ereban side case eshin hot on jono di peso 17 de mil sa do 17 de mil sa ba geld kegi skilo chide dil in no hot obita initial shin jono dole eshin ke spada hausen das kelo atra ben das sol nesto bede hino aigi kelo hinch kedo le asi yego di not Washington which peso nado netligi do da ni zinda hun hin ke kaya pa ka de ne peso which hoda liage asi yego ya at eto le twin so ya shon shaban sida kesto aro honne nanagi en le da ennishigi de nanish khada hedon khashla nanigi le kaya khada ha zogi de sada ze 13 honne la di khande ze ye landa islim le ya shon yenda le shon jono kaya khada ha zogo kada si yego di kaya do ha zodon kel sozgo khayshe peso shaton le to khayshe ani beste chi do thoda shiga do chiski a kon nienda edel kilda no ebininan jono ha hodil yagi khat le aro ton le na kina khayen dan lo kajke e la hot o khanadil yaga be landa azlin do peshmas anda dat engi Carl Slater don le Vicky Shirley da si yego yindash nisto khatnaz ne le khwada nat ani dan lengi dia sho anda do ni no yeda hades ane asado sni de milen sa hone la banna hazligo ana nal ya do de nebe keba ka hona na ton jono ana dal ne hot o di se bi de ne da pesho ba be na nishe be bada hotest anigi hot onana do le no aro to net atibeta enishige en le troche da chahigi da enigi don le khit ola tskilo na nasko na hul do na don le shan thode hodena hat ani na has thanigi ai yesen jono do le je aj do khanne ta ne jukad le khoje gadit ahit sohbet khaz anje don le shan thoje ajanat ani na has thanigi jono khada dit aslo behez ani yat eho khadil yago di do khanne be hodo ni di a do ni khanne et ati del ni she hodo bansis beshel nahanne asla annar do zillatsen jono khar do ni to a do ni no je bahaz ni ge sostid at taht mil sa hone la bahaz ni jono khahodel yak adi don le di nal sos banat enigin jono khahodet zago shi al yago yat etulin khanson arolon let is ozda ajit atin le kayab khahodo zohigi et atiba ota no da yikana aje el keda no shin jono kayab khahodo do be hol yago shi benadal dil neshonlet is oze kindan jaygi benat agin jono khahodo lol ni no shin hoto jono da enish don le kad hunne nanig in le Washington de le behez ani da de yozoto lange da sataniki chukade na kidemoye da inishen da be landa is lingo aro nakad nat adaba nahanna go ya shon jono di anot en hone Washington no sanna khato le lange da basement anda yada satahigi do shida hon sanna sta jono da ilianson francis kesen jono elkhen da sil nisho jono da isi kan Washington de ya shon le khagi shtlish bit nenigi le ajik atachiyanda da nigdo zeil inda ajib ke test inge khagi shtlish aro banda in de hoto niro eshi atkhan jonon khan das il galon gnan shida il gaigi a khen gedin niro ade ako ade beshmas ando shida shikal khanda ti hoto Washington de kenal ke hoto yadel tkele aro hone nangi inde kushina khada dikad na tin khatin na khada tsellet so ay yesed ne bandast indo ashon base la be kan do go nene le sost at da do sost tin do ba la na khe na yi kha da do khushne area is in khan khishan kha da yosna di person ke za da bi ohegi ashon ne khe ho don ne ho ashon be has ani khadl do ni nene de kushi base ba has onion dash ne sto nat an in dat le e ashon bet so de zindobe yinda da di yin e hot o lo khe son ke di ni lo not in khone na he so khanin jono na da ilya ni di de bahasti khatin na kha si che nat an in da o kha ot en di hone anot en na he so khani do she bol tran jono eta ilya do ore da ai is aji ketan da don le belkan na kheda dat enigin jono anit en asabe nit lo a hot zagi khe do le e hot o jono do le son kanses kes aro so a khe bel desh ni le na asan de zedo aya da di na nish na hade shato shma ba khashian do le no sit anzo da ti yahigi e Justin Hastin jono e nash nish e a huich bna nish yi la e hot o de kushi de na si ye gonda o kha to da chago e hot o bna nish yi la e a khe bedini de le Justin Hastin stasi kade ba maya bia halya e shi kan hawana stand a hot en di rika nenigi jono ye nash nish e shi be a khe do le aro hone na hol jeshige di by yanashtke kada zena kinache di ani in jono elken da si zon di asla de milen sa de milje di asla de mil hawan da di nil ashansi de neba Washington hawan na do nil don le hawan da bege test ingi na nish by da test ani do zeil endo ultra da beten da has ani at en de neba ke ba kaun jono asla de mil ni nil ha honol nindo le nene ek at ba khodo nat abin khilna hashna go kada sar nezat tin do ban sost tin honela hawan de nebchin hodal ya e a khayu o ya si yego salah sodan den lido de ned na chahda bin des khado de ned hatashi hawan de nyenda is so ashon kad hawan bchin hodal ya e hot o yego hat zilo beta enishigi e ton khen khidin ni ano tin honena hisot khanigi o nikhesto hawana si yego keya kha bana shahido keya do hawanda bache na hoti ge e hoto beta inishigi a huiche yego na janda lishinda betsi kuila hawan nada hesnil kuila nado le no da e beta inishigi khedo le jun khe beta hato ado besmas an na tin ya na khagi eshi e landa asli kha na khaya da anon khibe nada del nishigi eta dil ni no bena test ek at hot obeta anish a hot en khodo ay sin hinch kerigi kashi ay tan kal san kel bada hozen a dik at beda di khande di halkida e hawan na hiton neto hawan san da hitot a ayo bahelin asna sostin de mil khone la bahelo ha shi de nebchem ban da hinine kariya si hoya hot elia sa asar nezatin ba slatin de mil khone la bahele sai sna khade nezatin mil khone la bahele a hot end e beda te khande kade be ohigi e dige hodon hinch kedel khashet o e trobelja da hedotse besle chida bela da hedotse e dige khaila peso hada ni thalo di to hani hawan de nebch hodal yagob onda asko kana hui chen ke chinhan shishles anigi shenant a he ashon besmas ana anira bchendi kison kha to chada njgono yelana ta to lelo peso di bedal thadole besle chi do trobelja da hedot ege e da yin shichinda kan eshi hoto dikat kushida na de zeron jono bin dasil neso e hoto di hawan da sensigi a tene pedal kan jono kha da hoti tsagon jono dole aro ka beshel na ne klai to hawan da z tot ati da ba da no da no dan da del kido besle chi shila adult e binina ati ba e binina to hawan sha de ata da no da chiden da kan eshi hoto ban sida kes aro to انك صلاة صودن ثنيجي إيشي دي شيء كده بخدستيجي صلاة صودن ثنيجي لي يا إشتاس يا إشتاس صهين دان لي سوستيليو كاتين دان لي آت إن إشلاب الخاوت زوجي بتلسليم أستنا أشلا خيل كده صلاة صودن ثنيجي بنات آني دان ثنيجي جنو كده ده وسيلنا أو at ene ben he season kedinin bes le chi do thodo laoda le the quida sentar benahido nisla de hodlo nis aros lara salat sobkana godo le nenigi eda hoda hot enigin jono do le son kan this case eshibe a hado le aro hode a kede sa ben nish agi a hado le anot en besmas anhone na hiso thanigi abo badda hone ando jo doshi asa bigata anit en jono selinda il nesto ni hodo na hiso thanigi beson jono da ballaho da behes ani yada egi edi hodo sich hoda o e hodo e des no de neba isnesto lesen so e hodon ge nice skandal an asa no tagi a hedo le lo din ke ta no jono nasko na de no kar ejibe karaje holjir hodista hedo le.
Thank you, President Nygren. And colleagues, if there's no objections, I would like to offer 5 minutes to Madam Vice President to also allow to introduce herself to our people who are here and also listening online. Goshi, 10 minutes. Is there any other objections? I don't see any colleagues. And just to show respect for all levels of our leaders that are here today, Kodoshima, we will allow you 10 minutes to provide your introduction, your message to the Navajo people.
10 minutes shada nirigi ba he la atsa shi eya he hat shniro lel koro shit khadi yen koro eya ni na cha ekon na sam ba kha ki shi ne di tsa shi na hat a halo do shi yin di tsa do shi citizen di tsa ko he hat aro khwa ki shi masana shi che shi na la da no tlenigi to koro yat e to khwa ki da le huil de ya da bana aste ya da di khwagi kunen da agi da to ni hido he hala khwagi na hat an lenegi tsrzen lenegi khwagi na antin lenegi khwan da so lago e ya kompana che e da honi dlo aro al chalchena an khwagi 400,000 plus Navajo citizens ya e do he hala khwagi da is not do nice khwagi aro khwagi she ya just speaker do na staff Aro counsel kwagi don he LDAs don ha chene do bildan hi no nani kwagi hi kana jagiat e aro chief justice kwagi interim do shade Joanne Jane he la corona nanish in lagi ba he let aro staff don otlenigi at the judicial branch aro chapters officials staff Club C PEP workers anot sko he la kwagi hi nan shidal ego atla in your 110 communities to and thank you to our former OPVP staff that have continued to reach out and be of service to your nation by volunteering with me. Community Shiyaho Aki Kwagi Natnel Jean Eholia Maitsohas Wilyegi Eyashiyaho Ado Adi Eshamado Shiche Shamasane Keda hat ego ben hat linigi equagi bil nashad today. Aro azado hudishni talent he had de shnil shade Vivian Montoya Watuma Shitsila Santiago Shazeda Irvina Shalchina Autumn Trinidad. And Nekurosika from the north side, I'd like to recognize my children that are here today. Autumn, I'm so proud of her. She's a former Miss Eastern Navajo, Miss Indian New Mexico, and a Miss Navajo Nation. My son Trinidad is my youngest. 9 years ago, the middle of this month, Asho Shabakaj has it's been on leaned it's chidibit nahidels it go it's on a bagalet and the Asho Akonsha, she has a share away on the Hilhullo. Ado Shabijik, Shiyaj, David Newton Jr. The third, Ado Shabijik, Renee, Shayla, Janaea, Bethany, Jacelyn, Ado Asho Shamayaje, Kentachini, the Nash, Masanadan, Linigin, Hinhits, Ada Ehos, Ado Kwagi, Eya, Shikadano Eo, and the Konholjish. Ado Shamado, Shajabina, Shnito, Lil Shache, Shamasane, Clarence Bob Castillo, Sr., Martha Pinto Castillo, Chanela Asla, Polito Montoya, June Montoya, Trujillo Montoya, Ado Kwagi Eya, Shajab the Snoke Ebedini, 12, 14 years ago. Ani eya kompagad handi Saturday ya da bits isk eda dilia. Oscar W. Chi Sr. Nash itidan or Aja Eyehindan, 90 years old. He was originally from Chinle. He spent his life and his life with his wife, Lillian Chi of Nosh Chitty, New Mexico. He was an Air Force veteran. He was a mechanic in the mines of Nevada for many years. That's how he took care of his family. He is the father of 2nd Gentleman Olson Chi. I would also like to take this moment to say happy birthday to my youngest partner in crime, my best friend forever, my Nully, Chanel Najoni Chi. I love you, baby. And I would like to say thank you to my staff. I have a summer intern right now, Colita, who's in the office taking care of the office for me. I have my volunteer here, Josie, and I also have April, Greg, Annette, and Justin that always continue to help me in this capacity as your Vice President of the Navajo Nation. I would like to let you know, council delegates, and of course the Navajo Nation, New Mexico, Arizona, Utah capitals, I have a few items lined up. Missing, murdered, indigenous women, children, people, persons. I just recently met with Navajo Nation PD's Missing Persons Unit and talked to that staff about the importance of keeping this going. I was just notified a few days ago that the Missing Persons Unit was taken back and put back into the districts that we have for the PD. But they are going to be on call in case we get people called in as missing. And so that construction is still happening within Navajo Nation PD. I would like to thank Chief Silversmith for listening to me and acknowledging the importance of this task that we have. Aro kwaigi amado aja chinen linigido biltahinani ito antibalikineshka di kwaigi hits hutza danoye shiltahalna eko. I get them in contact with the individual that they need to be in contact when it comes to Navajo Nation PD. And if it is not on Navajo Nation, we work with them to get PD connected with that entity, whether it be Farmington Police, the County Police, Gallup PD, Albuquerque PD, Phoenix PD. Otto, the next thing that I continuously advocate for and work with is the early childhood. It's a very important stage in our children's lives where they are learning how to be them as humans, as people, and at that time we are instilling language, we're instilling skills into their lives, and I work with Arizona's state with an organization called First Things First. The state of New Mexico, JAYA, I sit on the Early Childhood Task Force, and we meet quarterly in person to talk about ways of making sure that this important issue is still at the forefront of everyone's mind, at every parent's mind. Aro Navajo Nation, just Head Start program. We do have the early childhood that is being implemented into the Navajo Nation Head Start program, which is 0 to 5 years old. They are recruiting right now across Navajo Nation, and they're doing such a great job. Thank you so much, Navajo Nation Head Start. Auto pet responsibility, earlier by Haotzi, di Kwagi, Nhile Cha, don't he must sometimes families, they let their dogs and cats have at least one litter, and then they get them spayed and neutered so that we don't overpopulate our Navajo Nation. Where in the summertime and our children are running around, they're running down to summer feeding programs. On the hiking trails, we need to make sure that our strong protectors, our animals, our dogs that are outside, that they're secure so that our children and our grandparents that are taking walks feel safe enough to continue to work towards a healthy lifestyle. Vaccinate if you go on social media, there's always a post out there about what's going on, where it is, what's next, what to expect, and so keep your eye out for that. Aro local government, my latest task is to help chapters with resolutions for virtual participation in their meetings. We do have an issue with our chapters not reaching quorum. It's not because nobody's interested. It's because a lot of our people are out in urban settings. They want to participate, but they need that outlet. We did it during COVID. As a chapter president of my chapter, I was able to get a quorum and was able to be connected with our children and our people that are out in urban settings through the virtual platform of Zoom. So that's another thing that I'm working on with them right now. Another thing that I'm working on with them is to get their resolutions heard. There are so many resolutions that are coming out of our chapters about what's happening in our mother government here in Window Rock. Another thing that I've been working on and talking with a lot of our chapters about, and I've also mentioned this before, and I mentioned it at Central Agency Council, is how do we get project managers? Because project managers is the biggest obstacle that our chapters are facing to get their ARPA projects done. And what I said was I started researching, and not because I'm a Lobo, but with this University of New Mexico, they have a continuing education program where you can get certified to be a project manager. Let's figure out a way to get our chapter coordinators and our chapter managers to those programs so that they can become project managers and that they can put their projects full force in their communities. The next thing that I have been working with is outside entities. I've been working with an organization called United American Indian Involvement out of Los Angeles County, and I have been able to.
And that was time. Again, thank you to our Madam Vice President, Rochelle Montoya, for providing a report. And again, to our visitors, if you could please keep your voices down and all electronic devices on silent or turn them off. If there's going to lunch is also going to be served in a few minutes. So we do have tables that are reserved outside if you do want to wish to have lunch outside. And also for our delegates, they will be served here on the floor unless if there's a consensus to do a recess for lunch. But again, it is almost close to 1 o'clock p.m. And do we have a motion, colleagues, for the report given? Honorable Arvin Mitchell. Is there a second? Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Again, colleagues, lunch will be served in a few minutes, and to our guests as well, but you're more than welcome to also visit one of the tables that are outside if you do want to grab lunch out there as well. And colleagues, we do have a main motion and also a second in place, and I'm going to go over to who's in the lineup for questions. First, we do have Chairwoman Amber Kizbak-Crotty.
Thank you, Shiaj, President Nigrindo, Shadeja Vice President Montoya, for your report. I wanted to just bring to your attention, President, and I've tried to send memos to your staff and forward to both of your emails that the Tribal Community Response Plan that was signed on May 5th, that's an old plan from 2022. We need, since September of last year, we've been asking Navajo Nation Public Safety Law Enforcement to update their portion of that community response plan. That's from federal laws like Savannah's Act, Not Invisible Act. And so as the Missing and Murdered Danette Relatives Task Force Chair, you do have staff on our, and join our calls, but we just need that to be formally completed so that we could take action. And our hope is that every year it's updated, because what families need to know is like the process. So when they call dispatch and report a missing relative, then who is the next step for the family? Like the advocates. But right now, that states it's the Office of the Prosecutor Advocates, but that's not the correct process because the Office of the Prosecutor does not get involved until there's a crime that's actually been submitted to the courts and someone has been arrested. So we need to change that process. I look forward to reading the update from Department of Emergency Management on how they're gonna help with the search and rescue team. But if I could bring that to your attention, President, because beyond advocates, we work with the media and community outreach. Community outreach would be a great part for all of the programs, the executive programs on what's their plan to help with the missing and murdered crisis here on Navajo Nation. And in terms of media, I would need your help to get all of the executive PIOs together so they can coordinate on how they share the information from the alerts to the, to the public, and how we want to have a plan for the families. I want to take some time to talk about this fiscal year budget. In reading your report, President, I always think that staff are not fully briefing your office, and since this isn't a first-person letter, I want to make sure that the process for the budget and finance-based budget, that was data-driven. So the branches always ask for funding. The challenge is expenditure rate. So that was a 3-year average of expending dollars. We did modify the BIM and mandated that every filled position is filled at full time. We did not see that across the board. I think I would say 85 to 90% of the executive program did not fully fund all of their existing employees, which required then the Budget and Finance Committee to make amendments. That included a legislative branch, and we had to amend the legislative branch budget. We want to look at the plan of operation for the Office of Management and Budget. They are supposed to be like our quality assurance. They're supposed to make sure all of the programs are abiding by the Appropriation Act, by the Navajo BIM, and this year we have seen, I've just seen a complete collapse of the system. And so let's work together on modernizing the Appropriation Act, looking at the BIM in terms of how we can move forward to a 2-year budget so that programs are not waiting or, in this area are concerned about what funding they may or may not receive in the fiscal year. I wanted to also talk to you, Chiaj, while my time ends, is we need to talk about this employee union. I think our employees are getting the short end of the stick. We have a salary study that we're waiting for HR to give us a number. We all are committed to our employees to get a modern salary, and this 2-year delay is just really frustrating to get that information and that financial resources out to our employees. The last thing I want to talk about is the need for a leadership conversation on moving from ARPA back to general funds. The Department of Justice and Office of the Prosecutor, they had a $2.2 million shortfall just in employees because now they're going back to general funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Amber Kisbah-Crotty. And colleagues, I'm going to go recognize 2 delegates at a time, and then we'll turn the floor back over to the Office of the President and Vice President. Next in queue, we do have Honorable George Tolth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do Koro, 25th Navajo Nation Council, also President and Vice Koro, Hitato report Inla. I have 2 concerns, sir. One is Deltex. There's a lot of turnovers over at your section, executive branch, not executive branch, but Deltex. People are leaving, crying, and losing their job. I don't know if it's going to help by bringing this issue to you, sir, Chiche. A lot of complaints come in from your section. but who's going to take care of it? So I would appreciate for you to look into it. Ashwande has Twitter Sani hold on the agency what's going on at Window Rock, a lot of turnovers. So that needs to be addressed. I hope you take care of it. Shiche. Although the other one's veterans. Veterans came to your office one time. You weren't even there, so we tried to have a meeting with you and the veterans. Ako pinitings and they came, you sponsor another one over here in your office. You gave them an hour, my understanding. They wanted to meet with you and the veterans, not your staff attorney, DOJ. Staff was controlling the whole meeting. According to the Veterans Eastern Agency, you didn't say a word to them. I don't know why. The other one, housing issue for veterans. Some were displacement, you haven't done correction on it, your director. So my understanding, I met with NHA. I was told $4 million was returned back to. This money was given from NHA to Veterans Administration. They don't know how to put this thing together, so they return the money back to NHA. That's where the second information. I wonder why. Those are the very crucial area that we need to look at. John Hida, our job is to make laws, amend laws, also approve budget, division director, that I confirm daily. Seems like right now, within the 2 years, we've been doing all your work, sir, with all due respect. And your division director is not cooperating, a lot of turnover also in your area. I don't know how we're going to address. So that's the areas that I want to discuss with you. I don't spend a lot of times up here in Window Rock. I'd rather be in the community where I represent. So I plan to meet with you, but sometime we always travel and do other things in yourself also. I can report, it's just very vague on veterans. We have to do your job to get these veterans a home. It shouldn't be the case. It should be the Veterans Administration handle these tasks. Salat son hilyahanaka to banda huila to batanda il kalta. Has twido sani da hote, but jobai that's still the same. It hasn't been approved. Lack of food. Right now there's an issue with trash bin. Contract as far as I know, trash had that deep being no behind the agency. All the agency probably like that. So that needs to be looked into, sir. Have that somebody to look into these matters. I would appreciate.
Time, Kodo. Yeah, Honorable George Toth for your comments and questions to the President and also the Vice President. And at this time, I'm going to turn the floor back over to our President and also Madam Vice President.
Via Hehadolil, Beshwas, Anbanan, the Hagido, Shanat, Ani, Dansanigi, Horo, Amber, Kanasba Crowd in Janona, I didn't kid Ani Hote. The Sashi not sosta be the Hois Anigin, Jono, that Nil into AO, the Deshnil, Ado, Na Kegone, A Bear, so Ani Hote, Shebget Dishti, Ani Hote, Tradi Hone La, dot shidesil in dande or hone la shidesil in dog ade benas sohigi ayo onde ohot ende tunnel o edo do bigata ninde ohot ende she horobki dishtine shandad nishi das snoye das jigi die bes si jego ba ohot o den bekenda ilya higide hone lago den ben khanda izli ohot ende ben don nishigi atida ba ohta noda yeshil tahal negi eshi hajodo alchinadni benoshi ani hote satdo nat anda beshil nahanne da to da hot yat eo beshil nahod nedam aro to eshi khodo ben hijades aro khodo shiga hada sadanigi shi enle anidia amber naide kirigi ajros baby khodilne ado le besmas an speaker curly nandedesh kiligi jodi hodo a yun dash del kirigi jodi la large shandad neshgi shil to hot ahodo ahodo biga dishi nach khanalt e honle large shandad leshi hoje laho kha biga to lesin so jon le sherlin da bana hast in don le Bobby Baldwin bana hast inigi hoje an he shiga has da ran he ani ten ho na hesi tha jono sad na de dio le so de bayat kigin so bansis case hot end anna ki agent de ninde jodishi nach hanata ha arosai hoje nada kha e hot obiga to lesin so bansis case ash biga.
Thank you, President Ado Koigi Banadin Kidigi, and to our rules colleagues, we do have 2 agents that are usually presented, either presentation and then for interpretation of our rules. Usually we do that during previous councils where presenters and agents also swapped out agents. So Ashint Akoto Hot An Dale in Hito. So, President Nygren, and again, try to do as much as little disruption to your responses as well. If your division directors or whoever is going to be swapping out, if they could already be on standby. So we do have time that is allotted. I know many of our people are here to responses. So if those division directors could just be on standby and to be ready and connect with staff. We do have staff. Maybe I can assign Mr. Art Hardy, who is standing right here, Division Director, if you're called, if you could see him, and then he can help you, guide you to get to the seat. So, President, I will turn the floor back to you for responses.
Yeah, Mr. Tol Chiche Naidin Kedi Anni Hote Salat Soba Nahatin Ebina Baslasilni Ashla Kidoba. Yes, and Juno at Edjon Daidel Kidigi Aida Shahedi la. Didin Kitadil Ado Didi Hajonich in Stodi by a dish Keton Juno San as Kane Hadden Handa Din Tadin Nido. Edi I say Asashi Hail Kidna Stadaze, a Stak Hail Kidna Hanon Kitna Hosilne, John Daidel Kidigi Aida Shichin Hodaila, Ebe Le Barbie Don Legadit Aidan Lenigi Hajol Kane Dahidon, Arohashi Bidados Kaha Hot and again Juno San that donest, Aronat Abich in Delia, and Juno A Hoda Bedini, these chances whereby a deal in the Dorats a job bench has seeded or the Zeba Ohonde, a hot end in Lenda in nation, highest count, in Juno art and the Hadat on Kitch Honda deal, Nita Bedini, Ebich Hondelia, Ebich and Dalia, Shinch Hodolni, a Hotoba Honizin, Juno Bahada Delia, Arahada, Sanadi, Tabedini. She honanet edus asi stasi aslat keil kinda I don't know the kidigi in juno sas kin disnel ehoto da idil kidnaro di the meal sa nat honal yagi beshel leg bada nest edo khantis in ne eshin le heder dinago but this anigida da zobel bahosen yeshel da hodolne Aro ani hote si yego jo nida besh hanan se hodo yego the nanda nishigi tkin da naro le deslon da na eshibinina sat si sadne do bje da ne ago da eshin nach ha kahigi esha hot ende leshi ni hodina go sherlin shin hodo na khado gati crisp kedo hat zigido eshin hoto apin la hodo ne aro so anne na bildil kes shiga hada satta jo sat hot إيلن خي نخدا بس كيلن داهوسنا ساعات أون كيلنا هذا أرشدا هاشي ساعات أوس بدنا دا بيشلنا هن ساعات إن آني تين هنا هيسي تخندا جوستا بيخنست ستاال كيلت أو آت إن بيسيتزه خيشي بننا أي كاتوليلن سومانسس كيش إيش يهود إيرس تشيرول روشين كريس لأمبر نايدل كديجي أسيسو ببلاهديلنا أرو شيرلن أيضا هو سنزون بيجاتوليل أرو بابي بالدون أيضا نادلت أو هو داسوزيدوليل.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Honorable Chair Crotty, thank you. With regards to the question regarding the plan, I do have two folks from our office, as we spoke to earlier in the week, or I guess last week, about trying to make sure we connect on that and dialing in those particulars on the actual plan. So I'm more than happy to talk about that offline. The second part was about the budget, and I understand that we spoke in the Budget and Finance Committee last week about the high rate of people maybe not necessarily allocating correctly, and you saw that there was a May 14th memo that was signed by the controller, myself, the Division of Human Resources Director, Rosita Toddy, as well as the OMB Director, Mr. Dominic Bial. And there was a certain way we wanted things allocated. Everything goes to personnel first. And so, as I said in the BNF meeting, and for the benefit of all the council delegates here, that I think because we're doing a new way of allocating based on, as you said, data, we're doing a allocation with actual spending amounts. And I think that's important to point out because I know that maybe many of the council delegates probably see a lot of shortness in the budgets, and that a big reason of that is because about $28 million has been taken out of the executive branch budgets, with the expectation that many of that would try to be put back in through the unmet needs process. But I think it's important to point out that when you get to your oversight committees and you're looking at the budgets that are coming through, there's a reason for the shortness, and many times right now, currently, when you take away the personal lapse and when you make everybody fund the positions that they think they're going to have filled by October 1st, many times we're not actually even covering all the personnel, the fringe, workman's comp, et cetera, all those things that have to do with personnel. And so we're short on that side, meaning we're short on personnel. In addition, also short on the operating funds. So you're going to see a lot of programs and divisions coming to you as oversight and letting them know that, hey, we are very short on this side. We need to fund these other aspects, especially with a focus on making sure that personnel is completely funded and the ops are funded as well. So I wanted to point that out, but I do think that with all the budgets going through at this point, now it's going to be coming back to the full council for you to review and really take a look at that. And the authority is here with the council to approve that. And what I think I'd like to add on to that is that based on that, many of these programs don't even have any operations, and we have to consider the fact that to serve the Navajo people, these programs have to have operation money. And the Office of the President and Vice President currently sits at 0. And I think that it's important to point out that that's not a way you can run the government. It's not a way you can bring services to the people. My recommendation would be to take those amendments off that currently are on there and fully fund the Office of the President and the Vice President, and as well as all the operations for all the executive programs and divisions. And I would also say it's important to fund the legislative branch and the Office of the Speaker and all of those, and the judicial branch. All of them deserve to be fully funded. And I think that to me is within the power of the Navajo Nation Council. When those budgets come to you, I would ask you to support not only your branch, but also all 3 of the branches for the Navajo Nation. And I think it's important to recognize that the Navajo Nation Council plays a huge role in that. So thank you. And that will conclude my comments. Thank you.
Shirley.
Good afternoon, 25th Navajo Nation Council. This answer will be in response to Shinanza Shija George Toth ani Behainzigi Nitihagi high turnover didn't need with Daltex. AA, my response to that question is AA, the other night I did respond to that question on your behalf, and today I will again share with you that the turnovers at Daltex, as I stated before, that this division is very political in terms of our elders, and that the demand that goes with it is extremely elevating in terms of expectations. As I stated, that I had a meeting with the middle line managers who have been employed for the Navajo Nation for a lot of years, and each of those employees, in having a 2-day strenuous work session, they are now at the understanding that this position, their positions and the work that they do at the agency level is a reflection of leadership. And helping them understand build budgets has led them to understand that it is important to carry out the duties and responsibilities that are aligned with Arizona Title III as well as New Mexico House Bill 2. And so so with that, I just want to share that with you with regards to the turnover at the leadership level without violation of our DPM policy. It is up to the individuals who are in those capacities to have the ability to address such issues. And as I've stated to both of them, that these positions are very political, and if they have the ability to be able to assess and address the issues at this level as well as at the local level, it will be entirely up to them. And so I do support Daltex, and we have been working closely with the middle line leadership, the PS2s at the agency level, and we are making a lot of changes in terms of expectations, standard operating procedures, and the level of expectations with each of the senior centers. Honorable Delegate Toth, I hope this helps.
Speaker, good afternoon, and thank you for your question, Honorable Delegate Toth. With regards to your question about the $40 million from the Navajo Housing Authority, since becoming the director to the Veterans Administration, we have not been given a grant or any type of funding of $40 million from Navajo Housing Authority. And to expand a little bit more about that is we've not been given any other funding besides the ARPA funding to the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration since I've become the executive director. Perhaps that may have been funding that was with the previous administration. However, to the best of my knowledge, we have not been given that opportunity with Navajo Housing Authority. Second, with the 2 veterans who are still awaiting their home in the Eastern Agency, we have to be very cognizant of the privacy associated with those individuals and the manner in which they're receiving their homes. To expand a little bit more, without breaching that confidentiality and that privacy for these veterans, is the documentation required to meet the eligibility requirements, one being the home site lease. Being that it is an area that is not on trust land and it is a residential lease land that is required, there are additional barriers when working with the Bureau of Indian Affairs in obtaining the residential lease. And this is where a number of signatures are required, and this individual needs to continue to work with the BIA to get those documents. Secondly, is a utility pole is also needed for the other resident or the other applicant, and that utility pole is with the company, and the company is set to get that utility pole situated. We can't push the utility company. We've asked nicely, professionally. We've asked the contractor nicely and professionally, but it is also their responsibility to ensure that these particular services are met for the needs of the veterans. Thank you for your question.
Point of privilege raised by Chair Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shadeja. Speaker Curley, so Rule 16, point of privilege, Section B, any council delegate may raise a point of privilege to receive additional documents from the sponsor. My request, Speaker, is I would like a memo, a high-level memo from the executive branch, the Office of President and Vice President, on how many executive staff were not fully funded in the budgets that were submitted to Budget and Finance Committee. So, for example, 51 filled chapter positions were not funded because they received a $2 million reduction. So I want to have a high-level summary of how many filled positions were not funded in this fiscal year 26 budgets, and we're still waiting for and I would want that information to include the Veterans Office, because we haven't even seen the Veterans budget yet. I don't want to stall the conversation, but if that could be given to me and my colleagues at a high level, then the council can see how many positions were not fully funded. Although the BIM said to fully fund, and there was a memo out for programs to fully fund their positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. And I'm going to recognize that point of privilege. And again, all point of privileges are immediately addressed by the speaker. And then, thank you, Chair Crotty. You did say if I'm going to remind our agents again before we do a vote on the main motion to have that memo ready, if that is okay, Chair Crotty. And for the executive team, I did see Chief of Staff and Deputy Chief of Staff, if you could help draft that memo and just a high-level summary of the process of how much by departments, I guess, of how many were not fully funded. Those are for personnel at full time. So if you could provide that summary, and also that could be addressed to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So then we can entertain that before we take a vote on the State of the Nation address. And then going back to President.
Bia, okay, shiro nalsos khadil negi shilo hoto bansis case jahani at ende the nan nishbahidest anigi aita base babajata lanson in this case so dande nidi honorable Amber Kanazba Kradi hat zigito ayo nashis nalto eshi hoto ani hote tsion nalsos khadil do lito joba bahan do ziljo khira nan nishban na hoto netigido the neban needs in the so eshi hoto khado de Speaker.
Thank you, President. And going to go back and queue who's in the lineup for questions or comments. I'm going to, colleagues again, I'm going to go two at a time, and then we'll go back to the President and Vice President. Next, we do have Honorable Helena Nesbegay, then followed by Honorable Arbin Mitchell.
Oh, okay. Shiaj, Honorable President of the Navajo Nation and Vice President of the Navajo Nation. Excuse what also piao e what an kitch e hatsi do he nashe a what edol let na la a what echo. A do anda e she e ya kwa e ye go shit this my first question is, what's the plan of moving forward for Zeni Homes? My second question would be, I requested for a government-to-government meeting for Antelope Point, ato oneta. I really want that to happen too. Going through my chapters and my delegate regions and other places across the nation, been reaching out, addressing Navajo Housing Authority. khashit ay go do hajo na khachine do nkiden e betlisen dalnishta. Some housing needs improvements, and some housing that were put up are already not, they're already, I don't know if it's because of the landscape of the land shifting that they're cracking and all that. And we've been addressing this for over a year now, and nothing's been coming out of it. Ado anda a domestic violence store, single parent. I did memos for them to NHA, and they're giving them a hard time to even assist them. Even for young people that lost their parents, they don't have a place to go. So please address that with NHA, that they can provide these assistance for our young people. Ado tada kahada, pada hajo paye, amasa ba achin asahon de esho. They don't have a shelter. They call me, they cry. Ayo at this out Khaled ago na haachin ba ka adilos. Adon the ashmo be application ni yehi di inana then come back again. Now some of these individuals do not have transportation, and some of them take over like 3 months. It shouldn't be like that. So AD, that I really want that to be addressed. Auto home site lease being in the Western Agency, we submit our paperwork at the agency level, and this, we really need to improve this. And this is probably the second time I'm addressing that. This papers are mislocated or lost between Tuba City and to St. Michael's. I see the because it's a long drive from where we live to Winter Rock. I don't the Deltex too. This is addressed to you, President, because the Deltex has twi nkizani ba daya. A lot of our elders do not have transportation, so they need a ride to in town, nearby towns, to go to Walmart, to do their laundry, go traveling. All has paperwork. Of course, make it really simple for them. Although in the certified chapters, they go through everything just to get their money from their ARPA and their AAA's aided all.
Shema, Honorable Helene Nesby Gay. And next we do have Honorable Arbin Mitchell.
Madam Speaker, the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So Taige, don't the Inotsagido, Nando Lill, President, Vice President, the staff to Kadoshi. I'll make my question based on the report given to Lill. One of your topics on here is Oak Ridge Fire. Because one of my communities, Lagatu, was affected. The White Runes was on standby as Lupton. So I'd like to thank Department of Emergency Management, the public safety. Public safety, those CHR, they were out there at midnight knocking on doors at my community. na ho chapter go the it's not carpet on ne so had only although all the departments within Department of Health do DCD the natural resource go each on bahons and all that. Then of course your office was involved too. Although I'd like to thank the Speaker's office too. Go each Mr. Ronhorst keeping us informed of what is happening and all that. Don the NASO just so the budget message FY26 general funds. I think back when we had our leadership meeting a month and a half ago, I said the chapter admin they're 2.2 million short to fund all the position. With their fringe benefit and some insurance that ties to their personnel. The 2.2. It takes 2.2 to fund all the 110 chapters. So we only funded like 900 and something thousand. So going forward, they took monies from DCD admin. So all their operating was zeroed out. So when Nabi and then also Navajo Nation Council, jail. Out of for FY27, just a recommendation. Chapter non-admin, that's taken off the top. Those are for housing discretionary PEP. On the chapter official, that's part of fixed costs. So we made summer youth employment. But next year, I think one of the things that we need to do is take care of the 110 chapters, their administration, because they're a sub-governmental unit of our government here. Let's make sure that they're fully funded. Like I said, it takes like 1.2 million, 1.3 million to fully fund the 110 chapters. One of your budget message going forward, Washington, that based on Hanachi. The fight is in DC, not here. There was a budget that was released. UN is like it all cut no. It could law and order not kid on sick. Banda ikaho. Based on could chinil energy. So Monday at the Navajo Nation Washington office, can again we la asha based on habenda need. So going forward, let's keep.
Yeah, Delegate Arbin Mitchell, and go back to our presenters, President and Vice President.
شما يسه نانسس كيسوت ان لي نيري بخينزي خالا خدون نيش جو ناكير نزت دين دبا سنازنا دين دنه نانش بانادا دست ايش دا ادفانسس كيسو خالا دي نيكين سو هيو لي ناكير نزت دين دبا نا دين هنا لا دن ان خين كدنه نانش ناتش ها كافتو نين جو نادا زري هنادا التخا إيش بيكن نادا إديولوجي الشنية ده بس كلي دوبا كدو دات أنجي دوها إشي بنيا تشيج دوها إشي دا بنيا تشيهول دونيل سداتي كنال دات أنجي نيا خدا دنهن هوت إن كان شيء بنانش دات تندو هاغلنا دشتاسي سدانزن يوليا إشي دوبا أوتلوتا تنانش نشدا بدو نيريجي هوت أو جينا يلنا شو هذا بانسش كيسو تويشي خيت أولا دو ليلوين زو إيشي هجم اللارج نداد نشيجي Division of Community Development do Office of the Controller that enigi she dins khait ola do le shin da no yin da Department of Justice da do le hot ende na nishbadet anigi hawan 17 da do niltabat nene it atia hot edule chukat se beats atta hone la ada hawan de ila ikan aitan le khoyat ende e aret bikita ast endet ati khalada dil ni no بيجي إندي بعد تندي هو ناس يجو بدزلنا أن هن كده لا يدا يلا دي شيء كوشين سلتين طبعا أنا خي هو نداز ننجي نخادا يلا أن هن كده ندان لو إيه سي جينا يخلان خالد دي نيل نو أهوت إن بيزاني دو بلانز لينجي إت سبتين هوان دو نيل تبدو نيده إت أتي بدت إيشيت أتي لي تا إنشجي شيت أتي دين إيرو لي أهوت إن نانش هدا لياجي إيشي أني إن خيت أولا دو ليل وين جو خاورا شيء أني هندي خاتو تندا يجو بتشين دهوي نانجي يوليه ناكير نزتين تننا نش خدا بديلياجي أهوتين هون ده هيدو نسيجي إيشي تاتي أهوت إيرولي إيشي أهوت إيرولي إيشي جوايتا بجي خادي لا دو دي هون ددي نيرجي إيشي يدد نيل خال هون دي خارش دي نيلاجي دو باهزنا أهوتين توشي هون دي نسيجي دي نيلاجي شيء إيدي آيش بهولني هات این خیت آره تو لیسلین زنشی بانزا کیست تو دنیرش این دهال نه دیده چه هون نیستن نداد آسو دید آره چه خنا هول داد نیست آنورا دنیین ده ایره چه نانت زاگو بیگه تو لیل چه خود تو ناشی بیخنست آره ده دنی بسره یه داول کاتو خواه نانش خبیدیه شولتن زنگی خجود دادی نیل زندو خجود و لیل ننگی ایریشی تو بانزا کیست هات این أيدي أشياء أيدي بخديست توشين خوان جايدا بايستو سبتين هنا لا خوان ديديونل أيدي جيت أتي إسخنتين دبانا كي أتي إبا إيشيت أتي يندال نشتولي جو هنا هات آجشين بين هول جيشتولي آره خراب هنتيجي انتلوك بوينت هجو ساتي تليل تو نجنو سكيل داوديل نتو خيت أولا دوليل ننجي إيش يهوت إيروليل إيش نجنو تدنيل تو بايد ديلت إيش لاج شندال نشيدا كريس بيتشر دو كاندس يا أر كاندس بغودي سليم هوت أوشين جنون لي توني دو يا إيا إيدا تي خدي ناغدا تي خدو تهنو تاس أبي ين كيس ناو دولني خال خاغو نيلا بن داوديت تو هجو ساتي تليل إنده هنا نت آرند سيجو هيليت أولا دوليل آرد آن خدوليل آرد آن خند هيديلني هيت أوليل غلطوليل كوشي تو تنبا بايدالتي أهتين شبه هدش إيش أيو تندو بستال خندا نشبه هدين يوسك خندوليل تون كيس زيدوليل كنا كناخي تنبا نت آن سلام شي هايشي بكيسي ها تندو بستال خندا أهتين كيبيش ماس أن بيدوس غودو بكين دا سوزون شي دو نيشن سو نخانسس كيس هت إيرل أروتو لي تنبا كي بكا هون ببهل نيجي بان نيجي جان لي قيبي تو دساسيتله أوتو لو يشلندا حسنة سنة زت خيل كد آره كيلندا هويلنا لاج دستارو كيونه دستادو نالسوس تيوزو هيرو هيدان دال نشجي خلا ليل تو هجون كجيات كده دانودا خنّا بجهنديليا إذا تأشون لاج بهود نيجي إذا تهون ستار تهون شيء هذا نوتا هوتين تهون ستار يته هوتين إيش تو honne bich indil nil chun le honne lo besmas an honne na has khalto resource and development committee lo ishilo yego bida det to a huiche ye biche bich nada khayge ishilo to de dis tsa to le to shi ashde asa ho de shnita besmas an de kushi ajen dan nen pingi ishi hot otlon junon khadi chan so ban sis kes arotlo di wa keya بالخدا هدوت زوتو خشيت أويدون دو خدل توت دو نال سوستا دو باندا هوت زيتا ديا سييغو يتنزاد تونا نس دزدون لي خجم تسهوت سجدا سييغو نهون تلاحد ننجي إيدا إشيخو إبن يخجان خد دهنيتا بدشنو مستر مايكل لونا إشيا أبينيين تلاحدول نتو ديتو هجول جدا ديل نيل نوشي سار نلجين دول ليل أرا نيهوتم سويدو ساني دا با هناتزك أن ييغو دا ديستيو جون لي أني سار نال سوتنجي جن هوشلاغي خاليت أولا جوكت سوستين لو باناكي تقا نازنل بل نهاز أنجي استويدو ساني بل آدا هوت إيجي خيت أولا لا بيسو باب جادا ديل نيلتو بج هودا ديل نيلتو إيه هوتو تخانا دي زرجن جنو خوز قزو بادا ديل نيل أهوت أوي آردنه استندن شيتو سييغو ديستيو دنه بكيو بكاوكن دنشج إنداز نشنن تاهي تاغو ديستيو جيتشا أوستان تخو كيش كان روبيغاتا خالدا دي نيلتا نورا تنندا هالنه إبني لي كودا ديل تلايا دان لي لاج دستاهيجي مكارل بسنا هوسسنا ديلو خدا دي تزو لي بهز آني خدا دي تزون جنو جردي دا ديستيويج بنيلش إيدا ديلني خيو تنبكي بكاو تنبكنا بسن دالتو أوي ياج الشنياج مساندو نلدا تنجي خشيت أو ابن يلش إيدا ديلني ابن يهونا نهيسو تخنيجين جنو خدا ديل يادو تسكين لدو لي ننجي إيه هتو ستويدو ساني بسن دهز أنجي أشون تهوز قازو ديل ياغو بيغتو دشنون لي إيه نال تسوزنجي هوشلاغي إيه هتو بكا أرادلوش ننتا مستر أربن ميتشل التو كهدو لي هاني هوتا جنون كيلن داسيل نش آني تند هنا هسي تخنيجي دو سبيكر دا بندال نشيجي دو شدا شندال نشيجي دو خواهد ناجي كهي جيجي ييغو إيجي تخد نشي يدال نيتو كاديتو جنو خاهر دو نيتو كي يات ايو دو لي دون كهت خالي دان لنجي شون نت أتي دبديس سييغو تشيل دو زيدات إنه خطانشي خاهشين نادا هدوت لي دنزوشي أتي يجي دي بجيدا داستيل إيدا شين جنو بنادا ديل نشو إيه بخناه دو نيل كوينتزو أروثو بخينتي إشي هدو كندس يازي خناشي هندس تاهي أشي بأبي يخدوتز دي ديجي آسي دبا بدبا دي بابجادا لياغي دو هنيلا تننال نشيجي إيه أشون بيسو بني جادو ليخ ننجي جن نيري بخينتي نهست نزتين دميل هنيلا دي بنيتشا أهوت إند آي سن زنيجي دو بيهو دو نشيجي ناكي دميل دو ناكي نزتين دميل هنيلا بيهو دو نيل تننجي إيه دي آني الكيلن دا ديل نشيجي دو نيل جودي بيش مانس أنات إند يا نتشاغو إيه آري آي يسبين خوهد نيجي إيه هوت أوشين كتشناي ني كانجنو خدل ديل نيل أرو إيه بينا أون نشتو ليخوين تونشي إيه هوت أوسار بين كتشوين تلاقي دو كيده كه جلان أورر كميدي chair نيجا هاس تانيجي دو تكوشي أج نداه نو بينجي دو خو أني بهاستي أنه هلا كقال خندا دت واشنطن وشيدو بيجا تاهويتش إبننا نخيل خون سادا كاتوش شدا هون سنشتا إن جنو إتا إليان سوبانسس كيز أشون واشنطن ده دان كديستا كدينان دولة دوينانش دوينانش إلش خدا خوشينا دولة جودي كد لا بأوندا أسقطو لا بندهاز خلا إيه ديشي نجنو بنادا الديل نشآر نادا إيكام بيناه دولة واشنطن نادا كدل دوت سين لا بخوين تونش إيه بخيا خروسا بيت كتشين لاجي خروشي إيه كندشي خروي دي سي دي بدا ديت إيجي كيا خرهال كيا بكا خدهال دول نتجي بدا ديت إيجي شيء بخرو سانيين كتشين نيدو نخروشي كندس
Hello. Shahat. Shanata. Candace Yazi Inshia, Division of Community Development, Director, The question I heard was regarding chapters and the salaries, I'm sorry, the budgets. All of the filled positions have been funded. If there was a vacant position, then we used 1,044 hours. The remainder we put in an unmet need, as Chief of Staff mentioned, and we're utilizing that process. The Budget and Finance Committee also made some adjustments to other departments in order to fund what was the deficit, and I can just tell you really quick what it was in general. Moving some administrative costs from within the Division of Community Development. We moved some IT dollars. We used some solid waste dollars, homeowner support. Then from other executive departments, some dollars were moved from the Miss Navajo department. Within our own DCD CPMD, our contractual services dollars were moved to cover chapters, and then Department of Economic Development Administration. And then we had some SYEP that was moved, which is the Summer Youth Program. So the difference is we are placing in an unmet need. Thank you.
Kushinla, Madam Speaker, President, Vice President, honorable delegates of the 25th Council. Yat en gedini dole she Mike Halona dasichin. Aro don anslani but anslani ashing but chain to handa chanel kliani that che wada nensla akodi Division of Natural Resource she aj they need nish ako kwai na de kidigishin area whole one benal sauce kaya hat so gibenat kid ako halit a saho to jo not sauce and data do yo and data hana ho not sauce in ho application hedi in ho benal sauce ki at in the agency office de yahi jo a hosh in the patient in sick case nidi gonna be happening ako ADA ado pahazen khadanante aden ad in so electronically aden at ado tajet naden inigi kujed Department of Fish and Wildlife biological resource compliance format nini ajpa now ado bichan electronically Auto historic preservation thought na sazen de kahik that as ingi cultural resource form your yagi de to bichan ako ya a home site lease uploader tabadina adin le based in 6 cases which what in ho who then any reviewers tabadi ninigi what in Aro dens Aro Yelanda is leho hon Yelanda is leho that Donald sauce gills cooking nanda up ako edo yo and data not sauce add in home. Yeah, it's all housed and remains in the system electronically in what we call the Navajo Nation system. It's the same system we use for 164, 808 electronic. It's all electronic. All the reviewers have access to it. They're notified when they have a project sent to them. Ako are Yelanda isleho. Le the home site lease yahanante auto environmental specialist. Kwage in the last one in electronically a department manager black yaba has on ye lana isle Ako department manager for Navajo Land Department, Mr. Brian Butsui, it goes back to the agency. I Haitian saw that Ebichan Hashtan Yahna, Cardinal Sosan to be last lean, Niji it least of it no. Otherwise, that is, home like a sauce. I don't like only BIA, which what a other recorded this and so on a hit could they still are on a hit and his system be recorded daily, not so sticky. A cohort other nahot or header, Janahot, a change out now. A could be the neat in high late Sala, Hala, when as Latla, Hagelat, Ela. Not home a state at all, Nicho a hotel, a deal, Nicta Dina. Ado a cool ARPA, Bayati, I just do home site lease, by Veta, Deniki, I don't hold one nas Nilo. Ye Kata hat on. A resource development ye last has ani yajer home site lease regulations of the nini knock on so when that section 9 at the yidla what ho one sa sa ho one san nilo chishadit since to close no home site lease ho shit can't so darling. Not national and they are home page we've been sick case Google Earth at the Ninigi AR survey about that artificial wildlife to historic preservation they thought Kaya chose in a been not a compliance determination date programmatic agreement at the what issue including Sosigi Humpitol, Sosigi Bela Dodley, Atan Hotabach 8, December 2026, Ajebe Atodle, so what Yagi for ARPA funding projects for utilities, water line. What that you have.
Point of privilege raised by Honorable Shauna Antlaw.
I raise this point of privilege to request for the documentation from Navajo Land Department and Division of Natural Resources. There is information that programmatic agreements were devised, so if I could have copies of that sent to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw, for that point of privilege and just being respectful of my colleagues' time and also yourself, Delegate Claw. When would you like to have these documents? I know each point of privileges are being addressed immediately.
If we could have that by end of today, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw, and for my encouragement to the presenters, if we can also try to receive that before a vote gets taken as well. And going back to President.
Yeah, okay, Mike. Aida na nishnareta skilo dili. Okay, Shauna bichi dili. Aro Tony, horoshi ayat skilo ay asade na idet kid antelope point no shama horo Helena Nez ishoro sar bichi nadit as.
Ja, het kodoosje en do kodo shade Helena do machat na idin kid. Die antelope point quite the moye da but lasi tli shido Elaine betlo ada koho die no wata chapter but kina khande do akilin da lende Johnny de na o you ko enda den shako kodane that's kin that it alabadi need a koho you need an aqua and darling sto the HR the ajit the Navajo to the koshi the even in the restaurant yeah ajib the netla the yes the koho managers ki a koho ashi ada bitlati tlisto and I can facilitate the conversation if needed shananda.
Bigatona ishi khojina hadoljish cho jadides ahashi aje banahast inigi ishi hotonjno honorable.
Point of privilege raised by Honorable Helena Nesbitt-Gay.
Oh, yes, it's a little but this has been 2 years. I've been requesting for a government to government because of everything that I'm hearing at Antelope Point, and we're not making no money. The nation is not making no money at Antelope Point. It's been like that for I don't know how long. So if we get this other meeting going with government to government, we need to draw down that line. We're not even profiting much from the restaurant, or even the boat tours, or even the fuel dock. The only thing that we profit from is the storage. A lot of things there's a lot of concern that are being addressed to me that they're not being treated right. And a lot of the key people that works there are not Navajos. So and I've been trying to bring this to you guys' attention, and so that's the reason why I'm bringing this to your attention now. So we need to address this as soon as we can. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Shema, Honorable Helena Nesbitt-Gay. I think this was her first time pressing that, yelling that point of privilege. Shema, for making your point of privilege, is there a needed documentation that you need from the division or from the president's office to address what you have pointed out?
Maybe we can have a meeting between us and then schedule that government to government with and I would like to include my chapter officials there. So I think we're going to get somewhere with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Helena Nesbitt-Gay. And to the presenters, Honorable Helena Nesbitt-Gay is requesting an urgent meeting between the parties to address this issue. And again, if that calendar invite or email could be sent as soon as possible so we can discuss her concerns. Thank you, Honorable Helena Nesbitt-Gay. And going back to President, does that complete your responses?
Ashi ere handle this jadides ashi belagana catches this one ashi Antelope Point the show jadides yeah is your ashi ere yadole speaker
President Ado Kwaigi Banat Sogi a Honorable Jermaine Simonson Ado Honorable Carl Slater Dole.
Nana Speaker Curley and then thank you, President Nygren, as well as Vice President Montoya and your staff here. Kodo in Kitendahosna Hunza Hojish. Di Kodo o Nanish Hat Ienta the Kushi Dal Nishiki Quad E an Nipik Etatin Niigi E Quintias Nil Adosha Eya Naho Nanish Bahandas Zidle do Hajon Dal Nishta Alech Epichish Ado Hahadat Ida Ado Eya Esto Yo Benata Hashi on Nato Hasdon Le Bandal Nishito Petat Nel Nada Tataha Noda the nets Adahas Nil Okoho Ado quintla nada hasnil ne quinzada ating hot a holjish shanant a ko kodo ya nanish di skinlo a de do link ahadan na anda dol nish bet ni dat at a quinzon la quintin da hasnil de den distida atonde nanish nada neta Okoho la hahola just na home quit na home nanish but aunt das dita to o quadne on so bansas cation and
ko Kodo to di the Neba Washington at e banasht ingo addition ko oyan anand aha shido shikat the Neba Washington to basaza ko ashin shit anashtel to hode di den le ke hast en de tlijin has ade kodo ya tlejin hage don da ajnish Ajikeya ahtinde hashin so bitch na hot it don't hit that il quado legislation that nas sos and de hot hashit out of hat the neta wella code radit ahita to yet hasanda ich that's a net danle an the dot bench hasti quado Peabody coal company hajo kayan hahite dotli tro Sazidiki, Nele but Artikaya, Nle Biete, Ado Abaka o Danas, Kane, Hajon Hanadolka, Ado Dichil Danosahi, Yat Ehichil, Ida A Compelhadet, Hajok Edashadotle, Ed Atinch Epich, Ado Hashit Edolech, Jo Ahwe, Department of Interior, Ahwe Dashdini, Ado Equa. We will return the land in as good as received. It's very basic. Oko kwaja atin hinhilhas aja atin chehil Hola oda zohota onahaljish ha ishi ben na chehidajil Oko eto art achin hinch ke kwado Office of Legislative Counsel Ado kwaja Beshmat das anina naisi thanidon ne aja dasan tahi your leadership. The IC Zen hon Washington no anil naneka ben ya IC Mr. Bergen but that ni binle. Ako 8 oninch kid nandole. Kodo the Kishis Kanda Black Mesa United kwaja na gatit ahishat not yiltatnes ben Miss Bitta Becker. Ako kodo o isn't besh behane bieto so the do anigo should ne yich hadzi do yat eho ich hadzi Oko kodo ya hashin so got ne yanda o kan de den hilhada hot do ni kin laten hado also kaya an hin hikaya ha san handa do alto bekado kindo ato I bin da hoit ago nasil tato lehato ni da ben hat o yilsen khal di do nilid atabato ni ni do shliat eho hat o yich hat zi eda kot o baby hadesti aha da holje sho yilsago ako haida shin kwantla shabe sha ohn hajo yindol nish yasnit au kwa shinla khanna diltgelnle Ako hot kunsogo ya bahasi dolation and
Thank you, Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Ado Shiche. Honorable Carl Slater.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your presentation. This is a pretty stark departure from the glossy documents that you provided us in the past. So I'm curious why it's changed to this speech format, or if there's another document that's going to be provided to the council or for public consumption. I think the second to last page, you asked to have a work session on the solar tax. This is the first engagement we've received from the President's office related to the proposed solar tax. We have had some people from DOJ participate in it, and they're the only ones who really have availed themselves. In terms of developing language or strategic thinking and analysis, aside from the development partners, say NTUA and NTEC and the other development partners who have provided, I'd say, some of the main intellectual thought and provided numbers to the nation. So if you have thoughts, or if your office has thoughts on how to move forward with this, I would ask that you provide them in writing to myself. And if there's confidential thoughts, you can do that without putting it into the public record on there. as you think through and educate yourself on what this means for the nation. The first bullet point on that page says, after the recent fire that destroyed buildings on campus, we must ensure that Gwinnett College receive financial assistance to rebuild and continue serving our community and students. And it says asks of the Navajo Nation Council. So that's not an ask, it's just saying we need money. So I met with them, and I think just for your information, they're still trying to understand what the gap might be in the insurance repayment. There might be a 20% gap, there might not be a 20% gap. But I appreciate your support for Gwinnett College and for the community. It's been a tragedy in moving that forward. So the second bullet point speaks to procurement and says a deadline set for November 2024. I don't know whose deadline you're speaking to. We've never received any deadlines or requests for procurement changes from your office at the Budget and Finance Committee. And the third bullet point goes to $285 million. Along with tariffs, we're experiencing rising costs which necessitate increased budgets. So I think the real thing is this is not a data-driven government, and there's been no real increase in data analysis under your leadership. I mean, we haven't received anything except from the Controller's Office related to expenditures. And the $185 million or $188 million for this year's budget is a 3-year average of actual expenditures out of your office. I understand the limitations, but I stand by the committee and what was decided. I think there is potential to go too far down in paring down the budget, where it becomes impossible to spend because you just don't have the resources to spend. But at the same time, we don't have any sort of strategic set of investments, right? So I've harped on how you have 40 staff assistants in your office and we still don't have a capital improvement plan. And I want to ask, what is the plan of the office to fulfill the capital improvement plan? I don't think anyone on this council should be voting for the budget this year and voting to waive that provision, because it means we're just waiving and violating Navajo Nation law again for the umpteenth year in a row. When we go back to our people and say that we're working to level up the government, we're actually diminishing the government by not following our laws and having a strategic plan. So, I mean, asking for additional funding, it falls on deaf ears with me, because the office and Capital Projects Management Department and the Division of Community Development have not demonstrated that they have a strategic plan to fulfill that obligation under the Navajo Nation Code. And I just want to let you know, we were provided a series, I think everyone on council was, a whole bunch of allegations against your office on our desks that are really serious and speak to very serious abuse out of your office. And I don't know, I mean, a lot of this has been reported to me, and I've asked the Department of Justice and the Office of Legislative Counsel to work on legislation, work on investigations related to these matters, but, you know, I don't think they've taken it that seriously, honestly. We haven't gotten very, well, I'll leave it at that. But my ask to you is, have you ever had any work done on your house by a contractor who's currently contracted with the Navajo Nation? And I'll reserve my time. Thank you. And your personal residence.
That'd be 22 seconds of reserve time, Honorable Slater. And again, we'll go back to the President and Vice President.
Yeah, what do I do? Honorable Simonson, the Horobayan Kigi, Bansis case, La Hela Yayel Kilanson, Jodley, Horoshi, Horoto bases, the Horan Capeshmas, Ando, not Ani, than Lenigi, Hajo Betendashnish, do not Jago, Dikes not a hot on Jono, Hordo, not wind zone. It's a hot and Jono, wait the clean Arabation now deal, the Bayadan Kigi. That's a way to the deed losses are where, which in other deal, she your bases, the nedo adds our dash, Nedo, Bestaho Yegi, she hot any get the net on sender. Adds our hands, it's at the house, last or big had get the Atlenigida, Dina Nishpada test, and again, don't catch it leader. High shape in the hashi catch it leaders, the Diego, Nistan, Dobichin, the hunt, where Henny big Hudgen needle here, so don't so. If she asked the Andivans in case the Roye, Jokabaho, Ada, where had I dot lost or where Juno, but you had a deed in Sona Bansis case or Hodosutta. Arotlo ni behinzi kadazenli aredatse horoshi dat nota sapita ashi apita apin yen china hadolne hoto abahazine dolen sobansis ke she horobesize di ay yese keya hajo kharl dolni to zilchin de nekeda hat enigi bahatzero balta ho she to ahot on cases njono kharl dolnilt isat ehido nan seyadat egido thoda hoyadan line eda haj eshi olge njono khahodlia do she ahot on cases arotlo nanigi enle keya banahat enigi keya do kindas neligi ja hot on also sadishla un cases dishi kin kichi hoda dolnil khodo need aronle gadit aid obedini toshi banan khala hodlo nil to di ay yese keya den zenigi dora zebich hoda dilnil khala da dilnil no yandast in eda ze ape khodon jno yen kilna dolne le Black Mesa United zilgin ki no da be da to chigi arotlo eshi sabe khodol jish arotlo le khodo naide kidigi le khojo le sitsiliyaj diri ish bin anal sosto yego bekins del da nenigi eshi khane khana da zirashan yego bekins del do ya nade so hotend diri is yego jono sal kisenelo da dil ne khunzo e ban so hotes kezon jono da ila arto ashi le shandin be da del tegi eshi aita efi eshi hoda ndita to eshi hoda be ya na hadol ne to yitil aigido khashit obe hodo nil khunzo joi ajshata enish executive branch paper to chigi ado alto le peso roban hat enigido ishe binye belaho da peso de no keda no da joy da ba yada sil to shi khannen gichena da dil nilti be kedo di ebeni na hot o peso betan nitsin khado niro jono khadal dil nil hot o at in pesh mas andan lenigi keda lo thila hot o betate nil sos do betate hazli go di de be do le khodo niro jono do lilin so ban sis keso arotlo le kin keya bakau hada hodel negi khashi nahat jono nal sos bakada do lilo hadal do nil negi eshi hodo odina go abida kendis yazi ya hadotze arotlo le na ganda le Washington be peso de beta enish negi edo hot eda kuidishi le khande zene da so hot obe hasti ashish ganigi ashi ishla do ashin hayido ashish peso be khadishla do ashida de kuidishi athi dishya go hwan bin sishnish ebinina di hwan da negi yo shilba hozen ba do le to khashit obichin hantagi eshi de nedo khaheda hwani lagi shi hot oyan case to that and le khida ba mado be jada hot ora ze yan case hot oshi hwan bi hot yagi she di ashish hwanish la shdo ni kharid anat ani di le to mado jadi le an hwan hal di le khale to na ilchide di le don to ni da shdo ni hot ashi hwan had islam eshi hot oro le ado horoshi pita ado efi to le ado Candice, I don't kiss in the village. Bet the dish only Black Mesa United, Ajakin, Nachoholiagi, by a deal.
Yeah, good afternoon, honorable delegates. Shea Bita Becker Dashijina, Kinflachini Nishla, Bilagana Bashichin, Torachini Dashache, Do Bilagana Dashanella. First, I want to apologize, Delegate Simonson. I really apologize. I was in the room that day with the representatives of Black Mesa United, of the Black Mesa Board, and I was not aware that I was being rude, and I apologize for that. So what I understood from that meeting, so one other thing, we don't have an electronic system in that conference room, so we just had a laptop with the Zoom, and it took a while for us to get a Zoom that worked. So that may explain why some people online might have thought I was being rude, because it was hard to hear people. So where we left that meeting was with the president of the Black Mesa United stating that Black Mesa United was going to go back to Plan A. And I asked what Plan A is, and Plan A is finding land to build a building. I also offered to meet with Black Mesa United to connect them with various philanthropic entities that can fund the building of a building. And we also offer to assist with working with the land department so that once reclamation is done in 15 to 20 years, that Black Mesa United could have a land withdrawal so that when the land is fully reclaimed and Peabody leaves the land for good, that Black Mesa United will have that land withdrawal there. So that's where I understood we left the meeting, and I will follow up with Black Mesa United to confirm that my understanding was correct. Thank you, Delegate. Did you want me to answer the question on? Do we take a follow-up question now, Speaker? Or do I wait for a follow-up question, Speaker? Okay. And then
you can wait for follow-up questions if there is any clarification that's needed. Oh, point of privilege raised by Honorable Jermaine Simonson.
Oh, yeah, point of privilege. What I'm going to ask for, Ms. Becker, is that there was previous meeting where Mike Colonna mentioned that there's a possibility Peabody could do a lease within a lease. We understand the lease is in Peabody's hands, but there could be a lease within a lease. That should be, I want to go with the community's first preference, because as you know, that area already has infrastructure, it already has water, it has a sewer lagoon, it has electricity. So that to me is the low-hanging fruit. And if the president and yourself, whoever else, can meet with Peabody to work out a lease within a lease, this group has done tremendous work. So if anything, I'd like to request for that and get that meeting scheduled with Peabody soon to see what that response is, and that would be the documentation I'm asking for, Speaker. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Honorable Simonson. And again, there is that request to Office of the President and Vice President to call that meeting, and we'll be waiting for that invitation letter, also to Honorable Simonson and also to the Black Mesa Review Board, if you can also continue to include them in those discussions. Again, thank you, Honorable Simonson. And back to President, does that conclude your responses?
Thank you, Delegate. I will forward to you an email from Peabody where they have many requests in order to do a lease within a lease. At this point, it's out of my hands, and it will be turned over to the Department of Justice because of the things that that Peabody is requesting. I explained that to Ms. Annagale at the meeting as well, and I apologize. It was a tough meeting because so many people are online and people were in person. So I will, when I get back to my office, I can't find it right now, I will forward that list so you can understand what Peabody is requesting. One of the things, let's talk about it because you'll see what they're requesting. But thank you. And then in addition, Speaker, President asked me to respond to the question about the procurement regulations. In Resolution CO 8123, Section 3, it states that the Budget and Finance Committee shall adopt procurement regulations by November 2024. And again, I was trying to pull up the language so I could read it to you directly, but I trust the honorable delegates can pull up CO 8123, and I can also follow up by an email. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Ja, bitte arrohoroshi shandin banahat inigidon le katshi di binya eski okaygi binya datsabe landa tosle la sechi to thatlego datlis dotlis nergi di hodo yana hodol ne chudi hoje ai yesishiti hajon legend dol so sajo banahast indol nabiya delti onda no ya yeltio e hodo ishia be hodo ni la hodol na efi.
Yate. My name is Effie Edsity. I'm the Executive Director for the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission. I'm a Kiani born for Tabaha. I've had this position for 2 years, and we've been going over different aspects of the legislation. There are still...
Was that a point of order? or point of privilege raised by Honorable Slater.
Thank you. I've been working with Miss Ed City. The information that I requested is from the president's mind and analysis in his office. I don't want to be diverted to someone else to talk about the solar information. The question that I asked is about their engagement, not from Miss Ed City, who I've been engaged with, as I mentioned.
Thank you, Honorable.
She's done fine. I want to know the actual thoughts of the president.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. And the question was directly at President Nygren.
We are here to this. Jodi hodo na idin kirigi jodi hodo haishe binina di hojen dol so senegi jodi hojo shi ga house danegi jo ya na dol to jo hadel yar donde don di aros ta go ha shi khitna hosil ne no bige shil ne to khitna hosil ne no ye shil na ne khai lasel kid ebinina hodo ani ten na hisi khana jo khitna dol ne oi khajo ba hodo zin le hodo na idel kirigi jo sa nan arole dishin hodo jo ye chin hadol ne.
Okay, good afternoon again. So my request for legislation 051-25, the utility energy storage legislation, is to have council put a pause on it to table it until next week, July 30th. We do have a presentation by CLDP and a couple of other solar stakeholders who are going to be invited to this meeting. And it's more of a work session type of meeting to my understanding. And I think that would put all of the stakeholders and any of the solar companies, we'll put them all on the same page and we all have the same understanding of the legislation. Thank you.
Ishi bero ishi kan khasal sozul to ye die nations consonant di ashon khabiti zo hoto in besmas anya hodal nozil no ebinina ebi histo ishi hoto pa hodan ide yadol speaker.
Question here, President Adon Shema, Vice President, for being here, and colleagues. I'm going to go back who is in line for questions and comments. Then during the second round, I will go back to reserve time. Going to Honorable Shondine Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and good afternoon to my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. My first question is to President Nygren. Thank you for coming today. Who wrote the draft or who wrote your written report today? I just need clarification. So that's my first question. I'm going to reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
And that was reserve time of 4 minutes and 42 seconds. And going next, Shiaj, Honorable Herman Daniels.
Madam Speaker, Arun Dakodoshnat Arnoshlanigi. 25th Council, Arun Dakodo, my brother Kodo, Honorable Navajo Nation President Kodo, Mr. Nygren, Arun Dakodoshma, Kodo Dam. Nikitato da so keko, Nikishan da Huil Nedo, Nakidil Kedo, Ashirada Haitzi Kodo, Ika Kodo Nagaidam, Bahades Seki Kodo, da Inish, da Huis Ago, Ike Abacago. Das Jin Soid at the Naked hat Arusawi housing the Naznalaho. A cornerata during the 4th of July, Itata, 4th of July, at that Redam. Toda state, Naredam, Halchitra community. 28 state at Nare Halchitra, as I think here now, unlaid. It's adjacent to the San Juan River, Manama Valley, the Wishigo, 24 miles out of Hoja, Alchitra. The Quishin Kinson, the other Kindal Bagi, the Coco and Redam, ever since Gold King mine spill is that water treatment plant shut down. Aro todo trios in us lane, Aj the cat and to this day do trios ida. And a cock on the great hogi, oh yeah, the whole day. A colleague that all the deck is in gay down. Kishana, now Koshiko, Kishana, the ring of the Wishiko, Silverton, Ajaha, Olaha, Gado added that deck kijo. And Miss River Behiko, Donana, San Juan River Behiko, added Toya the house. Ado to trios in the lane. A coco, quaggy down, 4th of July, to the great Ado the great. NTUA, trade the great every day we are every day. So during the 4th of July, 2 days after the year, to the stain ad. So AI say now it has lain ad. Hare la eto, she dot a la no coto I say coto ajan neke, kedahat enigi. I go to that stain, to it lanigi donana totrios enigi. I go Ajababa seat link or late ad or la caleta ad sketchago. Twoggy bap, but bitch hoto or niche. Quidel that's Cane Valley down. Margaret Sahake, son, Holy Aja, Cane Valley, Aja Totolo, Aronan and Remanima Pass. A conreda, I'll cheat on Lake Cane Valley. It's about 20 miles out on the radar. I'll cheat at only Manima Pass, about 14 miles. That's a Harelai Toy Skill, which an asshole niche. Edo Dain Ray. Water treatment plant again, Bash Edward Nish. Ast Edward Nish, Are Batuba, Bahado at Los, Jot Are Ecuador, Bata Seat Z, Aronana Quado, Office of the President, Vice President, and staff get Aran Ajo, Ebe, Petition Dow Seal in Ecuador. So ADG Quado, more than likely, I'm going to drop an emergency legislation requesting for funds. Yeah, ADIC Quado, adults so I see bed these nations so I could Twitter sunny could you get that Aja Aniki so I see by night dash cotton so I don't know could narrate that was Ago senior centers Nasnel or Jetho Ajlas Ago I could rate 2022 yeah that December the last month. The last month had zero, the 23rd council. Ita Beshbas Anna Besayela Sling Ita the Tabela Sling 89,000 emergency legislation issue by and to this day Tato A Bedat the Nishto Nana Re Behones Kaza or J2 Senior Center and that is called Aronan other senior centers across the Navajo Nation. She's the what ADIC Bashin. I see Yaha Yahata see Dana yesterday during old J2 chapter meeting. Go Landa Bashas laid on a student son in Yahak. I call Yanda or Kanskelo Adol Nilo Nahash Edol Nil. I call the Ray Utah Navajo Trust Fund, Aja has Anigi office, Nika Adol, what no Bahata is Ziho. So Idiota Bahasid Kodo, Mr. President, I don't the Kodo.
Yeah, Honorable Herman Daniels. Ado Shink Ade Kwaiki, President Panada Dot Osh, and Madam Vice President.
Okay, Speaker, Roshana, then Anigi had additional Horo, base of Chana Hasilo get a day's Ingi large bus and Dagi, Shandim pairs a hair when I didn't get him. Le the Kushi Shandal Shla Nes not the Kushi de Nesli Gatit, I don't as Zogi don't lay at in it and Shada in Nishigi, Hojet and Ebanant Abbas, Ajeta in Nishki, Hajo that not in Hale, Haileben Dasil Nishto, Haileda Otto, Het Olan Jono, Peshmazan, Hailabi de Dikil, to it on whom they shot the Benia, Johashi don't lot of the canon Kisna Hashnedo, Benia, or in the Haniyar, D. Kiss Nilodi, Joshi. dido be his ani na sodan to hashi be so da bechatash in the to horon kitchen kan di jon dal nil ila di bohne za hot o shel khen be la de shle no to eben ya khadliagi shedo at in the bakana soda the nebenant ajlo sta din nezet din the meal hone la the but so kosto shanda nishigin da bedishni skil on the na ro het o the skil okay saran da hon nil ebi ga to le khodo niregi the nedan lo ishin hoto da il do banana shida I lagon jono el geen disney le shilo ha da bedishni anot in the lero lasa da alistair don le listo kharland has khanigi khatit aidan dan lon jono nin da khin khan na da has khe rode shot the nebenant abes agent jono the desh nishto bohne za hachi babal tahjon an jono the nebenant asar bakhadi ishla do ba ishla nehi bin ya ishtra tashidan zon jono khede di lagi a khen gedini do le ni nal tegi shandal nishgi ebe khe do le laro horo shananda khe the kuigo shin hi jile brother do che do het o shin do be hegi e khodo ani be henti be shlahon ne ani hote annehi be his ani khadel le la ebe khe dini de la siego le chairman nes na lon le tzedek an aj trohayil ori be na hot enda yil rode da hoto abin na lo be ke easy ga hoto ke de ke nas zido le ay sen jono khadel li to e peso ba otandish ne stran astay tkharen nezet din de mil sa hone la to so khashit oy de ne be ke ba kaya ye gon da hazti khashit oy be dal dil nish jono be hoden ansh de nen jono troba da halor de yegi as yego be na hot igi hajol de shlit din nidan jono be his ani khadel legi do be jaba and be so ba jan legi o khe shishel khen je billah jono shje be khad shlito ar abone ani to hoje laj be so ye shay ke des igi shan me ke be shi aj tskilo be so gi khodi do lilon jono ye dal do lisho bo asigi khe hand de shnilaj do to nire be henji ge be ne horo shelin horo ol je to aj na hot igi di da de skado khala anal negi ne na idin kerigi shi ashya pe hodo yen la do ne shil shil ba do zil ja aret khon shlon are anitla aret khadit aj do aret khanas lenat ani dan lenigi jono be khilin da sil ne di al chada dil ne ar khodi nati nire shil to huinsen hala hot in ida ze hodon jono shelen yeshin khilna do ne ar khaila da ba oto khaila chehedil inigi bena da nit kha da dil ne soban sis ke she bin ne ro shilchin anigi to shedo anhat in khalet ola khadi chaho khalet ola bedal dil nishon list di ajib khaz anigi stuido sani in da dengi anda dol nil ebin ne naidin kiri ke hadal khoroshin sherlin tsi son khilna dilne
Chanela Naiden Kidigi. The lead person for Old Jato Senior Center is Mr. Donovan Andy from Northern Agency. The HVAC unit was procured and went through the Department of Justice. However, with the recent meeting with the team officials from Old Jato, they wanted to work on the roof, so we had to put the HVAC unit on hold so that we could repair the roof before installing the HVAC unit. We'll go ahead and draft a summary report for yourself and your community officials so that they are aware of this, and we'll send it over to you.
Speaker, asha ede yadolil kya
Kashi kya President Adon Khan Nandal Nishiki Anjako Ho Kaiki Sat Behata not Besat Behanata Sotsiki kya Ado Kodoshi Anashit na Holjisto Lelko I'm going to go back to follow-up questions by Honorable Slater and also Honorable Parrish, and then we will go back in queue for Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Well, I didn't appreciate the snide remarks about having, insinuating that a house was given to me, but I live in the home that my parents and her siblings, my mother and her siblings were raised in, and I appreciate continue. What is the time that's up there? I had a minute and a half.
You had reserved time of 22 seconds.
That's not correct. It's like 1 minute and 20 seconds.
It was 22 seconds, Honorable Slater.
Okay, well, I'll use the remaining 6 seconds. We just had a contractor say they worked on your house and Patrick Sandoval's house, and they were requesting payment from the nation because of
Time. Thank you, Honorable Slater. And then going back to Honorable Parrish with 4 minutes and 42 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and good afternoon to members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, President Nygren, for responding to the question. The reason why I asked who worked on your written report is because there's incorrect statements in that report, so I'd like the report to be corrected to omit the section in the budget message that says that the executive branch received $28 million less from the planning base amount from last year, because if you pull up both resolutions, BFAP 2125 and BFJN 1621, it's approximately $10 to $13 million less. So I don't know what numbers are being put out there, so all messaging regarding a $28 million reduction in the executive branch planning base amount is incorrect. And if you take a look at how the money was distributed in last year's budget, you haven't accounted for the personal lapse savings fund. So that's a separate pot of money, so your statements are incorrect. So I cannot vote for a report that has incorrect information. Secondly, the staff that wrote your report, your proposed budget for FY26 for your personnel, just for the office of the president and vice president, is $5.2 million, just for personnel. Most personnel making over $80,000. So your staff can't even get the numbers correct. The second thing is that there's a $2.1 million deficit in the chapters. The Budget and Finance Committee had to correct that on Friday. We had to. So the executive branch made a decision to reduce the chapters to begin with by 2.1 million so that they could fill and make sure their own personnel in the office of the president and vice president could be filled. Your increase from FY24 to FY25 is a $1.5 million increase in personnel alone in the office of the president and vice president. So, Speaker, I'd like to ask that those sections of the report be omitted regarding a $28 million decrease. I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2 minutes and 15 seconds. And then going next to Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Hakoji Speaker, Arakuro Shiche President Nygren, Aro Shimakudo Vice President, and to the team here. I'm going to refer a few of my questions directly to the report. I apologize, I have to do this in English. I do recognize I have 5 minutes, so I want to get through them as quick as I can. On page, they're not page, so maybe the next individual who works on this can identify the page numbers, but regarding the funding of unmet needs, and I quote, will also ensure that there are no layoffs. There are several budget under consideration where layoffs may occur if unmet needs are not met. Can you inform the council which program or division these unmet needs are into consideration where layoffs may occur? And let me know if your branch or your administration pulled funds from that particular program, because it does not identify it in here. My next question goes to the veterans. I have a legislation 0168-25 to formally adopt and establish agency veteran organizations as well as chapter veterans organizations. It was tabled at Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. I do want to hear your position on that currently, and I hope that's something that you've also had a chance to read, because I understand that you met with each of the agencies and allocated at least an hour for them. I also understand that there was no follow-up that was scheduled with the respective agencies. I checked in with my commander not too long ago, so if you can clarify whether there will be a follow-up or not. And also going on to the division directors, I understand that you had sent out a position regarding the confirmations of your division directors. And I think it's important. I don't understand how this works within your administration, these early mandatory meetings, because what I see here is the shuffling of different executive directors to answer questions that are given directly to you as the president of the Navajo Nation. And with, I know you're probably going to respond and say that they're provided because they're the technical experts, but that goes back to my questions about your mandatory meetings. What exactly is shared for information for you to be knowledgeable about so that you're making some of those concise decisions? I ask this because we've been waiting from the Department of Health on information regarding the home that was purchased, not the home, the facility that was purchased in Phoenix. And I don't want you to give your time to appointed Division Director Yazi to answer that question, because she's heard this at Health, Education, Human Service Committee numerous times, but we still fail to get a report on that. The other information outlined is regarding the cooling centers at the chapter house and senior centers. Mr. Claw from the Dr. Guy Gorman Senior Care has also been advocating regarding this, because a lot of our seniors housed at that facility have also been lacking HVAC. And he's brought this to the attention of DCFS for numerous times, which goes back to my question again on what is actually discussed during your division directors meetings. I've reached a point where I don't even ask for a representative at Health, Education, Human Service Committee, because 3 years in, we still fail to get somebody. We have individuals who come in for a little while. We have individuals, I have asked, are you the representative from OPVP to the Health, Education, Human Service Committee? And they say, well, we're just sitting in. But that type of rotation is not doing any benefit to the direct service that we provide to our community members. Also, going on to the Zeni Homes, back on May 8th, when you came before Nabikiyatke after failing to come to the spring session, I did ask about your involvement with the Zeni Homes. And at the time, you deferred a lot of my questions to the Department of Justice. You also provided a written response, and you gave it back to the Department of Justice. As the president of the Navajo Nation, I would assume you'd have some level of decision-making and involvement on these types of concerns and issues that are incredibly important to our people. She asked about a plan. I didn't hear a plan. You talked about some of the data, some of the completed homes and those that still need to be completed, but you also recognize that there are over 200 employees who are not there, who are now displaced. So I also am still looking for a plan, and I'll reserve my 10 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Naz. We reserve time of 10 seconds. Then going next to Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Ado Shanat Ani no Thinigi of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Ado Shanat Ani, President Nygren, and also Madam Vice President Montoya. Thank you for coming here before Council. Ado, the message that I like to convey, I want to also convey in English. First question, President Nygren, and these questions are specifically for you. Are you aware of any up-to-date movement on the $77.8 million for broadband? That's question one. Number two is the Navajo Nation needs to impose a whistleblower policy for our employees that bring forth wrongdoing in a workplace by directors and or managers. Concerns of hiring of relatives, supervision without proper due process, not adhering to personal policies, protect the public interest by employees bringing unethical or illegal practices to light, in hopes that the employees are protected from retaliation or even termination for speaking out. This type of work culture can, and I'm going to say this again, this type of work culture cannot continue. It's no wonder there is 1,650 plus vacancies right now with Navajo Nation. Please direct Department of Personnel Management to start piecing this type of policy together. Number three, President, as elected officials serving in the best interest of our people in the Navajo Nation, we need to adhere to Title Code laws, which have been in place for years. I have concerns of contracts or agreements pushed by your office with no proper consultation, as this situation raises concerns about fairness and impartiality in vendor selection processes. And not to mention, this type of practice could and will harm perception of bias or favoritism, potentially undermining trust of our Navajo people and the trust of our Navajo Nation enterprises that were created as anchors for Navajo Nation to retain revenue. I wanted to bring this to your attention so that appropriate steps can be taken. Could you advise this council on how these situation aligns with our title codes, our Navajo Nation laws, and the Diné Fundamental Laws conflict of interest policy? What would you recommend be the process for addressing this type of unethical conduct? I reserve the rest of my time, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Jesus. We do have reserved time of 2 minutes and 3 seconds. And turn the floor back over to President, Vice President.
Yeah, I bashmas an bayan tigido aro not ani lo das and dagido where I can't do this. Say the she Carl has she not had negishino has not hold net the dear hodo hasa hodat or the nedito dobayanda a car dido bayata shade of hot oshiaho at the dean need is she hot or not had neg job hondili to a nanast ira il sede bench hodeshne. Ado honne nanagi shan Honorable Chair Parish honne nanagi the dishin hodo abiyana hadolne chodi hodo shakada loyi yikada yilado araz an nido hot obaka aliya to hot obaka aliya gishi nachhati soto an nigi bito zohi nikech hondolni e hot erle arolto le bayan tigi shandal nishigi jo hodo bayash di shandal nishigi a huiche del nisto atle do pendande cho ebini na da asse hoda nachhadolt eligi ebini na hot oshandal nisto yego da iltra khaishebin ya hodo ha shi de nebchen da helieg ba nahat ido de she hodo skil de not nisto dik non ganje nan nicht khada hedest anigi jo de nebo Washington ab yego bas desnis in zaga nan nicht ba da hedet die da za nana khedost khana de zit de nan nicht ba na da hedest ebin na kanna yego da te benda na da to na to aron khil ta ye erigi bedo le khanegi jo she hot obin na hot odne od na lobchen da huilje jo aje hot edo nish niraze don hot ed she bla hobiga die yego da ich khadona nishin da has indo skil da nanegi ebe khanesh ore da inni stot ore da dit obchin da hilgejo nakhanna da hido khatabdin din large na nishayan da zinigi khar shi belate bes odel arna nishkin khan gitki ke khada da khande qaren khan nahas khe di do hot on kitchen da dilgel ayo be onde hot end de nebkan dil lo hot khat dil nish da bed shno hot oshan na da has khe aro khoya bayan tigi khaishe binina ne juno bes ob khasin zo aita hot be hasti khashet o et shinda at in na so beso Hishland atiba otole die na tin op an se bi the meal sa honne lat atiba o yen din khaishe bin na khod at in khada in shibe o patasto tian anni tano so en juno bada do khilo din yenda is sozgin juno bakhadal do khil Arohone nanagi Dr. Nez yat ehoshnat ani khodo ye khado lecho nire ba hasti chode khodo ba hasti gi jon le nanish nache ba khada dest ani gi do nanish ayones sezigi jo khodo onsh on nal sos be kao yat eneradit aidenel igi 17 hone la hawan da do nil aro to aida se beats at the hawan ni nili kachido stati no wana ki hawan ni niligi aide bedan nil kadul judina nishkhanna chata has niligi achilba ho zenoshi o romben na hasnende jun kirineze tin de nache badastin oni tskila o lotoni shilba do zin khalet o khajoba khawl dilni niraje shka dil gotune be besbas anelle shka in lorashin jono bejain la do satoshi khadin lagon jono ilkelin sil nesoshin khawl dilni tiho shma ho do stato satanigi shin jono beten dilnes ebe ho do nilon son francis oni anet engin do eben ne hore kedasatare aro totni salat so banahat engi o plasenli stasla khail kerbedini les it say Mr. Totni bebelna hasne di khodoy en jono aita naide kid nin kheda hadlo hajol kheda do nedlo shich hoda do khil aroat en shandad nishigin jono de not ilo sadil kein de di on nilo di be hoda hodel do niligi eri jono khadel yagi shin ton hodil nilo e hoto ba hodni zin aroshi o ba na hol jisoshi atlo sanadi telo ba na da dit in jo hot o de hol jis oni allare sahodo lelo sahodoni de quid shi sahansdot lelo ba ya de kido allada hajol chinana ya ila na do ni ila na do ni ahot enigi hajoban sa kes shi hoto nike salat son jono ba chahodi lin so ban this case aroto Dishi horo don khado gatla joita do aita the query shi bebel na hosne hanenigi sherlin yaz eshin hoto don jonob chena ti tlati hore hol jeshigi shi to hoto bich hodi li lashnashi do ninzin dan de hot ende to shi hanne bich di li hanne de skatigi e hoto hajol sal khin din aro sana hot legi bitsana haslo tsisto dat eni bikita do enigi do etra na khere kadne na kina khedo ban sostsid nde zid nat anin shlon edigi open the deal nishto satashi o saadin da tato satashi a large shandad nish eto shandad nish satashi Shirley na natato satashi Thomas Cody ya natato Bobby da ya nata eto arinaga eto ai sinat ani dan ledo shandad nish khaishi yego nitil agi hajob na halne shehni desh pesh khozne to le chudiat en khote stat dir nezat tindo hone na te mil de ne de nebenant abel khodesh ne nenigi to shabiga ta ene a large shandad neshigaita yego bisikilin da hol na shin jono alken do da hagote e hot edolich aro honne nanigi shma o khodo Brenda le betsana hasn le kaya do dat enigi large the sandagi khodoba henti khashet o enle nilch in sikesi bayat anil onigi di start sebet the meal sas niligi khasho khoshe pedal dil nisto khoshe sidil in nene e shandad nishigin de Honda ni khahoshen jono peshwa has an jono khede do lilo yilanta to khela nene eshin hot on jono do le khahoshin le sata hazligo beshwa has an yilanta asligo shi on jono bedal dil ne eshin hoto jono large shandad nishigin le dera do Byron do Bernardo da enigi da areshi da is yotsangi hojo hojo Brenda baby khil da to ne o shidon sin ade hol to he yesun tenen kitchen da halne di hoje chen hasne don khadat in di anne hin juno ashon in hina nishidel yag ashon sahuil yadole sorabansis kes arofto ndi be khinti dal nishidan lenigi hasheto bez ani jo banda di kaso e benanish ikedat edol nenigi she o be cases benanish jo del on juno edes no del nisho e shil to ahot o de neban sin khaishe ben yahot o ban sin dole di na nishte ya bedan no khado khe ben yes so higido di be di lil do di be na hoslado le nenigi e yes o ndadi kaso hot o e des no at end de nebe kable ka njono da in nicht la of bol kan so beso be khadit di de nebe Washington do bandes na si beso bo o khashet o te go hoda dil ni nene e shin hot o receipt de e shar e dan khya yar zin yin khna hodo le are ze holds le shan ni di khorinde beso ik des in ke da za sara ze na khe le shinda yota de shla hahoshe njono te hoda deal ni Thomas Cody in this nashid nation and he di I tabe lazli Washington di at in the shandal nishki di Washington kinal kede peso no tagi o shan hatte hoda do lil nende a erande chehedel ende di hojina hui a hit soda satagi na nenish county skin loda deal ni tab the snod hot ora a shon yat nanish peso do but the hoda do ni lagi del nish o be has ani a yes buses ebenina din the gadit a hede ayo be shanda tin la hay shebenina gadit a hede be dan na da do ni to shade the nebenant ajl no ha ishin do lilo ya and apa hozno dit o be has ani be ka be is do li to hashi old what hashi has sit ishin to shaba hoda no sin khait ora nda di constant so ishin hin khasla be mas anda no senigi o na khaslado she khoje be yeshnish jono hada do saaro she khoro be deshnish jono shina da huitla to let ishin hoto be henzigi hehen din ni to leto let order that the net that is idola khala ho ni to the net o khaya da kito the net o khanda te khahosh et khode dol to even na khoro khanas jinneto shnedat enigi aro hodat enigi da shdol kide apa hazin dito da bakhado di da hot indo dito nenigi a ede ba yasht kele eshi hoto satada shin da shdol sa edo gadit ahina halon ke jahanana tsi shina na huinzida hot end did benevolent ajul no yego asche hosh dat ode dito sad naji ni le hoto shin san kin kitchen nan arole speaker area dole.
Yeah, Honorable President here and Madam Vice President again. And again, for our people that are in the gallery, staff, if you could be continue to be respectful for many of our presenters that are here. And I did hear a phone ring earlier too, so if you can also put those on silent. Honorable Lester Yazzie, then we will go next to Honorable Curtis Yanito.
Yate dashin ado yanatis ado kadosh kishin tahuil nedo yate Sicilias, Mr. President, in the Madam Vice President Shinale ado in the hoto bisintan nishihoto ni tato nin ag akihana ba hin sinshinantai akodi hoto kin I did kisike ya dinal sosiki bigido das sogi eut onaide dishkil at sahage e ya dinal nishike ba hin ekwage to here Jananda, Nishiki, your whole executive team, ni dato na ilte over in budget and finance. Do kishin tao sil nedo based on a gadget at a bejo nihina nish iliado says soge all current employees must remain employed. A hia na hot o a large nihina nish yoshla. Do bikede nini kede the organizational charts at the ini Ako ela hat ele na nishpachidat eto khela bahandato yeto hat ele bendan nishtoke ke benache. We really need that part of your budgeting package when you're requesting for personnel. Ako ke hat on the dedication and I aros ke hon nana kunege ya the side the milia je hawando nishanige at sai soge ya net nikisalat sai aje kada tata tata ya kada hawan bichi hona ne. Mr. President, I really would like a clear definition of what turnkey is. Turnkey nita ga thoda habetil eta do thoda habetil gloss do hoda no big height na what ended the nebeche hoda ne do ya shoda na so to o honas ne lo ale da na so de sedo da yandi khako ka gi den khaba khono sundole na kunege utility challenges. You are now dealing with an utility infrastructure challenges from the Navajo Nation Council. Hala eshe ya hadat haneged saago. Bini na dishnige dit se pizza tawi khahata ita sehesen based on handa hidista. Ado inta ita ado hat ege ya the BIA 25 CFR 169 on right-of-ways. Jod ni hilchinat halet o hilnila do hodo bia ton hitaton nakha. Jin handa nishiki ila ato nila
service drop agreements be hot ado needy and adult nito needy adult egi quaggy a job is got it ata a quaggy has John hashed adult little job in his now dosne adona kunegi ya could that tweet loss again late now cost down lane hitch John lay shut the archo Churchill touch it loss again don't need and I just under Mr. Johnny Johnson president Eto hashin so to bananas lady the arjo tweets hike beso ge I see yegon hato seto I see yegon hato nil other tweet losage and his bauzo did I need a gun lake in the hot gate our Senator Lujan Njeno hat Z and his office is instrumental with the possible funding reversions of that Gallup water project. We really need to continue advocating on that as soon as possible. So ede yashinant I ado akedi ya the advisory committee on minority veterans. We had a brief time to address this, Mr. President, back in June 2024. We do hope that the Navajo Nation still has a seat at the table to advise the Secretary, to advise Congress that the VA administration on benefits for our Navajo veterans. We still need to get a clear indications, the provisions of our health care, and what that again is a lot so in here kid. Kaila ad and hat at seto kaila ad bakatan and height is dala hot or in out and the dish kitchen and I call hot or key when I did kid I'll go ahead and reserve my time, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Reserve time of 58 seconds. Next, we do have Honorable Curtis Yanito.
My first question would be the Navajo Land Nursing Home Lechin Lease because they're lacking payments for their utility bills and food for our elders. Student HVAC 3 it's not shut down, so they need prepared for that, and they need fundings. It's been 10 months now that you haven't even given $700,000 of those guys. Spam they need for breakfast, lunch, and evening. There's a custom medical service. They're investigating that whole facility. There's been 7 to 8 layoffs been going on over there as we speak right now. I'm comparing this to the PRCA rodeo, but that is an expensive event that it takes place here. You should use that money towards anything like this. My question on that with the PRCA rodeo is how much does that cost? I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:32. And turn the floor back to President, Vice President.
Sherlin Horishin Hanarida, Aida Horishedel. Horoshin Hadole, Beshmas, Anbanan, Tahido Bayan, Tigi, when Shanawin, out of the I said, a hair ascended this a lot, so then he done and Nishin like a Hadole, Jeno Hoto, Salat, so once in case you don't need 8,000, a Hoto hair and needle, it's to bake a big yo. Dat na lonanses kesle do hroye behinti di khaila ol ye khawant nebit turnkey but nenegi at in benye she horobanses keset o yasdo kasto asdo lito thohasdo kisto de dol tleya da be hollo she hot o banses kes a hot ende khoji hayude asla de mil hawan nitlegi ni bahasti salat so de pe so babja da liagi ede hodat John le saige do hodat era le de di hoje candice but in the shigi do le sarah but in the shigi edo hodat era salat so ede ba hodat and John le Southwest Indian Foundation je ajda inish do hot ora yinda nishigi hawan de yinish do apida het ora le in NTUA da Dale Nation Jono, Petal Dot, Eto Todal Dot, Seto, Tonchonch in Linigi, Edigi, Art in the Bolta, Hot in Satabine, Ayobich in the Hot, Egishi, Mike Hodin Hanado, Das Mike Alona, Hoji in Le Yayadas, Kisse, House in Le Anidi Heshia, Le Honorable Jesusia, Heshia Hatzin and Le Benye, Best cheap adult, Egi, Whapan the dot, Atligi dole, Todadot, Egi, Benyagi, Hadadot, Nito, Kaya Hadot, Sopenya, Bayadas, Kig, Esataba Onde, Ejiot or Nidia, Hodinago, the Michaelona, Yan Kilchodone, a hot in the Salat, so Hawan Banda, Nesgi, in that balls, it Hodo, it's in Schlishmiat adult, Saya, Sitanzrad, hot in it only Shandin that the go a Wabanda, Nil only Tosche, Asa the Mili, Cas, or Hotan, Soy Banda, Nil Hotoi, Toy in the ye, Hone, Yinde, Cartel, and Nege Hoto, Paho, the net or Lisado, so she's on Stanley, Hoja, Najojan, Sagi, Toy Tsegi, only Cushin de Zedent, and Lay, de Cane Ajada in the Shigi, Eto Ahote, Yego, Radal only, Yeho, one Ajada Satagi, Mr. Luhan, Ehoto, Nyon Hajo, Badon, Yon Hazo, Lise, Shiato, Jono, but not the deal, Nestinana, Hadohona, Hot, Ashin Jono, Babajana, de Liarel, Jono, Peso, Sabana, da Liarel, Aroto, Le Naidens, Kejo, the Nebenant Abes as Aji, Haoje, and Jono, Apahazin, Hota, and Neshigi, Ehajo, Hadel Dodnis, and then again, she's hot open, at that door, season up the Sneto has, Dorazis, that's the deeds at the Joy Hajo had at the Abahazine, John Nes last son, Libeliganic, at your chain of command, and Nithem. Hoto Abahazine, the naked atleta, and Nenegi Hoto, Yikahondas, Nishisto, Dosheto not Annie, Rebecca had that niche the query, but that ego and Neote, Asian Hajo had at the Liago Biga to listen some. Hoto, he had to listen Ado, Le Washington, the Hela Aren, Hanana Stat, Nenegi, Eshitatiban and Stache Honda will netoche and the Danish, even the Nebenant Adi Nipkina, the Nigi, Belchitat Neshke, Lobes Nahoteshne, the Schnoda Chedohai, to Dadel Castosha Azneta, Dodo Hoden Hadi Nata, to Hashet Nita, Ahoyanda Hoshdot near a shape, a Arabayans, Gigin, Nihida, Lesh and Shanada, and Nedasatagin, Hida Hodika, John Hayes, a lot, so not in the Tragon, I saw Tanigis a lot, so Donothenigi, Asian Hoto, Nan died the deal, Kitty, and died the Castle, at Oban's case. Aro to hoje shanant courtesy nito ado shanant shapesh mahasa anle o khe e hoton jono ajin khanan nado e hoton kitne ban zingi jono do le ngi je hoje stuido sani din the salat so yeshel and hasne le na din up on hast 8 million sa hatta shi peso bachada yado aida sost the million sa aida which holga khashi that to nish ta nore ya yatast geje hoje na hui ahit so ya na hui ahit so aida na bedel kit shadad nos in hagola nit dit sost the million sa don the asana sosta ist set di benda as nisto di be hot ingi khajo shandar nos in e hot peso aita aje bicho hota liagi hajon that nil into hit ola bel donish nene chudik anda inisho le salat so sananatle le khaishi yan le salat so asnigi keda hat ingi ar sananatle inda inisho eshi are ben kich hanade sita betshne eshi are hajobe bel nahodeshne inda inish konne hot in khodobe henti khoshle bekenda ilgedo le da hoigi jod kan beta the segelo beta house azigit nenegi e peso do khan kichi hal nehegi nenegi dishin hoje peso shake des inge hoje da satanigi sham ke nabel desh kil joy ajat ende betet to aj da to so sate yo hoda nile le hoje besas anigi to nal so so hoje na so do keso the ne peso bicho hodo nile nenegi ishi aj shan bedet to aj shi ya na not khali hoje Navajo Navajo Land Nursing Home aje peso haulan ki chon nelso da de studio hos kazedon and hada di kisen da otan nenigi arol to le na ho khebelinde ato khalida belinde agija na kinde zelenda bho a shero ad to thahun slonde to shin de naide de skilto kuila peso beda saro ha kuila bahazli do halahot indo ishe binye nit no da ishe naide de skilto hanne da shenal yagoshi o bin lahdeshne to ishe shilto nesh e hot erolis aro horoshi Sherlin nishi ayo horo bana hodil netro di horo ayo so nedet di hore salat so because anigi nenigi do ishi area shima hadit se area it ish besen na hegi shil to be besna hodil ne
Yeah, Shanant, Adonana, yeah, Delegate Yanito Nidens, Kitigi, Deach Chinle Nursing Home, and their operations. First and foremost, Chinle Nursing Home is 638, and they operate with their own funding. So I just wanted to make that clarification to you that they operate on their own funding. Just wanted to make that clear to you. Yeah.
Speaker, Asha area, yeah.
Thank you, President, for your responses. And at this time, I'd also like to announce the Intech has provided our lunch today on opening day. And then we do have Chef Jaron and also Speaker Bates, who have been secured through Intech to provide lunch. Speaker Bates, Ado kodoshit anas na hol justo lechinanta kwagi banas so gi Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So, Boo, you came to this office by telling the Navajo people that I would make hard decisions, substantiate each one, and that is exactly what I am doing here in order to get as much done for the Navajo people and the time I have. I have said that I will hold everyone in my administration and executive branch accountable, including myself and the Vice President. And that is what I have done and what I am doing here. That was stated on page 5 and 6 of your fall session 2024 State of the Nation Address, the written report. Your former director, Dustin Hosting, created a minus $579,295 budget. A minus $579,295 budget when he was in charge of the Navajo Nation Washington office, and then he left. There was no PR done on his departure. Can you tell me how we, not only council, but you as their boss, per your report, the one who hired him and told us we should have confidence in him, how do we all hold him accountable for this minus $579,295 budget? Or should we hold you accountable for those charges? Your former chief of staff also left suddenly, and now we are hearing the destruction he's left behind. Again, how should we hold him accountable for his actions? And this is Patrick Sandoval. His actions were done with your supervision, so I'm sure you knew all that he was doing. So how should we change the law to hold him and Hosting accountable? The husband of Candace Bagodi Slim reported on Facebook that she's drunk now. I've saved her from a DUI and she's acting like she's sugar honey iced tea. I'm not gonna say the word. I'm tired of being her pushover. Miss Bagodi Slim, were you pulled over for DWI or DUI since taking the position under the Nygren administration? If so, how many times have you been pulled over? You are an agent of your president, so we can ask these questions of you. First Lady Blackwater Nygren, who serves as Apache County Attorney, is she using any Navajo Nation funds since she has been appointed? Do you believe this to be a conflict? Mr. Beecher, you stated on the record that the government should be fully funded in order to operate. Thank you for making that statement. Vice President Montoya, how involved are you in the budget process from OPVP? How informed does Mr. Beecher, Chief of Staff of the Office of the President and Vice President, keep you informed? How much funds do you get from the President's budget? On May 8th, 2025, Boo, you came before Nabik Iatske after a subpoena was issued to you. There were many questions asked of you, but one in regards was to Zeni Homes. I believe the question asked was, how were you and your office involved in the contract associated with Zeni Homes? Are there options to amend the contract? Your response, per a written response, stated, the contract in question is one of 7 approved and executed IDIQ contracts for housing using ARPA funds assigned to DCD CHID. The DCD CHID programs fall under the executive branch and work under the direction of my office. Any questions regarding the amendment of contract should be referred to NNDOJ. This is per a written report or your response given to us. My question was Zeni Homes sole sourced by you? 2, is it true that your former chief of staff is employed with Zeni Homes? 3, how many homes did they produce? How many homes did Zeni Homes produce for our Navajo people? And 4, how many are those are turnkey? 200 Navajo people lost their jobs because of a sole source contract that you entered into. Have you met with those 200 Navajo people personally? Have you apologized for what has become of the Zeni Home contract? Have you provided to them other jobs aside from giving them options that they could go to? I have like 15 seconds left. I still have a few more questions. So if anybody wants to give me their time, I would appreciate it. But I will say, I'll end with the 1,000 homes that you promised to the Navajo people. How many have?
Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton and colleagues. I'm going to go back to the President and then followed by reserved time again.
Bia, Herdolish, Aro, Naida, Kirgish, Shadishing, Ehoto Aje, Basemans, Unlo Aje, Nananish, not Ani Nesban and Nagi. A Herdolish, Aro Hodonaida, Kirgin, John Lee, Nandash, Nesto, Nandal, Neshem. Where Kyohit, Aro, Shashindo, Jenehat, Nenegi, Hate, Ola, Adol, Nich, no, Naiden, Kirgim. Eshid Hajonel Ego Shibia, Jodad Nol Ilto, Hashit Oi Behez Ani, Horonide Behasti, Abehez Ani, the Beke and Stem, Joy Ohot Oiradit, I Shandal, Nishiala Dins, oh, Asian Hoto that Nol Ilto, She Horomansis case, Jonos and Nashness, She Hodon, Jonos and Nashness in Sobansis case, Justin. Aro Totenle, Bayan Tegido, Chief of Staff, Najahata has Craigie. Eshi thought Jordan not in Banson, Kesto, Ishi, Nitil Igi, Hajon Kitchen, who did late Aro that Nil Ilto, Behez Ani, that's a sito lake, Eshi on Kitchen, who in La Viga to lake. Aro Totenle, behind the Dikat Quidishi, the Shadot Kit, and Nide Behasti, took a day Zeni, I thought Sebetin, Honela, Hawanda dot Nespedet, it was a beats at the Hawanaita. De Lado, Ben Yehar Landato, Nesigia Aj de Holjish, Aro Bekero the Ahodozil, Arodi, Nakirinezatino, Natin, that's a nest, the nest, Nanish Bada date, Anigi, O, Shandad Nishki Ade, Da Kaneshedo Ade Shakal Hadit, and the large Shandad Nishki Ade, Yekil in the Hasosne, E Ade Asaha, she had the Kato Eashon, Bridget de Kade, Lado Besh Beheneda, Yen Dad Nishki Eda, Juno, Kite Zoda, Aho Yanda Nanishta Nahas, Leo Eo, and Kitchoda Dil Nika Noda. Ehodat, it only a large Sani Yasazon, Ajik nal nishigi eshi o le khaida la le hoda jo abe bitchide hom batlana lo to e de neba Washington be bitchide holon abe bitchide ye lana da to e da haida da bekas louder than jage o shi bekas la hot end le bananish ich inige at in the bahol ji aja jisrabe but ji bananish ich gadit aja sohyan lo eshi hot bananish ki tadaga خوجي أبد خناه أهدا إيد نبكي بكا أشون اللارج ساني يلتقين لون إيه هتوبنا نشيوسن أعرف دي خواجي دوشي إيات إن تخبر دي نيدي شننت أبي بتنهاش السنة دي خوجي خوان يسأل تسخن بنيه أيازدو قالتو دجنو تخيل بيجا إيه خاودت دي خوان الشدد الياجي خجن كندس يازي بيبدو جهيجي خوان بجدت أني إيه خوان ديا تويدك بس الشيدك أهوان ديا جاي هت أو بهز أني بكا دي لهت أو بهز أني نادي الياجي بيجاتو ليش إشي أبهونه زار ليش هت إن إشي بس وبناهت له إن بس الشيء بليانا هدولت إتو تخدا بناهدولت سو إبن نهرو نيجي كا أوهي دي إن بعد هوزن دي هون لا هوان تاتي تب اندهيتو نخلودي تب أخدو نيروي أو نكجي هون ديل نيلون نكجي نداي دي كات إيه عشان هت أو بتجي هون ديل يارو ليش نسومانسس كيش إيش هون إيد ليش أرو شين هرو لي دين دبده كريشة به خدا هيدوتزه
Koshi Keha President Ado Kodoshi Oslasha Nanazi. Okay, Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the questions, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. You know, I take issue with the inferences that you're making. So I think that what I want to do is just state that, you know, I don't think we should try to sully the council floor with derogative comments like this. I really don't. I think it's below what this institution is. I think when we opened up this this meeting, this gathering, we come here with good faith and hopefully, you know, as I see the president out there riding with the council delegates riding in, we're not here to cast aspersions upon the council delegates. We'd hope that those aspersions aren't cast upon us. I understand that things were handed out with gossip, with statements that nobody knows that are true or not. I mean, it's just gossip, right? And they're passed out here.
Point of order raised by Artable Toth Chiche.
The question, Madam Speaker, my point of order is to respond to these questions. Not going beyond what's going on. Answer the questions. Thank you.
Question Chiche, Honorable Toth, and with our rules, we are in the middle of debate. And again, just reminding everyone here of decorum and colleagues and Chief of Staff, if you could just directly answer to the questions, and then that would be appreciated. Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regards to how the VP is informed, she has my number. She's reached out on several occasions to find out information. I do my best to answer those questions if she asks. With regards to the fully funded government, I do think that it's imperative that the council here recognizes the power of this council, right? That you have the ultimate authority about approving the budgets. And I don't think it's beneficial to start cutting people's budgets and effectively give them zero. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to say you're not giving enough services to the Navajo people and at the same time give us zero operating dollars. And that's just not OPVP. There's multiple programs and divisions that are dealing with this right now. And so what I would ask for is the wisdom of this council to say, let's fully fund our government. Let's not give a bunch of cuts to people, because if you look at it and you look at the dollar amounts that we're dealing with, it's apparent that we've not giving ourselves enough money to get the job done because we can't even fund the personnel that are in the seats, right? We asked on May 14th, all of our programs to say, give your personnel and all the things associated with that, like workers' comp and insurance, fringe benefits, et cetera, fund those first. And they did, and many of them did not have enough to fund even that. And so what we're left with is programs that essentially sit there with people in the seats, but no money to operate. And I think that the best solution going forward is to recognize by this body, right, the full council, to say, we want the programs to be there for the people, and we're going to give it operating dollars. And I think the budgets that we've come up with, based on the allocations that we're given, which is like an average of 3 years of allocations of actual expenditures, right? We're saying, do the exact same job with what you spent in the last 3 years. And that's a difference from last year when they did the budgets, where we're much higher. So what I'm asking to this council is to, let's be level-headed about this and say what we want, right? We want to fund these programs, these operations, these programs and divisions with the right amount of money so they can give services to the Navajo people, which is the whole reason we're all here. But what I would ask for that is full funding. And it doesn't make sense to drop the funding for any of our folks, especially since we do have money in the bank. And I think that the controller could speak to that on how much funding is actually out there to be able to use. We had, like, I think it was 285 million, maybe 270 million that we have available to use for this year, but we're only budgeting about 185. And so there's a huge deficit there. The last year was much higher, and I think it's important to make sure that everybody understands, even here in the public, out in the audience, and people listening online, that we're coming into a budget season where we do have enough money, but there's this less money to operate with because there was a decision made to start cutting budgets, and it didn't start with OPVP. It was bringing down the actual allocations funded down to actual amounts, and now we're short. And so all the programs are going to be coming to you for these needs.
Point of privilege raised by Chair Crotty.
Thank you, Shadeja, Speaker, my colleagues. I raise this point of order to ask for the Chief of Staff, Chris Beecher, to draft a high-level memo on your understanding of the Navajo Nation budget process. And the conversations that have taken place where staff from the Office of the President and Vice President have been involved in the budget formulation. And the reason why I'm asking is I'm not exactly clear if you're understanding the Navajo Nation budget process. Navajo Nation employees should be fully funded. What you're not stating, and I don't know if you understand, is the Office of President and Vice President this year asked and gave themselves $3 million more than last year. So I'd like to see a visual of, since the Nigrin administration, how much more money has been given to the Office of President and Vice President, and how that has impacted other executive programs, because they're bearing the cost. And the Office of President and Vice President should be accountable. You have to fund your employees. And in that memo, include the rationale why Navajo Nation employees were targeted to be laid off last fiscal year. What's the rationale there? And that's my point of order, point of privilege, Speaker, because we all need to get on the same page if high-level executive staff do not know the fundamentals of the budgeting process, because we're not even done. The veterans' budget has not even been heard by the oversight. and we're not even done. So to talk about operating cost and needs, prioritize that veterans budget so that the oversight and budget and finance can see what the needs are so that we could properly move the budget forward. So the delay right now is at the executive. And I want that in writing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. Another request again to our Chief of Staff and also executive team for another memo outlining how you understand the budgeting process. I know we are going to be resuming those budget meetings again right after we adjourn this session. So if we could get those memos even beforehand, before we start entertaining the rest of the budgets that we have not heard yet. And then next, we'll go back to President. We'll continue our responses to the other questions.
Yatse, delegates of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Shea Candace Bigodi Slim Yenshia, Sanjikin Twitchini Bashichin, Taban Dashiche do Totsoni Dashinale, Ado look on Tiat Yesadet Nasha, Ado. I serve as the Deputy Chief of Staff under President Nygren. I'm also a practicing attorney. I'm licensed in the state of Arizona as well as the Navajo Nation. To respond to the questions, it's no secret in this small town of Window Rock and on social media that I've had marital struggles with my husband and I. And if you're married, I'm sure you understand what those struggles can be and how ugly it can sometimes get. But we are a young couple. I am in a very highly political position, and we do our best to live our lives while at the same time serving the Navajo Nation. So I thank him for standing by my side and supporting me as I serve in this important role. I've never been charged with a DUI. I've never been charged with a DWI. It is true that my husband did post some disparaging comments on social media, of which the contents of that actual posting were not true. And they were posted in a moment of emotional weakness during one of the toughest times in our marriage. But as you said, there are no charges out there for a DUI or a DWI against me. Nor have I ever used the president's name or my title to get out of any charges. If I do something wrong, I hold myself accountable to it, and I face the consequences of my own actions. Thank you.
Point of order raised by Chair Regina Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So I appreciate the response. And in the legal world, charges and being pulled over are two different things. Charges mean that there were charges brought against you and you went through the court system. That wasn't my question. My question was, were you ever pulled over? So being pulled over doesn't necessarily mean that there's charges. So I think there was a play on words legally. I just want to clarify that, because lawyers do that. They play on the words. So I'm not asking about your charges, because those are formal charges. What I'm asking is, and I can repeat the question if you let me, Speaker.
Go ahead, Chair. Restate your question.
Ms. Bigodi Slim, were you ever pulled over for DWI, DUI since taking the position under the Nygren administration?
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. And again, colleagues, just to the point of order, Ms. Bigodi, I know there were some personal references to marriages or anything. We we respect that space of yours, of whatever personal challenges that we do. But more just over in your professional context?
No.
And then President, I believe the other questions were also to Madam Vice President. When we will turn the floor over to Madam Vice President.
She had no craggy, neither kiddie a yaw craggy kitchen not hanasti. Nashidi kiddie a yaw, how much was I involved in the budget process, and how much does the Chief of Staff involve me in that process? I have had zero involvement in the budget process for the executive branch. I have had no communication from Chief of Staff in regards to the budget. And if I can just give an example, in the past week, I have sent 5 emails to you, Mr. Beecher. You have responded to me once. And so I'm not sure what the lack of communication is when it comes from me. Also, I am your boss. Why do I have to ask you for something that you probably give to everybody else already? Aro she'eya kwagi hawan shahalo do shanan nishije office khullo aro di besh behena do shabik as la do utilities do shabik as la do chide a ben hilwishna James na shide kidian da 2019 Chevy Tahoe with 200, now today it's 204,000 miles on that vehicle. That is what the Navajo Nation people provides me to be their spokesperson and to be in this position of Navajo Nation Vice President. But again, for the budget, I have had no input on it. I have seen the budget prepared by Marisha Little, I believe is her name. Being that binder shade, the 8 budget it ashdo need a ko. But khati go ani hut adi kwagi ben hilhon nagi 40 plus positions with the office of the president. Ya dolo she ya bachida azlada. She kwagi shanad nishigi na kishanad nishant nal sosha ya helyan rodi kwagi she ashes zeni sha helyanigi. Both of those positions did not exceed 61,000. One was paid 60,000, the other one was only paid 59,000. And then I don't have staff at all now. I do have an intern that was provided to me by St. Michael's chapter. Thank you so much, Ms. Jesus. So she's there for 4 weeks. But that is my response to the questions from Shade, Ms. Eugenia Charles Newton.
And President, does that conclude your responses?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the questions. We came here today in good faith to answer the questions you want to know about the report, not to spread jineh or use this as a platform to say disparaging things about people. We're prepared to continue to stay and answer those questions. But if it's continuing with this line of attack and trying to defame people, we'll go ahead and conclude our report. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Point of privilege raised by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So I call this point of privilege under the council rules of order it actually should be a point of order. My apologies for stating that. The remark appears to be in violation of the established rules of council. Any council delegate may raise a point of order. My point of order is if I can get the citation to the law that states that the Chief of Staff has this power to end the line of questions provided by council. I just sent out an email and there's no jineh. It's posted on social media. So I don't know where the jene is coming in from. That seems to be the statement always made by chief of staff when we start to ask questions. But I just want to know, is that coming from Boo himself? Because I heard it directly from the chief of staff. And I questioned because I went back into the law to see the powers of the chief of staff. There's nothing there. The powers belong with the elected officials. And as Shiaj Delegate Daniels stated, we didn't vote for you, Mr. Peacher. So I don't know why you're making these statements to council, but I want to see the citation to the law that allows him to end the line of questions that are primarily preserved for the president and the vice president as elected officials. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, and again we do have over, I'll be recognizing that a point of order, and we do have over rules of at least 28 in our Navajo Nation rules of order, and numerous times it does state the need for decorum, and to my knowledge, my colleagues has every right to question in any line of questioning for projects, communities, any areas that raises concern, and each one of you are allotted 5 minutes. However, the decorum piece, we keep ourselves accountable of how we phrase our questions, but I myself as a speaker can't limit your questions just as long as it's within those 5 minutes or a point of order or point of privilege is called again, but I'll give the interpretation, but to my understanding, a chief of staff cannot direct a council, any of the council delegates, what to say or not to say, and that is your right as delegates, as elected leaders, that you do have the right to that privilege to answer any question that you do need answers to. But again, I'll have additionally have our legal counsel, Ms. Khan, also interpret to her knowledge from a legal standpoint.
Good afternoon, members of the Navajo Nation Council. One of the questions was whether or not a chief of staff can end the questioning for a president's report, and it is the president's report, and the president may have his agents present, and the agents answer questions that are posed. It is the president's report, and the president, if he wishes, can make such a statement that he's ending his report right then. But I have not. It is it is the president's report. It is not the chief of staff's report. Thank you, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Khan, for interpreting our rules and all of our outlines and our scope of how we do go forward with this debate. Again, we still have a motion and a second in place, and many of our colleagues are still in queue and reserved time. So we will go back to the floor and continue to have healthy debates, colleagues. And again, these are very high-level questions, and thank you again, President, for being here. President, Vice President. Kodo hajo ko hata hoso zilo ande kode naso khande lo do hatishi nahot ito johot not ani jili lela bit jil ko al ila do bahast ki indishi oliende hajilo shit eya. Just being able to have that strength and being able to answer a lot of these questions that are coming before may be hard, it may be uncomfortable. However, we'll keep this meeting as productive as possible and keeping decorum as much as possible. President, do you have any closing thoughts before I go back to reserve time and also for more questions on the floor?
Eshilo kede bihadist nidi ba yadalti jo ni bihasti ya sede hastena di endo di indene tan lo khwad gel ta lo do o di khoda shiga handa sa dage shiga hana nota tarosh ke na tel benada nit kha noye cho she khoda kushin de zinada ben kel na hashna she do di yen shlira she do na hosh ata ot in khair da na de shwto heden ke na se zira lil khado ni ra biga ti nada lil nish do behasti ben yen yahge khashit on da dil nishto hajol chi hada di zito tenedan hin endon zgane hajona nishil chi da dil nelgi a ede baye dil ti on jana dolil di khojid anahat ido di khoje nal sota no te tu ti to da bakhage on lejaban da haza gadit aidon da al khaib da det edon khe nkhe don da il khaten khe do gadit aidan itlida eshino ba da heda a bin agent da al kha ahot in ben yahwana hisi thanigi de nebe ke bakaat in khashitoy nasko khidido nalto khashitoy شخورون خاتش وطارونت حشيت أو شكان ديلول ننجي آيدة يسار بن خاينست إيش إبن يهودو شيء هذا ستهجي خاتزيجي إيش يهود إيرلي توشي بنادا دنيت خطو خاله هودون نيل أدو آرشيندا بناه جيجو شيء إيش آره بينادا ديل تكتولي كه شنات أني أرد سنتهجي speaker.
Thank you, President, for your responses. And I'll go back around to our delegates after for our reserved time. And we do have Honorable Stephen Arvizo.
Madam Speaker, ati kwa hono sonigi chidnet aron da baseball anna dish la ben chidotini sinant ai Linden lo da dajida need a shitten need shido lele shada idio niskin spilpunausen now ayan cannot anisen lim sinde da hotsa not ani jilno zaza big had a hasn he chinant ai akunde zaza yego hatzilo aya bi hajji gashira wista 14 years ishla la president in Shlon na koyego nte di kujit that nazle da benga nazlo aron da bi san da atleho peso ba winte ado in the peso da bagada ni di chapter de peso da I see that then we need to start funding the chapters. They need more money. They can't help the people. If you want to help the people, aro kodopes basa anni klinigi the nebakati was the no. We have to do it through the chapter. We have to give more funding to the chapter so that they can do things. Aro arende do peso tayija hatne. Maybe as lawmakers we need to look into that. The Nord is those is a lachit, oh, eto, either dollars. What happened that is nation and I, but do not leave the chapters out. They need money, and the chapters have money, they can serve their people better. She what happened, this case, eben that is nish. Aro kuje Eastern Agency, based on Hakin, they through capital outlay. Yego bashinne. We get so much monies reverted back to the state of New Mexico. Maybe what we need to do is build an agency over in Crown Point, Gallup, Tohatchee, somewhere, that it doesn't have to go through the Navajo Nation DCD. And the reason why they have over 1,000 projects to take care of 110 chapters. Kuji Eastern, I believe that we need our own agency for government-to-government activities with the state. We have 59 million, is what I'm told that the governor is sitting on. And she's paying taxes on that 59 million that belongs to Eastern Navajo Nation. Da shoulder and I had other Hadilis Yego dano that could also what that baseball son need clinic other trainers need clinic other director need clinic We all get criticized, yeah. But we have to be a team. We have to work together. You know, that's sign nishta. We work for the Navajo people. That's the bottom line. No, you know who suffers? It's the Navajo people. If we can't get along, we're not making projects. We have to stop and lead and be leaders. Stop this kid stuff. We can take it. We can take all the criticism, we can take whatever they put on there. But let us come together and let us lead. And let's make Navajo Nation a better place. Case. Let's work on Eastern Agency Capital Outlay Project. Let's get together. I really would like to see that, President, is somehow we get that capital outlay. I mean, I've been even trying to talk with McKinley County to see if they could somehow help us. We lose money, President. We lose a lot of money. Please help us. Auto speaker auto baseball sending you from Eastern, and Chair Crotty for always hanging in there, even though we don't make the meetings for Eastern caucus. But with, you know, we will get back.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Arbizo, for those statements. Ado Kodoshi Shadanana, Honorable Shauna Antla.
Thank you, Shadeja. So I'm going to get right to my questionings, and these are pertaining to my chapter. First of all, I want to say good afternoon, President, Vice President, and then the staff here. One of the questions that I have is Chinle has been plagued with this chid ARPA for over a year now. I've been bringing up the issues very consistently on the floor within the committee meetings, and now I have a question. So fairly recently, we had the doors close at Zeni, and one of the questions that I want to ask, since Mr. Beecher is sitting here, is was work order number 4 signed off by Mr. Beecher? And if not, then who signed? In addition to that, what is the status of the lease for the area of which Zeni Homes currently rests at? And then also, was the president or anyone from the OPVP offered to purchase Zeni Homes for $1 or any other dollar amount? In addition to that, how are you holding contractors and consultants accountable, those that are working with ARPA funds? So we do have broadband, E911, the ARPA CHID. And then also within my agency for Chinle, we have police units that are old, that are deteriorated, dilapidated, and they're borrowing from other agencies. So are you willing to reassign, or is there a solution that you have for OPVP to give up units to our Chinle PD? In addition to that, President, how are you holding your division directors accountable when they are not working with the council? Just recently during NABI, we had one of your division directors openly threaten council delegates, and that's a serious threat there. So how are you going to hold those types of people accountable? In addition to that, what was the basis of giving your division directors bonuses in the amounts of $20,000 to $50,000? And then also, we did receive a report from the controller, and in there was a mention of unpaid invoices. Does your office have unpaid invoices, and how are you working to rectify those? I will reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
And Shada, you do have reserved time of 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And I'll turn the floor back over to President Nygren.
Be hadole shnat ani don thnegi aro ne lange the sendahigi speaker hadole نالو يديل دون دخويت هاجي أرول سير بخدس هاجي أو يات لو ناشيا أي هاجي مستر أرفيسو كهذا اللي جنو سان كتشوين لا دو نيوته شيت أورس خايشين داديت أيجي دو ينست شوشي نات بسن داس نش نات بسن دجل نشو إيدو دو بيجا هذا هنير دو هو نشل جدول نيل دو خايل نهوت إدا إيده بدأ نيل كالن جنو الجدديل نيل جو إبن خاداس زين نات نيتلون أهوت إنه تلوري نيوته تلوري شي بيجا هاشد نين إيدو دو ينست هجي نشادت أنتينا خجا إيده بدأ نيل كالن خشيل تو هذا نيته أصلاً خيروست خاننا دزروشين جنو إخيلنا ديل نش أروح باهين تيجي خشيت أو إيدنه هوجي ها كده هات انرجي يو توج بالخهات زوجن لي بيسون كيتشن دايل ان خاجه يه هوان ده هوان دو لاج دستاهي ده اج ده ين كيتش هونيل ان خشيت او تسكينلو نار خشيت او ده ديل ننجي دي يسجاني ار اول ات جاني دي ار هدي ناش ده ديل نيش سندم او تين دي شي كوشي ناخ نزنا ناخ دو ايه go بتاين نيشتو خاليت او ده ديل نيش ننجي بهدن أنجدت أبوهنتza لأجده بخينتي نجوز أجد بالخهود زوج أجدت أي تا يجو يدا أنيتو يدا أسئيدو سهاشين هدا هاد إن لي يتوج بالخدهات زوج أجدت يجو يدا أني خيت أول أجد أسئيله نخشن خشيت أو يخد أو دا إيد ليش ننجي بهدن أنجي خد أو دا نيل إيو دا زبيجا أرو بخينتي أردت أن لي تيستوزي خواهد تسلب دوت آلتو نجغنو خهول دوت نيلتو آت إندو آج باهين تيتو ليسا تسه نودا بهدن آهيجي إيسو بانسس كيس أرسو بانسس كيسيجي خش إيه بيسو جا خود إيسن ليجو تخوجي بالخهود زوج خايشي أساد ميلن سابه دو ليس أهد إين السخودا ساوندا إيه نت آن دا بيسون كنشين نا إلغيدو ليس دا ننجي إيه دا تي خيلا ببيسو هلو دو خيلا ينيل آل آت إين الكي نايتزو بيشل نهن أرجع هات أوبا بنشني نزناد ميل سارة هون بنا النشر خش نزناد ميل سا بيسو بهولو دو يتسكيلو خو نالتو ليل شيء هربان سس كيسرة أيدا نانشتن سايجين خد يلغيري رأسه أجر زاد إندو بادل ديت أجري أيدا بدأي نيلتو بيسو بيتا هلون جونو يدا أني هو يديل نيشتو الخايشة بني خجة دنبا واشنطن كيش هنا الإيارو جي خجة دي تخينة دو نيلتو دي ستويرو ساني يندا تينتو تخا نازلين دا آجا يو تخوج بيسو كيش يندا إلين ساتدا نابا أوسل آرو ساتنداز نشجي نابا أوسل أهت إند خير دا لي يس أيضا نخي أيضا خبيل غدقي بعدت أنش بكدنه إن لي يطور بيسونا نو تهاجي دون كتش هنا يعني كي بكدنه إن أرون خين هدت هت أوش بيجان سبانسس كيس إيرد إن لي أرد أدون نيل شهر بانسس كيس رد نك إيرد أيدا نيل جو أيدا أجي يطور بالخاط زوج ديل نيش نكى هايشة بني هذا شده ساتدا دي ستان نار دوز جل بيلنا دوز ليش نورا بك بيلنا أشلي تو أيرد بانا شن هلن أهت إند أيدا يدا أني تو بيس بيدا هلو دو تسكيلو الله يدي دو لتجي دو شدنا نادو خيشة أيدا يدا أني آج بعدت أيدا آج نجنو يدا الدو ليش نصوبانسس كيس أو خجدا نجوز آج بالخدا هات زوج تخد خجدا خيدي إيشي آسية قدنال إيون شبيعة دولينسن شيء هتو شيء بالله بيجا هنسن هتو يجو بيدا تخان جو أن خاجة لي باهلنجي تيجو آن نيل أرو هرونان شنات آني شانا إن كلا كهدوليل إن لي إسلو نيري بيش الخديل خيلا أتزا بيش مهاس آني هات زيجي إدو بيهاسل آده دي هجوك إدو هجوه تييلت دو هجو نهت أبيهول دوت أليا إدي إدي با نهت أون بيغا توليل ننجي خشين هتون هات زيجي هجو بلتني بيسلو خيشة بالنادي تو هين زيدو تو نادي نيث نابل دو نيث راتزي دين دا بحسد شيدوش الآن نيدا خيرا هتون كيش هات زيجي جو آني تينو ne not ani da nitledo tenen kichidades ido halet ola ke ido yego na hot igilche da dilnil no khwahni biga hada khidi no ehni nasko betaldit al zoman zeskes hajo biji igi shidil khasho lebil belatit lelo biji hadit aro do belkhwihoshi o ne tlo nach hon tibeldo nil so chi shedo ba bas beosal ada Haro nire behind the shady, Hoje, Sarnadio, Nesleshi, Chris, needed Nabadin, Kirish, Hot Edol. Arosto ne da Iliedo, hate all adoles, Nenegi John Lay, Legislat, that's a Tagi Sham, McCabe, Nabadishne, Hashet, O 80, the Nenal sauce and the Nilto, Bakadas, Dolges, and Nenegi, skins on Nasco, not Taha, Ishebinina, a cated and neatly, Jobe, didn't he? Dia Iana da Hote, Dira Zeslat. Sastana Khayada Doha, Bekenda Iliego Hashi, the naked at Loda, see Ashonda Nind, A which Beteni, Nisto, Edat Api, Yahato, Shadow, Ajushat, Inish, Shadow, Hojet Naden, and it up, Janasti, Hahoshi, Dibekenda, Idioto, Haoshi, Hazot, Nis, Nenegi, Edat Api, Hodina, Gonhato, Castle, Yahato, Arodi, a large Shanda, Nishigida, Pace of Johota, Litigana, Dines, Hela base of Johotga, she has showed that Nil ito Shirazido, do Shahos in the shade of Hoto, do Behos ada, headed at a base of Johotga, the Hajido Bass, the case, she has job, she now on Harosh, has job, she now negotiate, has job another in She Hodo. I thought long a pace of it in the Hilia, Ishibin, Banana, Slobana, Nito, Latin, so on, kiss. She bear Horoshi, Chris Horoshi, Sad Nadi, Peshmas, and Shana Klayan, and Del Kirigi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Shana Claw, for the question. I think to answer some of your questions specifically, there's 4 investigations going on right now that the council's initiated from different areas, and I think because we're asking for a lot of information, it's premature to be able to comment on any of them because of the vague nature of the accusations or anything like that. But to answer the question, I believe the person who ultimately signed work order 4 was the acting division director. With regards to the status of the lease, again, I'll leave that for the investigations to be able to lay it all out and make sure that they understand. With regards to units to the Chinle PD, I don't know that the legislation allows us to move units over like that, but I mean, it could be something that could happen, and I'm not saying it can't. I'm just saying that we have to sit down and probably talk to DOJ about it and figure out how that could happen. With regards to the division directors, statements that you've made, I'd like to know more details about it, and I'm happy to look into it because if there's threats being made, I want to know about it, and so we can hold people accountable in that regard. Thank you.
Again, thank you, President, and also your agents for allowing those responses. And colleagues, I'm going to go back to reserve time. A point of privilege raised by Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Thank you, Speaker. I raise this point of privilege to our Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 16A, point of privilege. I know I have 25 seconds left, but there's a series of questions that were not answered in my initial questioning to the President and his agents. First, and I want to restate them before you come back to the second round of questioning. So on page 4, I read off what the report says. It says, funding the unmet needs will also ensure that there are no layoffs. There are several budgets under consideration where layoffs may occur if unmet needs are not met. And this is regarding the executive branch. So my question to the President, who is not sitting in here right now, maybe he stepped out, but that question is because, my initial question was, which program or division within the executive branch is this proposed consideration where layoffs may occur is going to affect? And depending on what your answer is, did the President pool funds from that particular budget this fiscal year? And the reason I ask is because when we heard the President's budget, You currently, at the time of July 2nd, had a vacancy of which amounted to $452,866.32. That's nearly $500,000 of just vacancies. But you also requested an increase in personnel. So you're unable to fulfill nearly $500,000 in vacancies, but you're still requesting for additional funds. And also the increase of nearly $2 million, I calculated that as $1,919,840. So that's why I'm asking this question, is because if it's concerning, then that doesn't seem very logical to me. The other questions that I had that were not addressed was concerning the position of the president regarding legislation 0168-25. And then the additional items here, let me go back to my back notes. I asked about Zeni and the participation of the president, and I don't know if there's a reason it's not being addressed like specifically, but I asked about the involvement. I asked during the May 8th Nabik meeting that we held here. It was later reaffirmed by Delegate Charles Newton and Kodo Anidi at Shadanana, Honorable Kla. So if we can get a direct answer on that involvement with Zeni, because again, this is millions of dollars that are affecting our constituents, primarily in the Western Agency. And the reason I asked this is because we had potentially, and what we were informed through DCD, was our recipients were part of Zeni. I was not favorable for you carrying a mobile home over 300 miles to deliver it here within my constituency. And so I worked with DCD to learn of alternative options because it sounded like it was impressed and pushed that we go with Zeni, which I was not favorable to because of those discrepancies. And that's why I'm asking again, that information regarding the president's involvement with Zeni Homes. These are very specific questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andinez. And just for record, you, not 20 seconds, you had 10. Cut that in half. So for our presenters, again, if you could help Honorable Dr. Andinez clarify those questions that he did have before. So if you can also provide that in your responses. And first, while you're pondering those questions or researching those questions, go back to reserve time. We have Honorable Shondine Parrish with 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you to the President for responding to the mathematical questions. I'm working on a directive at this time, so we'll get to that shortly. But I wanted to go back to the request from our people. So the Budget and Finance Committee held public hearings from June 4th to the 11th, and nowhere did anyone leaving a comment in the public hearings ask for an increase to the Office of the President and Vice President personnel. We went to all 5 agencies, we went to all 3 states that the Navajo Nation lies in, and nowhere did our people ask for an increase of $1.5 million to the Office of the President and Vice President budget. They asked for additional chapter staff. And when the ASC's office came before the Budget and Finance Committee, I didn't see that plan. They also asked for more money to Daltex, but what did the Department of Health do? The Department of Health administrative staff padded their budgets for $100,000. So please provide the council a response to how we're going to continue to work together and work forward when clearly in your budget, you're not working with the council. So I'd like more feedback on that. At this time, I'll reserve the rest of my time.
And that is reserve time of 54 seconds. And Honorable Parrish, we can make our way back to you with once that directive language is ready. And next, Honorable Dr. Andinez, 10 seconds, or would you like a response first? Okay, we'll go back to responses. President and Vice President.
Krishna Desh.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the questions. With regards to page 4 to Dr. Andy Nez, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, talking about funding unmet needs and which programs are affected. Things have changed since Friday, so they may have adjusted some stuff, and I know that we're dealing with older documents, and I think that one of the issues that I saw was on July 2nd when we were talking about it, some of those numbers of vacancies, et cetera, were from end of May. So the numbers were wrong, and eventually when it got back over to Budget and Finance on, I want to say Monday, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seemed like it was Monday that they had a fresh listing of all the vacancies, if there were any, and there wasn't. But I wanted to just point out that you know, we from the executive branch side don't want any layoffs. We don't want any layoffs or vacancies, right? We want to be able to fund those positions that are available. One thing, like I said earlier, was on May 14th, we issued a memo that said, move the money over to personnel first, make sure that we have enough over there, right? And essentially we want you to fill any of those positions for personnel first, as long as those positions are going to be occupied before or by October 1st, which is the new fiscal year. And if you're not going to fill those positions, then if you still want to try to hold on to them, you can move them over to unmet needs. And we did our very best to explain that. We had the controller speak to it. We had the OMB director speak to it. And we also had myself and the director of DPM, HR, Resita Tati, speak to it. We signed that memo in order to make sure that personnel was covered. And to your question about whether or not the funding was there or taken away from any particular division or program, what happened is they had a certain amount of funding for executive branch, and that was assigned out and calculated toward how people were actually spending their money. That amount of money was lessened before it even got to us, right? And I think that there was a question about, do I understand the budget, or do I understand the high-level aspects of how the budget's put together? I do, but I just want to point out that we're doing something different this year that probably looks different to everybody. We're using actual allocations as the base amount, and not necessarily the previous amounts we'd used in the last couple of years. Now, there may be a difference of opinion on what amount executive branch got shorted. I think Chair Parrish stated earlier, like, we shorted the executive branch $10 to $11 million. The way I've calculated it, and I'm more than happy to add that to my high-level memo that you'd asked me to put it on how it got counted and why we counted at 28. But I think there's a reasonable way to look at all these things and say, you know, yeah, they're short. One way you cut it, either way you cut it, we're short, and we're short by a lot, by millions and millions of dollars. And it's apparent, whether or not it's this amount or this amount, it's apparent because all of our programs are showing up to oversight with $0 in operating budget, right? And so even if you took the OPVP, the Office of the President and Vice President in total, right, and you said, we're wiping the entire amount out.
Point of privilege raised by Chair Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Speaker. So I want to add on to the request for the memo. If Chief of Staff can be provided the budgets that were submitted to the oversight committees. I have the documents, and they clearly budgeted for operating, and that's why we had to make amendments to pull from operating to fully fund staff. So the programs did not go and have a zero operating budget. I would say maybe 3 fully complied to fund their personnel. So I would want that information the staff would have as they reviewed. You could look at budget form 1. So that's an incorrect statement, and that's why I'm concerned in terms of how the high level thinking for the budget process. We have, the BIM says to fund filled positions at 2088. Every program should have done that, and there's budget forms signed by the division director, program manager, and the chief of staff, not fully funding those employees. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Chair Crotty, for that point of privilege. Again, those documents additional to the request that was already made regarding the budgeting process. Again, for our presenters, Chief of Staff, if you could, Chair Crotty did state that there was incorrect statements that were made. Again, to each of our presenters, please just provide answers that are actually factual, and if we do need to provide those Form 1 forms or the whole budget binder, I know we did have seen them. So again, we're just requesting that on behalf of the council. And going back to President, does that conclude your responses, or would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Crotty, for the question. Just to finish the thought, even if you zero out whether or not you think it's this number or this number, if you zero out the entire OPVP budget, we're still down, we're still below, we don't have enough in any of the programs. And so right now we sit at $0 for operations currently. And like I said earlier, I know that the Budget and Finance Committee is the one that makes the recommendation, but I think it's up to this body here to approve and really get services out to the people with the funding that it deserves. Thank you.
Yeah, Speaker.
Thank you, President. And going back to reserve time, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez with 10 seconds.
Okay, I need time if anyone wants to give me time, but I'll also include it as an email and hopefully hear direct, straight from the President. After all, we are on the State of the Navajo Nation President. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. And going next to Honorable Brenda Jesus with 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
Nana Shadeja, Speaker Curley and colleagues, and thank you for your response, President Nygren. So, President, we are 2.5 years into our term, and I have not heard of any discussions regarding whistleblower policy to date. Through this type of an effort, an employer cannot retaliate against an employee for exercising their rights under a whistleblower protection laws. Retaliation includes such actions as firing or laying off, demoting, denying overtime or promotion, or reducing pay or hours, denying employee empowerment, or even sexual harassment in the workplace. Do we now change the law through a referendum to hire all division directors? What is your position on this, President Nygren? Ado binyadi kwagi bayash tiigi nspehazenshi ado nhibesh bas ana anit endet na din dingo benkil khanna adan khanad nishigi. And it's just not the executive branch, but it also lies within judicial and the legislative branch. Kung khanad nishigi toyat ehobche yeltie atil domestic violence hat no bahanatla hat ishe apeti neb the neben case deal del but j deal del but east deal del ligi ada khanad nishigi de directors do managers dan lini ya kunzeno ya at according hits o the hakha ha go she and laid the nabikea pa ka don't know what it on hits the hakha h e kwa age non nation linigi beta ilka a ko bajini pa o ya at do e hat either be yo need da on need ende hajoba ko hajoba she at ko do President Nygren.
Thank you, Honorable Jesus, and we'll go back to the President.
Yeah, Roshi Sadideshka, Junli the Moe Daya and Le Hoje Beshmas and a large Gadita in long Aje Nalsos Hatezo. Is Dr. Nez, I guess, Erigi hate all that Nas Kahas that she did ill. Aro di whereby a del taking that nil in no ye, train even a horoba hasti, dinner as a cato, shindo, genegi, edon hedet, it and not ani ni clenigi, a she treadled a no that nil in. Aro don't lay basemans unbasic, it is ebits and the has in legi, a to ahut o, behezani, behezani, yajahana de zo, dihajo that nil in, tidas the never behezani. She de sealed, that's happened to never be his ani at any days in at the house or that's Kai la no hedi la. Oh, what end she was just his anigi. Dia is a where it is Ado, Zado, Hotado, Hone, Lado, Di Nenegi, e art end ba at 10. Ebenina, oh, Haisha now don't need. Oh, le shindo ehni beniye hot en die nalt sos had has yes donald sausage hotel diagi ai yesi yego itil out gatit ahi betalt gaan zo dat nil in ebenina horo sad ahosh die hajo da nel in do die de in zaro dit o hot zaro dinandal neshigi hodat in hat no ba hozenon dashi ani nat asar nadot alhoban sohod do kos ebenina she hodoshes anigi ba khanast ay yese ore dan hen ido din de shandad neshigi hui shandad nesh is kaunda nache helt oda shana hodod ebenina ati in shenes on hano nashnish dido ba hazino thadi Carter do na nishahedest anigi AI is in jono eta dil nito the never be has ani the never tsele behi nathigi AI yesipedo le queen john ebina hodoshes ado not ani the never nant ajal no edo hashi at and jinne nenigi sarbich in nashnila hodo ai yesbe khadestigi apahazin shtato nilojeshi bigatole aro to kede be khadestigi ai ta the Washington gatit ahit so de nesh in kushin de zeda horon ke tato setane da hun ke dinin to e ha shi at zagosh je biga hadash in di kushiat enel khes nelo di ba ya del tigi neza tinda mas khat tinda ba ti baby ke hon nishigi e nanel in ad enta shish je khaish e datse da nos e datse do hot e di datse be has ani do zo is so datse benina nij kain la e holla di holla nenegi dochin ebna do joba hasti arolto naide kedide na al khahigadit ahin lenegi nkheda do no peshma da sane la chi de dil di khala hot indo di lan khel thodin da dil kha no joshe khodoban sis kese do asht inda o da al khala hodo nilto di jodo le nenegi eshi ajabedet edo di khwe al khi khegi do nashid kirigi e don al khahida nitlida do gadit ahida nitlida behez ani donat ani da nitle da dil khano e ajbana nishta honlongi eshi aj da al khato le bana shidedo li ebenina khodo nat a san kitchen nan anig e ash khode shnat ani ba khoda nosindoleti ba di ba yedel tigi hajoda nel ido jo khodo besh hata sotzi behez ani ish be khonnan na behez ani razbe khaw is enegi dashadol kidni khelto annat behez ani hajoda nil ongo she di hot osar she netigi do ba yadel kidadolne e hot di shal kendes nelo gadit ai shal kendes e aj hot osar kitchen nan an kashido yo ba yanadel kidadole aro khoro naidin kirgi shnant laj da santa Ajinat ani lenigi Brenda Jesus khadolil ani hote shedo shel kharet eda kadabansis kesa khayla bich dadil ato khayla khajol ken dadi nitlabin dadil nish ani hote in NPEA Navajo Employment Preference Acts eda tsido hajo khulzilo eda tsin jono khadol nish nal nishin lenigi nazqaz e hoto edel non dal nishtolil she apeses be his anin to kaso eti the ne edes no na del nishtalis be his anin das kaso the nebel ta ye do bi hana da no harshin nada credo di the nebe Washington the nebe beso et ai yes a which de banse de case not ani da nitlegi hedo banal kheda nitle nal kheda nitlo khashe to edes no the nebe ka di cha o eshi ba yan gegen jrono hadi liago be do nitla shen jrono do le that nil in to di shonje gadit a hit so hoje bananish il enigin jrono da dil nil anit en khon ne asani tagi hot oban si case the nebe Washington edes no go biga to le reshi o shedo be his ani sota to shin hate oban sin case I don't not she don't ban sis case to be bit nash net le hot ende be lata so sni do shi be kai sta shi be de shnis aroben yahal chadil yago edo biga to le ha ishi Yat ehigi eshi be his ani bayan ki o to le jono shi dil ni to ani hotenle aro sa bayan ke large shandal neshigi khit all do le son da bansin ke shinde out o bansis ke din de neba Washington on a range be da de dil nesh ne qad start this din na khit on a range ne khawash et neba de neba Washington ye go holzelo khada dil ni to etes no de ne yana Nishto oh, she'll to baby cases, labor the net I nilo, she'll the quigo should be dust, so bigato, Hashet oil the nebenanta, a death non, Hanal Nishto, Hashet oil bears, a baseman's on a death no, the nay rana rado, Nenegi, she'll to hot obans, this case, as she thought, as getting the deal Nishton le, hate oshi, Mr. Harrison, Hona, Rana, Edatze, Beshidi, Kahan, Jonon, that the Casto Ebe, Hodo, Nilquinto, Eshi, the Nil in bigato, listen, so, Chairwoman, Juno Naidin, Kirigi, Juno Dolation. So, as you know, I say, he had a large the Sandahigi, Speaker Horoshi, Nerazet Sadnan, the Gash, Bigaton, Ajashi de Adolation. Here, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, President. And going next for reserve time, we have Honorable Yazi with 58 seconds, and then we'll go over to Shana, New and Q, Honorable Vince James. Honorable Yazi, you do have 58 seconds.
Yeah, last night I Sicilia's let said the arch on the Khania. I'd say for the water project, Ado Jake Katlil. Old cabin ya adil ton khania ko ya ko ba huns and ajo ni the neda is a tweet and lido is been ya ko don ideal kit. So I'd like to draw attention to Mr. President. I have an email dated April 10th, 2025 at 5:06 p.m. It was sent to Director Director Yazi over at CPMD. It kind of outlines all the concerns of the power lines in Eastern Agency, this CFR that I previously mentioned, and it may affect some other areas of the legislative districts for my colleagues here in Eastern Agency. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yazi. And then next in queue, Kudo, Chair, Honorable Vince James.
Okay, thank you, Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Dosha El Kahasi. Kodo Nahalan Zasan Tahigi ya Ayo it is out it is sad Niki Beyat Dobe Hanete it has to be said. And I really want you to know that I'm very disappointed in your leadership of how Gallup Medical Indian Center, you fell, you made a big failure to our Navajo people with losing $58 million. Number two, you campaigned on building roads. As of today, we have not seen a road plan, none whatsoever. When are we going to see that plan coming from you, not from your staff, but from you? Nana akona alto Zeni Homes. Yes, some of my colleagues have brought it up. But I want to hear from you as our president. Where did the $24 million go? Where do you think it went? You should have that direct contact, knowing there's 22 million out there, and all of a sudden, Zeni Home shut down as of last Monday. Where did the money go? Reserve my time. Thank you.
2 minutes and 58 seconds. Shinata. Chair, reserve time. Turn the floor back over to the president.
Bia хядолис арошнат анитано сенегидо хэ жно сар алчига делтиги башлхожонло хроя найде кидни лестер шнат ани хядолис ишидад нил ихналсос ин лаги банад нитхалто тханде зедена ин лала den neue behinzi ishinad nil kendes yazi that hona gagerze eya hadotze ishi are nataltole ishi hoto kerishin sanche huidolil arolto vince yat brother yat din nidolil to khoroshi apis sherlin jono yin ladolne to edahot inige sheba hadis dai sishetil an khalahot in donde beshlkhon da to da oslagi do belt eda din need ati beseze hot eneshik huin ahgeshi eyan nebe no hodnish ahon shibiga hot enesh beseze donde shlbahozno eda illa ayoshil tahastsko hon sarna dilya halada hot khajanin jono khilnda dil nishadi to peso na chhol yaro zelga bel khot zoj aj zeil in banit ahgi doshil shorish doshil yat eta badini hot ende nishabesen zishko abiga tole shikehat yobes li hot ende sherlin shin jono ben khilna dilne.
Point of order raised by Chair James.
Kodo hajo achayel tikitole. So hodezin do dit el the no behananze. Hajo, we want to hear from you because your chief of staff was involved in that Gallup Indian Medical Center. Your staff that we pay 6-digit figures, they should relay this information to you. I want to hear from you, President, as being President Nygren of the Navajo Nation. Not your staff, because I have encountered all of this information with your staff. How much do you know? That is my point of order. I do not want to hear from division directors. From President Nygren. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable James raised that point of order. He just wants the main agent, the main presenter, to answer his reflection of the questions or opinions, and that was a request again from Chair James. So I'm going to acknowledge that, and President, you can proceed with Chair Vice James's questions.
Yeah, Jo anne hishandar nishigi nasa nkendes nela nspahos na khadlilat in shandar nishigi asho besmas an bichuinla ahotende she khodo beses zingi aida ben khoshne ohot ine danda beshil khonne khale hot indo qade die besobe beta de dil nishan ha ish binye khoro kitsan hota allada bedin edoshil an nida ado hot ene she khodo betsana da holdes in ida ha isadal donil ado Allah bayan ki anni de bahastin le Allah junosa shailkin dizne legi eshi hot edle jo aita be hanast lekan na kitkhara zekhil kit be hanast di aita peso be jo daliagi sebetin hawan de dionel aita is sos it's atta aita hawan de ila akos khatin ob anak eshi ar ete do lih ish ar en shib bada hozin oshin jona do le jo she hodo bansis kes e 17 one day dio nele e alcheda do lil do da do lil e shi ade peso bit inish aro ni sa dil kha shi do to ba hoda no sinde do tende hodo shi do le she hodo btsa hoda hod des tsil atin nenegi do hit nata nenegi aro khashe ben del nish in 15 da zabayat ki e khawle bet nish don jono elcheda dil nil nenegi shodo tami shla dolne aro le di hoje large is ki des ingi di da statin no ma de milsa Washington ki tsa to ne di nelegi don den khilpe hon negi khala hot ingi judicial at en hon en has thanigi rosis tanigi jono ben ki la dil sherlin.
I'll recognize Chairman Vince James for that point of order. Delegate James.
Thank you. My question is directly to President Boo Nygren. And if he wants to speak with his staff, he can do it after he's done with his State of the Nation address. This is questions to the President of the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Vince James. I'm going to go back to President Nygren. As it was explained before by our Chief Legal Counsel, that this is the President's address, and so the members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council are requesting the President to respond. So we'll go back to our presenter, President Nygren.
Try down with now, Sisnet. I say not needless. Today, Jose Diego, Yin has inigi ye Hisnada Hodolne, Dini, hot end, Shishel Bahos and Gay Dansan, Jinhanel, it is it on sweet and the Isha Hunzag and Jihadist, and Dini Dolish.
Oh, Goshi, Shideje, Honorable Parish, Shikatan and Waigi, oh, Yoshijatan Dik, Do Kwaigi, Honorable James, Kwaigi, point of order in Lagi. The President did state that he fully answered the questions. Honorable James, are there any additional questions that you may have?
Speaker.
Order raised by Honorable James.
Thank you again, Speaker. I did ask 4 questions, and only one of my 4 questions was answered from President Boo Nygren.
Honorable James, to those 4 questions, President, I believe there was a question on GMIC and also the need for what is your road plan on building roads, and another question that was raised on regarding to Zeni Home, and where do you believe that the 24 million has gone? In your own words, Honorable President.
Not the George, because Anagi not sad and none aren't quite editly cheap, but to Jiggy added that initially not Kigo sad not Ado Trago Negi Edoch Bahash Negi Bineh or the Tom Lekanian, the issue 18. If you but I nisto I don't not so sad at the Yado, the Hagi, I thought in is it Dinomash that Dean Jono, Shijibakad, the Schlittle bit that Donish, Ahona hot, Ahona Ladolit, Eshin Idolich, Ado Dingo Ne, Hila Hodo Nina, Shad Atra de Istra, Head of Scars again. Trouw de hoort het trouw bekra. I don't be not be nasty. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Question, thank you, President, for answering to that point of order that was raised by Honorable James. And going back onto debate, we do have reserved time by Honorable Yanito Shiash of 3 minutes and 32 seconds.
Oh, yeah, oh. Kododa Itana, your essence. I want to ask you another same questions again about the abandoned uranium mine. DJ Benandishki. Dide yan le tatcha holia hojit west of Tinas Ponce, where you're from. Dide Quaggy, there's a family that's been victimized by illegal cell development. Dide Quag has throughout Navajo Nation. I believe that all these cells that's been built where you buried all these uranium illegally without no Superfund's specification. I believe that these individuals that's residing around this area needs to be compensated equally with same amount of land out there. Meeting, no response from your staff. Nobody wants to address it. Stephen at City there, he hasn't even set up a meeting with me. And then I ran into Becker now, and I told her that we need to set up a meeting on this. This has been about 2 years now. Is there a cover-up going on, or how come they're not responding to me? I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1 minute and 56 seconds. And new in queue, we do have Honorable Norman Begay, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Kinat oniro, Keras Dagiro, staff, Nahas Tanigi, Nayatatio. Get house and Naya. The other hotel, no, honey, the Gichin, the house, the Kuro, wall better the Konalan. The senior senator in the house, the don't Tobin in the house, the teen, the hotel, Chin Kisla. Light up the reservation, the non gate, Kawana, Shahagin gate, Torchy late, Tlotchindo, this so. Then the whole deal Sada. I don't care now, no, the nature hit on. A coed, John Habiti, in Kisha had out on getting gotten dinner, just satellite in India. A co Eddie Joe and Habiti in Slow Halet out, could net Hashgodea, you see, but I niche. I wrote the quick Shiba House, 3D capital layout project, I need an idea. I let out what no other hands. That's all you say. You just want to talk at then. You know, there's no action to it, yeah. None every one of these that we had met, it's all under your Christmas tree. The executive staff, they're all your employees. They're not moving with these projects at then. All we can do is get money then. But the projects get stuck there. 164, no, they're all under executive staff. The net base of what you hotel. Now these ARPA projects are stuck and my projects are ready to go then. They get stuck right there. Babu war na lo yatanda di kaho. Oh, you go shin town, Jordan 8 I'll go ahead and defer my time to Delegate Charles Newton.
Yielding time of 2 minutes and 42 seconds. And Honorable Chair Charles Newton, do you accept 2 minutes and 42 seconds?
I accept.
Accepts.
So my turn?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Delegate Begay, thank you so much for your time. So I just want to make it known that Boo did not answer all of my questions, so I did email him my questions and I CC'd the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I do have to correct Mr. Beecher that Jene is not being thrown around, and when, because technically you stated a comment regarding my travel with absolutely no proof. If that's not Jene, then I wonder what your definition of Jene is. I also have issues, Boo, that your directors are answering questions on your behalf when the people elected you to speak, to work with counsel, to lead our people, not for your directors to be answering the questions that you should have answers to. I want to also state, Mr. Beecher, that your former employee received millions of dollars for contracts. What work are they doing? Do you believe there to be a conflict with you being a part of this administration and your former law firm receiving contracts from the Navajo Nation with the Boo Nygren administration? And please be mindful that the controller is sitting here and can corroborate my statements. Last Thursday at Nabikiyatsket, we asked Navajo Community Capital about the $58.5 million that they are currently not deploying. Part of your campaign promise, Boo, is that you promised the Navajo people 1,000 homes during your presidency. In your report, you state that 170 homes have been delivered, which include those under DCD, Veterans Administration, and Navajo Hopi Land Commission. To date, how many have been built? How many have been delivered? Native Community Corporation received millions of dollars, and I believe it's around 36 or 37 million is how much has been spent, which is 7% of what they were given. They are currently sitting on that $58.5 million with no work being done for those people who did apply. So what are you going to do to fix this problem? This was another sole source contract. So if this fails, your administration fails. You failed as a president. We continued to hear about the vice president and the lack of resources offered to her from your staff and your office. Can you commit today on the record how many staff will be assigned to her in the remaining 1.5 years that we have left in this administration? Ashwana, please help the vice president to do the job that she was elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, and thank you, Honorable Begay, for those questions. And next, we will move on to Honorable Ricky Ness.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. President, Dr. Boo Nygren, Madam Vice President, Rochelle Montoya, Yate, staff, Yate. A lot has said about social media today, and I'm wondering if I should join the club. But I did ask a question a while back. My question was, perhaps maybe I'll join social media if somebody could tell me that a person had become or gained a whole lot of wisdom from social media, then I might consider joining social media. Nsan Shikpehosan goedigin bezaden, godly wisdom comes from him. With these words, Nanta, Mr. President, can you look up at me for a little bit? There's a story about leadership, 5 animals. Hey, digishin out of these 5 animals, benilt, shashtats, nashtut sohtats, mait sohtats, dashanadats, edodats, mai. Mai chico edo or eat ego bahana. Ayobits hodanit and halan. Nte pedanilt, shinit, nilt, hohalan, hokat, and then eat linigibinina. Ohonit, eshin. And what I wanted to say here, Shanant, I know Lenigi, as I always tell my Northern Agency counsel, is no matter how much we all complain and gripe and murmur about anything on the Navajo Nation, whether it's leadership. Out on the front here, this morning there was a sign that says, corrupt Navajo government. But you know what? Since being a leader since 2009 from the chapter level. There is progress somewhere on the Navajo Nation. There is. There has to be. Each council at least does something. And because of it, later on, I can't attend Mr. Leslie Deal. He is probably concerned. Aro khalahot ero nagere peshmahas andan lenata khashitan khansa hakes on sandatlata bansis kes gogo. Aro horosata goshanant an lenigid anosa OPVP waliga. The office of the president and the vice president. What I have noticed is that there's probably a lack of communication over at your office, Mr. President, as well as you, Madam Vice President. You can go up to the Chief of Staff and tell him, adon khai nelki di koropeson hich ebe ilni ko aro nan spilik che hodalne go en khada anish hota anils khokon den nepandelnes diro yon stere denen isi hinshna als khoche bo ohne heden stle hoshit enst ende atana oshka a kuiche digin biche nage chara kahas aje Mr. President. New Mexico, that Besovich, it's that. This is something that I really want you to know, and I want you to set up a meeting with my chapter and myself. Le ETA, Nenegibits out of Beso, she walked a group from that area. What happened was that they selected the Hogback pump station to be funded from the state of New Mexico. And here, we approved it by this council, 5 million big pump station without any resolution from the chapter. Nothing. They asked for this money and they got it. All I heard was Ndabat el Kahanena, so it's going to go al Kahoshit Edida. So, dire kwa hot out eba hadis to digin cholnoro anotsko.
Thank you, Honorable Ricky Nez. I'm going to go back to the President for questions from Honorable Begay, Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, and also Honorable Ricky Nez.
Shanat Ani dan Senigido Hodo Nida Edoskito that and again say the she yet is nice pero leshi satit le Jonola peso na kiren nette do het ola bedal deal neston jono to not on the deal nithan somansis case khalit ola da deal nil Ida sin yegon jono eslatit le to bedo le so hodon nil to khe jono henzi do ako njidins islen jono khalne en lo din gar bazar nesigi do di to mansa case to di to din gar bazar no da sinda bended ao yo be shil khaya hot ele to nahon sinda khanat anin shlehada yodan din do yon din sinota ebe khe hoto din ni do le shna yodan hat en so san chin aho ebe khe do le aro asto di kada bayad di tkishi hororo to ba hadit die hodoshiga hodasa tahigido shikeo ne dasatado halahot edo halana hodo nilto yese bana hoin egi joshe hodo bahanast inzo shiketa nan nota aroshanat ai kenanas zidole Jodi nebenant John Nide behadasotzi Haile epehes ani bedet it nebenant aida na kegone beisto abahazine behes ani shedet igi ahot ene keone dasatagi het ola dole winzo aida shin kes bada hozen da hot ine nach habel dort to AG case zin aro apidat kha naz ne bit naz ago aro to ashinat ani de shle to de kwigoshi sa khada lite hot ende na kinde zinan dan to be khasti she abiga biga hasid ni ne hot ende na ne shoda dil ni so eshi biga to le do ni aro to pinda na sos nada ni no be shes na honne na sos nada ni aro ban nat aba nas case khashe to dil nish to khashit oyat etole chodik adenebet atil aro shi horobe hanast atlana khirost khan desida a da za area khunsti aj de khunsti heit olan junon khilna dilnesh او بيجا شكيسن زون رشنات اب كيناسن زون دو شكيناسن تايش او بيجا توليش جنون كل نادا ديل نشتو نيري دا يان حسنه ستويدو ساني دا بدا هويا تو ليت شادو نات لونشيدات اين جنون بدا تو نشتو خا نازنله دات اني اي السيريا ايت اجندا اي اي تا باسسين اروك اد اي تو بانسا كيشي ييغو با هو دنسندله تو شنانتلا خشيت اوي تنبلن زول نشتو اتي ايتا ييغو بيغا هذا ساده ديت ساده دو دي شد نودا شي خدو ايتو تا نشته خيشي دشني لغي جو بين كل بعد حزن يستو تو خلا خدو نيل ابننا نيري ابدين اصلا كيل كده دازم جول كيديت اش بايديلتك جنو دا تبا يديلت كيجون جنو صدا خدا زيندو تنه خدان كن خليت اولا اديل نيلتينا نش ننگي ارت بيغا تولل خد اوي دونا ادك كده دولل جو شي هيدش كادو لونسن شي لو اد ننشل اندش داتو خايده دا بونسو كوستو تو ليلگي ايشي بانديت انشلشي راجن ناكينا كده موزني عشان جنو الشدني كيلو بانديت انشلو تو شين بيت سودزن بيتسود زندولي أرشي بي خاودوني شيء نيدنا أكو نايدل كتله إشي خاودوني تو خروشي نت آدا بين كل نهودوني ديت أو هجو سكي نديت أشتو ديش نهات بيزينجي سكي نهست زيندولي نهودوني دوشي أرشي دولي إشي ناكيد موز ليه إشي يجو خاودا ديش كده ستاهيدو بالكيدش أشو بانديت إن شيء أيوش ديش دي سيجو خير يونسا كيسيدو دون سندا شيدو هت أوشيا هو أدا نكيس بعد هزن شيا هو أيجي إيش بنيه هتو نسيج كيس تليش إيشين هتو نت آشين سان كيشن نت آرل ديشين هوجه شيا هذا ستاهيجي كيونه ده ستاهيجي بالكيدش أشو جنوبا يديل كي جو السيد هوت إنه ده هديني غدي أرون بتاعته ده نيكي لخا إيلان كده ديل خايلا دولل جون كيس بعد هزن أبهزين بهز آنيات إن ش بيز إبه هوش أرخيت أولا بدأ تستولا بعد دش أجي نال نشتغل خا نودا إيدا إيشين هتو بانديت إنسنا إن بعضن دلنا كده موز دي عشان جنو أهو يندا جنو جديد أشتون جنو أصلا نهت أبي نانيت عشان جنو دنه بعدين نيل نسومان سس كيس إيشين هت أوشين كيس لو دين خاص لارو ليش نخد صدر دول زين تو خيت أورا ساريات إيدا يجي هو دول ليلو جنو دول شيء هت أصلا سن شيء هت أون جنو دو نهون لارو دو ساهون دو جنو أول دول جو يجو أني بخدا صوت زيد نت كده هون نيتو بيجا هذا هات إيدو إيشنا بأوتو هجو دول ننجي بيجا دول هتو شيء خلاص زني دين سنة بيننا هرو سانشين أعرف بين دنيل نرجع أعرف تخسن تارجع تخنا هاد ندولي رجع هاد دولي نو خير ده آسي يجو هاد أورا تخطاه نصلون شين لو بيجا تو هاد أويا آنيت إن باجديل دولي دي هاد زارو دي كان أصلا خلاص تخان ده هتزي خشيت أوين جنور كين سيد زونا نشدا ديلني توي خارج إيدا يعني إيدا تننيت لنو بلا أشلا إنيت لدو آنيت إن الخيلت أون خارجو باية هاي شيء بنيه دولي إيشين هتو نيني كيدو ليش إيه هو أوشين تخطو ستوين ليدو أرودا تخسن تان جنو بنده هديت أصلاً جنو كسر بيجا توليش le the cushion lo sani hon has khanin khelo ete no son shin lo biga to hot oidi di ba ya del kido ba ya del kido hot oido nahat ado ishinda oto di be da hot on ya ere ya khoje na hil gan biga to le di wa ayo to khida it igi she do yo I khara so di don sin the issue to jahanasti do shinna do shi hit o shin din sin gi binina hot o san chin ado le ado Alto di shi khodo thoto nat ani nez do pesh mas an ado shi na di kilani hote shdo bashin ne si yego stat khatin de miltsa le hosdo bel khat soje badet ado di yeset ne bakha di lwalto di de ne hawan de isni do keden da desle do bakhara da kin da tol khito hit or bakha do walte ne dan londa bakha yerjani she horoban sis kese tskin ho do nilin sene sito il kilta ira tse hajoden dat nil in jon le kade an hin ke ke bakha hawan de yo yeri na tin de mil to ba am chol ya endet ati tosel sosa no de shina kende zre da shi be ka islan no khan peso be hol neta ende shinde a hon stes ja si khoje nat anin slinde tse khagala khol te die na tin do ba de mil sa ba ye del die en ke salat so be ka do wal peso be hol do le na so sai da ba hazin el ken das no khashi min na di nezet tin do ba stat tin do ba tin be on nishigi do hotel tota nenegi shel do a hunst ban so ha keston le Thomas haje iya eshi nal sos khad shleho at in de neda bejigi bakaigi besh mas andon nen chode shlich nenegi eshi ad da nil in to in do ba hast nen na nada betot zita de ne ha ich bin na aslade ne zetin de miljagen holga hawanna nach nana ligado vi ga nada hidi nidel esto to ban nasus kesa da is khalet all to le khwin zoda shid ne da betot ji de Washington ka el un hen hone la beson holga khaishe ben yashe do kha o with na no da do ba hast eshida hajoda nil in to ani hote hodom ibn abo hone ani to lat do otanan shedo at in de shbahozen nan kitishni shada in de shido sta shlat de mil shlat de mil hone la shada in nicht to at in de belaho shil ahozenda jodi at in es kenahu so do bitte de strajodesh shbahozen do hot in de be hodo nitligiri ashon do le khunzo shil to ahonsen ashon the nebe bekado wala halit all chida deal nicht nenegi eshi Thomas no ida zelo honna gad eshi aitaye and in neshen da in kin kilna hosne eshi bedo le arotlo che ya ne hote juno ashon juno shanan ja ne hote shinda a hot oban zes kes asi yega ishe binina to da ho nila eta skinlo isha do beda do kisa no da sada ha si kidan hat on ki ya da ho a binina arka do hotel to te ishi a honanat edle ashi to na hot a to binada nitya tha to ajke da honot in ya ne hote yego na kinde zene da to bench jahasi o yilsa tha naznele yesebje na hot idos twido sani yinda tingi da de skal ya iya do khwad nenda neshidos twido sani bilkiln da hasne khaishe benina aida khwal na di ni di ajshanda nesitskin lo da le khala hot in haishe ben yashda za shahon la khait ol bez ani zbana hon an ge pesh was an bilkiln da hasna bebeln da hasne da khaishin nan agi shido besh shido besh hodni go khashit o da dilni no re sar honesh enina niri ba hasile yo tkhoj bil khahot zoj sin da hot to kade hot zada khushina khe beson ge in da il kabeda di thon biga to le tshno ebnina ni be hasti khaire zodo beso be hodel yaga ye da anni to abiga da halyan skin da yo na son ke khoje nat ani da no da nitlido da hot ege aje ton juno pata anni shoda zed khahodel yara zbiga son da jo ito ba yashti aro ni bahin ti konde khadle ne eshi kadle shanda ne shi hoda bel deshni khada dohle aro ne yadil sosan jono behes ani be dot zohshin dot lin somansis kes hot o edo ba yat kit doleti na hote kinda ni to salada ba gando de kuysh kinde nisligi dot khoda det segi khaishe bin ne khin khidam ben khita holni o de do hot er to khaishe ba da het ai aje de del ni sto ha shin khwa ne khidan khan da hon tlad eshi khajo had liagon le kende sin da dol ne sto gadit ai lenegi njgono khad dol nilto benden zado ben hata in lagoshin njgono dole shelo hot oban ses kes njgono khad liado ape aje belkhaz di khwa beswas ani lana isle ado de nebanant ay lana isle ado be kedo eto beso bich ado ape yendalnish ne de khwa nat ani sa da holo di da hot enegi kheta khadi kha aje bida det o del nishtole jo ekana nishode dishchi ye go to yegi eshi karbansi kesolo ba ahodoni e hot oshin khadal dilni so e hot ole na nishbandan adole adolto shbeshmans an hon khaniya eshi she do late basis zinigi o shbausen net ashdo خيو سيجن هذا حسكي دوت أتيبا تو نيري هذا تهاجيز ننهلو أتيبا سندهاز أو باهن سن خاش إن جنو شيء هذا دون نيلتو خالي نخاه دولجش ننجي دون لي أساد ميل دتسو بيسوس لتسوزي خاشي نخيدو ليل ننجي إيشي هذا ستيفن يال إيسو ينكيل نادول نتو إيشي بيرو ليل أرو هت إيدو توشي جو دي كوشيشي ناخي ناتين ناخي يسدين كليبسو الشيء دول نيلتو أساد الشيء دول نيلند دي كنا كنا خجا أصلا إيسو الشيء ده ويليان لي آجو كده كده هت إنجين لي honorable كيسي جونسون غندو أصلا إيسو الشيء ده ويليا إيديا كذا كوشي ناخي إيدي الشيء لياغو كذا خيلنا نارو لي ننجي إيشي هذا ستيفن بين كلنا هديلنا
Yeah, Mr. President, Otto, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Shay Stephen Brian Etsity, I'm the Executive Director of the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency, Otto Tohe Glini Nishle, Ashihe Edishija, Tototni Edishiche, Totichini Edishinella, Adnenshle. I basically would like to answer the last question posed by Delegate Yanito. There is no cover-up, and we have had some of these discussions, not in formal meetings, but I've been to Mexican Water Chapter several times over the last 6 months, and we have had some of this discussion in the hallways in the chapter meeting, while the chapter was having their chapter meetings. As far as the situation for the Tsetra abandoned uranium mine site, that was one of the first sites that was addressed by the Navajo Nation's Abandoned Mine Lands program in the 1990s. The Abandoned Mine Lands program, which operates under the federal authorization of the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act, SMACRA, was set out there to identify the primary risks and safety aspects and to see what they could do to address those concerns. And what was done was that they consolidated the waste material around that site and put it all in a centralized location, and then devised an earthen cap, which is what you see there today in terms of this cell. This action was not done under the US EPA's cleanup program, which we now are using, which is under another completely different statute, which is basically this CERCLA. And as I've stated to you a couple of times, when we're doing these abandoned uranium mine cleanups, while there are a lot of concerns for the impacts, and in some cases what may end up being the loss of land, that is certainly something that individual families might be able to take up. But as far as the Navajo Nation, the government to government work that we're doing with our federal co-regulators and managers, is that there's not really an avenue for individual compensations. We're doing this work to address the problems on our trust lands and to try and get as much beneficial redress that impacts the Navajo Nation all the way down to the individual land users and grazers in most of these areas. In that regard, I do not think that it is completely, it's not correct to label this situation as where it would be a component of our program to help support somebody's individual request for compensation. The cleanup that we're going to be doing at not only Tsetka but all the other sites is going to now all be under the federal CERCLA process, and this prior work of this reclamation work did require, and some people were moved and provided additional or new housing, those people that live closest to the site, and we continue to try and help the people that are out there. Since I came back into service at the Navajo Nation EPA, there was a family that did come to my office, explain that they are trying to get utilities for their new home area in that Tsetka region, and we worked with them to get a letter of support issued out to NTUA so that they could get utility hookups for some housing that they had recently acquired for themselves. But I want to also just simply state that when there are opportunities to work and help people move from one location to another to get out of the way of the risks that are posed by these sites, we have done this so that no one is actually displaced. And this effort that happened in Tsetka preceded a much larger effort that we continue to do today called the Contaminated Structures Project. So I'd be happy to continue to sit down with you and let you know, or work with the people out there who feel like there's not enough that has been done for their site. I will also state that this particular site, because of the initial work that was done to address some of the initial safety and physical aspects of that site, it's not in the current high priority subgroup of AUMs that we're working on right now, but it will be coming up. Since it was not done under the CERCLA process, we have all the need to look at this to get to a better and more permanent cleanup of that particular site. So it's not done. It's not something that I would consider to be a completed project out there at this Tsetka site. But we will pick up where the AML program put it, and over all these years that it's been sitting there, there's certainly a lot of things that we can do to improve that site even more, and to continue to work with the community in and around this particular Tsetka site and other sites in the Sweetwater chapter area. Mr. President, Madam Speaker, Delegate Unito.
Madam Speaker.
And Madam Vice President?
yeah lang kwagi o she to kudo sad hit nasleto de she yaj dashin the stock and need honorable nes kwagin yeah la o got on hit henzi do ba na eki what abe henzi ayo ba hen senlen hit hananze ho shajaya to hadna en lo ayo what on hit yalt kelanda shado shade do shitsele ako behsa ko hot ashin hit hananze ho it really makes my heart happy to hear that type of na entiendo ayo o na enlenigi ko hiya hadlan dideshnik arodi koro ani shnala hadzi di khut au khobedi need shijdi need gosh ya hodna that he leaned over and he said to me that he wanted to sit down and talk about what the issues we have between one another to see if we can work it out and are able to finish the rest of our administration in a better working atmosphere. And I have always mentioned that anything and everything positive for my people is what I strive for. And it will continue on. And there's only certain things that I did not agree with with this administration. That is why I'm in the position that I'm in, because I questioned it. Because I said no. And all I want to say to the Navajo people that are listening after the statement that President made just a little while ago, I never said I wanted to be president. That was never a goal of mine. I don't know how many times I mentioned that was not a goal of mine. My goal was to protect my people, and it always is and always will be. So I am open. I have never said no. I have never, ever said that I don't want to work with you anymore. So in the spirit of the statement made by Chief of Staff Chris Beecher, that's Janneh. Unless you have it recorded that I did say that out of my own mouth. I never said that. And so in that my response, I want to say, sure, I'll sit down with him. I will do my best to work out a better situation for us so that our people continue to not suffer the way they're suffering. And 2 days, ne? Why not after we're done after this? Cool.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Vice President, and also President and your agents for providing those responses. And colleagues, I'm going to go back to reserve time. Next for reserve time, we do have Honorable Shauna Ann Claw with 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Hakoshido Eheha Shadeja. Akola Kwa Eheha Shadan Lenigi Vice President Montoya. Akokwa Beso Ban give her the money that she's asking for. Stashin Jonoshi Shadogli. We already gave millions of dollars to companies with no deliverables, so it doesn't hurt to work with the vice president to give her a budget. And so I'm going to ask you to prioritize that and work with her. And then as the comment that was made about giving the authority to people who are conducting the investigation and telling delegates not to ask questions, if you think about it in fundamental law, our people have herded sheep for many years. And when one goes missing, you don't just give up on it. You look for it. You track it down. You see where your livelihood goes. And so for our people, this is what this ARPA is as well. For some people, it is their livelihood. They're going to be receiving homes. So for you to tell us not to look over it, not to follow it, that's not doable because we have to be accountable for that. Ako ekot a alkedan ni chedon ni masana e nan binantient e ako she atindi kwat a bayasht. The other part is that there have been some things that were mentioned, and I think with Title II, I am advocating that we have our presenters take an oath to provide truthfulness and transparency. And so with that, I think that should be a consideration. So I did ask for some documents, and I do have a directive, and this is in regards to the CHID ARPA. So Speaker, I'd like to motion to have that directive read in And so if I could go ahead and have that, and I'll reserve the rest of my time.
All right, thank you. Honorable Tlaw. Okay, and reserve time of 23 seconds. And there is a motion on the floor for a directive. And staff, if you could help us read that directive into the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. Directive, the Office of the President and Vice President and the Division of Community Development and shall provide a copy of the signed work order number 4 for the CHID ARPA IDSA Zeni Home project. The copy shall be provided to the Navajo Nation Council by tomorrow, 5 p.m. on July 22, 2025. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff and colleagues. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Shondine Parrish. Okay, colleagues, we do have a directive on the board here. All right, colleagues, we do have that directive here placed on the board. First, for the directive, we have Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Speaker, I'd like to ask the motioning party if you can modify and put tomorrow by 12 p.m. It was mentioned earlier that the division director, appointed division director, had already signed it. Joy Aida, Bejit Bakaitso, Ako Shi Aida, Haiki Shi Senil, Ako Aede, Nihich Dolis. Just to modify, because if it's already signed, it should be readily available. I just want to make a couple of comments regarding the Zeni. I know, again, there was several different questions regarding it. There's an ongoing audit. But keep in mind the first question that came regarding this, one of the first questions was on May 8th. Your response, or whoever wrote that initial response on May 16th, were long before the audit was even initiated. So even at the time, there was not even a clear answer provided on your involvement. So I want to make that comment and ask for that modification. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 3:53. And there is a request for modification to have that due by July 22nd at 12 p.m. Honorable Tlaw.
Cool.
Seconding party. Honorable Parrish concurs with that language as well. We will modify that here on the board. And then to the directive, Honorable Ms. James.
Yeah, thank you very much. Motioning parties, I'd like to see if you guys can modify the directive to receive these documents from our controller, because they are the ones that will have the final contract. So that would be my request to modify this motion of directive to get it from controller, not from OPVP. We'll never get a clear answer from that office. And so with that, I also want to mention that right now, since we're asking for this contract, I really want to ask Vice President how much she was involved in this Zeni Homes contract deal that was done. And at this point in time, President, I also would like to ask you, right now, I indicated falsification. There's a lot of falsification that involves this contract, and I believe that is the reason why you're not answering all of these Zeni Homes questions. And so I really want to know, why did Zeni Homes close their door? Why? What has happened? And so, these answers that you're going to provide us is not just for me. It's for the Navajo people that voted all of us in, as you as being the president, as the vice president, as us as council delegate. So don't look at me with this question. It's for our Navajo people that are asking out there. So again, you indicated that homes are being built. So again, if homes are being built, we know it's just not one box of home that are being delivered out there. There's multiple boxes that needs to be connected to have a complete home. So out of that, how much of this Zeni Home money, actually, how many homes have been completely put together, and how many homes out there still need to have other boxes put together to have an actual complete home for our Navajo people out there? Again, lastly, I'd like to say, why did Zeni Homes close their door? And this is a question to you, President of the Navajo Nation. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2 minutes and 5 seconds. And going next to Honorable Shondine Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and I'd like to thank the
Oh, wait,
motioning.
first, Honorable Parrish, there was a request at the beginning of Honorable James to put Office of the Controller instead of Division of Community Development. Is that the request, Honorable James? Just for clarification on the language, how, or just scratch out the Office of the President and then put Office of the Controller?
My modification is to get it from Office of the Controller, but I would leave that up to the motioning party if they want to keep OPVP in there.
Okay, thank you, Honorable James. And back to the motioning parties, Honorable Pla.
Thank you, Shanella, for the modification. I would go ahead and allow the modification. However, the Office of the President and Vice President does oversee the Division of Community Development, therefore they were included. So I am open to keeping OPVP as well as a controller and DCD. Thank you.
And seconding motion, Honorable Parrish, you concur with that modification?
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I would get clarification from the controller regarding the contract. I don't know. I mean, I would assume that the controller does have access to that, but I do agree with what Chair James is asking to make sure that there's just an outside source that's checking all of the documents, but I don't know if the controller could advise the council at this time. Thank you, Speaker.
And Controller, seconding party, saying, are you capable of providing that copy of work order number 4? He concurs. So, Honorable Parrish, so you're okay with the modified language? Okay, she concurs. And thank you, Honorable James. And next, I will go to Honorable Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I do appreciate Delegate Shauna Anclaw offering this amendment for the directive. I also was working on additional directive language, so I'd like to ask the motioning party if we could add after this directive language 2 additional directives regarding the responses that the Nabakiatiat Committee had last in our discussion last Thursday regarding the Navajo Nation Washington office, we do need an update as soon as possible because that legislation 9125 is up for debate on this agenda. So I'd like a response within the same time frame from the President's office. I did send a memorandum over to the President's office on June 17th and haven't got a response. So in the same essence of trying to get responses back from the President's office, I'd also like to ask the motioning party if we could modify to include the Washington office directive and how the President's office plans to add to the solution to the deficit. And then also the third item to this language would be to direct the President's office to correct the statements in the report and verify the numbers with the Controller's office. Speaker, that's my request to the motioning party to modify that, and I'll reserve my time.
And thank you again, Honorable Parish. There was that request to the motioning party to add additional directive language relating to Navajo Nation Washington office and also the budget message that is part of the State of the Nation report. So just give us a few minutes. That language is being forwarded over to our staff, and then we can have staff read that into the record for consideration for Honorable Tlaw. Honorable Parish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I just wanted to know if there was a response from Office of Legislative Counsel. I'm looking through my emails and all I have is from the Nubik Iadskiyat Committee. I don't know if that language is ready here, but I just wanted that clarification.
Right, thank you, Honorable Parish, and give it to Office of Legal Counsel, Ms. Espino.
Delegate Parish, thank you. What I just sent you is what I wanted you to review. It was revised. It was sent at 5:10 and then 5:26. She wants me to make a revision. It'll take me a minute. Okay. Like a minute.
So Office of Legal Counsel is modifying that language for Honorable Parish. So it'll just be about a good 3 minutes, colleagues. Modifying the directive language.
Oops.
Point of privilege raised by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I call this point of privilege under Rule 16 of our Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. Those questions that relate to the rights and privilege of Navajo Nation Council. I just want to, I know that we all know what Work Order 4 is, but can we get, Speaker, like an explanation to the Navajo people what Work Order number 4 is? And why this is a directive in terms of the questions that we have been asking for Zeni Homes. So I had to just verify, because I'm not on RDC, or I'm not on Budget and Finance, but my understanding of Work Order number 4, I just want to make sure that I am understanding what Work Order number 4 is. So can you explain what Work Order number 4 is? Thank you, Speaker. Oh, and then Speaker, I'm not like trying to relax over here. I'm actually trying to elevate my leg. So it probably looks like I'm practically laying down over here, but I just need to elevate my foot. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. And I'll have the motioning party, Honorable Tlaw, explain the reasoning behind her directive and where she cited Work Order number 4, CHID ARPA IDSA / Zeni Home Project. Honorable Tlaw.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and then also thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. So within this directive, the Navajo Nation received the ARPA funds. So some of it went to broadband, some went to E911, and then some went to the Division of Community Development. Under the Division of Community Development, they took in some of the ARPA funding to conduct the CHID ARPA housing. And so, as you know, we all have delegate region CHID ARPA funds, and so those were given out on the various work orders. So I did send a modification as well to Legislative Council. Michelle, I just emailed you. I did ask for work order 1 through 4, and that will give you an understanding of how the projects were divvied up. So within work order 1, they were given to the IDIQs, and from there, those vendors went out and into the various chapters. So within each chapter, depending on their certification, if they were non-certified or certified chapters, that's how they assigned these IDIQs. Now with work order 4, this was the 24 million that was given over to IDSA and Zeni. And within that, they were to provide additional CHID ARPA homes. And so in addition to your delegate region CHID ARPA, you also had the Zeni IDSA homes that were also supposed to go to your chapters. So I think once we get the information from work order 1, 2, and then 3, because one of them was canceled out, but we still need that so that you can see how that money was given over to work order 4. Work order 4 is the work order that also incorporates the IDSA Zeni Homes. And based on that, they did, as you know, close their doors, but it's good to see these work orders and just see the contracts so that you know what the scope of work was, and then also the timeline. So I hope that answered the question, Speaker. Thank you.
And Honorable Parish, I know that Office of Legal Counsel is still modifying to some of the edits that you have included. Is it okay if we can come back around to you? Honorable Parish. Yes. Thank you, Honorable Parish. And going back to Honorable Tlaw, if since you're the sponsor of the directive motion, I will allow you to see if you would like answers to or recognize any of the agents that could help you answer some of those questions that were raised by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez and also Honorable Vince James.
So thank you for the questions, and since we do have Division of Community Development, they would best be suited to answer the questions. So if we could call them up to the stand so that they may answer my colleagues' questions. Thank you.
Chief of Staff, if we could make room for Ms. Candace Yazzie to also answer those questions.
Yata, Candace Yazzie and Shia. Division of Community Development I'm the director. The question, can you repeat the question?
Honorable Tlaw.
Okay, so pertaining to the questions, there was Dr. Andy Nez that asked about, okay, so he cited a NABI meeting in May, and in there, he did ask some questions, but I don't want to misstate his question. So Speaker, I don't know if I could refer it to Dr. Nez, and then Vince James also did have some questions as well. So if we could have them restate that so I don't state that incorrectly. Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, we'll go first with you.
I just asked for the modification on the time. I just mentioned that the response that we got from the president regarding the audit, I understand the audit is in place, but during May 8th is when some of these initial questions were asked, as well as the response provided in the report that we received on May 16th. So the response that we're getting about not asking because it's undergoing audit were questions that were asked prior to the audit, but there's still no responses related to how Dr. Nygren was involved in the Zeni Homes selection. And I think that's a question directly to the president, and I will yield back. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. And then also to Honorable James, if you can summarize your question for Ms. Yazzie.
Thank you. Yeah, my question was, why did Zeni Homes close? It was indicated that there was 18 to 20 homes that were built. Out of those homes that were built, how many of those homes are actually completed home, or that need additional blocks to be added, meaning that it's not a completed home? And my last question was in regards to President, Vice President, is how much were you involved in the contract for Zeni Home? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable James. And Honorable Tlaw, if it is okay, I'm going to turn the floor over to Ms. Candace Yazzie. Honorable Tlaw.
Thank you, Speaker. And then if Ms. Yazzie can go ahead and answer Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton's question as far as the explanation on work order 4 as well. If she can explain more in depth. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tlaw. And turning the floor over to you, Ms. Candace Yazzie.
I would like to defer to the Department of Justice. As I understand, there's an ongoing investigation. I just heard earlier there's 4 of them. Thank you.
Ms. Yazzie, if you could also answer the point of privilege that was raised earlier, if you could define what is work order number 4.
Work order number 4 is a contract with IDSA to provide 160 modular homes to the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie, and I'll go back to Honorable Tlaw. The agent did request a description from the Department of Justice, but I will leave that up to you as a motion party.
Okay, so the question was regarding, I don't know if Ms. Yazzie can answer. So Honorable James did state that there were 18 to 20 homes built that were completed, and then I guess we can go ahead and get the clarification from DCD, what will become of those homes? And then the other statements, I guess you can wait for Department of Justice. But if you could just elaborate on how many were completed and where those homes will be going. So what is the plan for that? So I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over for her response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. Ms. Candice Yazzie.
Thank you, Delegate Claw. I would like to defer to the Department of Justice. As I understand, this is an ongoing investigation. Thank you.
Honorable Claw.
So if we're asking for the Department of Justice, then I will go ahead and request for Department of Justice to give a response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. And we do have Acting Attorney General here with us, Ms. Heather Claw.
Good evening. As to a question to investigate active investigations, currently I don't think we don't have any current active investigations at this time. Only understanding that I do have is a legislation that's going through the legislative branch to do a hearing, and I don't quite have any of the details of what the scope of work that is. But I think some of the questions that are being answered, if it's asking for pertaining to the contract itself, I think that would be fine for them to answer. How many houses are within this contract for, and how many has been built, and how many is being anticipated to be built in the contract, because that's just the four corners of the contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heather Claw. And going back to Honorable Claw, and there was also noted that there is no current investigation that's going on. So, Honorable Claw.
Thank you, Speaker. So with that information being given by the Department of Justice, I see no harm in answering all of the questions that were asked here today. So if I could go ahead and have all of my colleagues' questions answered by Ms. Yazzie, then you did get the response from the Department of Justice. So if you could go ahead, again, we started with Honorable Dr. Nez, and then also just maybe a more detailed explanation to Honorable Chair Charles Newton, and then also to Chair Vince James. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw, and back to Ms. Yazzie.
Thank you, Delegate Claw. Delegate Andy Nez's question about an audit, I don't have that answer on an audit. What I can share with you now that Attorney General Claw mentioned, I can share is that currently the 160 work order through IDSA is now at 80. There are 18 homes currently built, and we are coordinating installation. The remaining 62 are in process for fabrication and delivery. Thank you.
And back to Honorable Claw.
Thank you, Speaker. So there is one question that was asked prior. Since DOJ did give the response, I'd like for that question to be answered. So Honorable James did ask a question about what was the reason behind the closure of Zeni Homes, and then how much involvement was the OPVP as far as the contract. Thank you.
And Ms. Yazzie, if you could continue answering those questions.
Thank you, Delegate Claw. Division of Community Development.
Point of order raised by Honorable James.
I'd like to have Chief of Staff excused from the front podium here, Chris Beecher. It is not good the way he's talking to his staff. I believe there's a conflict there when we're trying to ask a division director questions. My point of order, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James, for issuing out that point of order. I'm going to recognize that point of order, Honorable James. And again, the questions are directly over to Ms. Candace Yazzie, and if there needs to be further coordination, but again, this is directly to Division of Community Development Director. So, Ms. Candace Yazzie.
Delegate Claw, can you please repeat the question?
Ms. Yazzie, I think that's where a lot of the frustration is coming from our council floor is we have repeated the questions of at least 4 times now. One was a question of why did Zeni Homes close their doors, and also if there was any involvement from the Office of the President and Vice President.
I can answer regarding the Zeni home closure. Navajo Nation's Division of Community Development is contracted through IDSA, and I cannot speak for Zeni Homes. Thank you.
And the second question, office, any involvement with point of privilege raised by Chair Regina Charles Newton?
Thank you, Speaker. I call this point of privilege under Rule 16 of our Council Rules of Order in terms of the additional comments that are being requested, and then maintaining the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. In this case, my understanding is that Division of Community Development is in charge of this project. So I need to know, did DCD, what was their involvement with Zeni Homes, and what is the IDSA? Because from what I'm hearing right now, there is not a response that is being provided. So I think the Navajo people need to know, does Director Yazzie know what she's doing in the capacity of leading Division of Community Development? Because if she's saying she doesn't know anything about this contract, we need to know that and get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Regina Charles Newton, for that point of privilege that was raised. Again, Director Yazzie, you do have directed questions that are pertaining to the ARPA homes, which is oversight of your department. Ms. Yazzie?
Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton. DCD's involvement is a contract with IDSA to provide 160 modular homes. It's changed recently, and they are now contracted to provide 80 homes. DCD's involvement is coordinating the procurement with all of the entities, meaning the applicants, meaning the chapters, with our management staff. So we are highly involved with this entire process to deliver homes to the needy of the neediest. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Yazzie, and we'll turn the floor back over to Honorable Tlaw, a motion party for the directive.
Okay, so thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton, for calling the point of order. So I think that We now know that these questions do pertain to the work orders, and it is important to move forward so that this Navajo Nation Council can think about the allocation or the reallocation of the remaining funds to move forward for housing for our Navajo Nation. So I think that all the questions were answered here, and I did also request from our legislative council to put in work order 1 through 4. Although one of them was canceled, we will still need the contract. So I don't know if that modification was made, and I'll turn it over to our legislative council to see if that was done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Honorable Law and Office of Legal Counsel did say that that modification is ready to include work order 1 through 4. And point of privilege raised by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So in terms of the directive with the work order number 4, I just have a question. Does that work order number 4 will it include the cost of each home? And I asked that question because I was just doing the math, and if you take 24 million, which is what the Zeni got, right? 24 million, and then there was like 15%, which ARPA allowed them to take for their administrative cost. Then you have the remaining amount. I just want to know what the average cost of these homes were. And that's why I'm asking, with the work order number 4, will it list the cost of these homes? Thank you, Speaker. It's just a yes or no answer.
Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. I myself, as Speaker, I have not seen work order number 4, so I can't give you a direct answer, but Honorable Tlaw, if you do have any insight on dollar figures that are included in work order number 4.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and then Chair Charles Newton for the question. So there was a report that was given to the RDC as well as during NABI, and if you remember in our handouts, work order for the average cost for these homes was $325,000. And so if we do receive the work order for contract copy, then we can go ahead and take a look at that as well. But I'm just going off of information that was given to the council. So once we get that work order, we'll have more clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tlaw. And I will recognize Honorable Brenda Jesus next, and this is questions to the directive.
Madam Speaker, Ado Indashanat Ani no Liningi, Ado Adant, President Nygren and Vice President, Kodo Ande Hithono Sondo, Kodo Eya na Atikidigi. So in regards to this directive, ani e ne etis'a. Le peso ye na ragi dohojobik e dest either from the executive branch. We talk about accountability and internal control, and it's very surprising that we can't get a direct answer in regards to work order 4. Khait on that bana state, khait on that be itratota. Hajo kwagin kilchano, I equana a deal kid. A directive figibis, so, and it must not be a concern to anyone at OPVP. But yeah, $24 million is a lot of money. And why hasn't the executive branch and or the Attorney General stepped in to say it's a breach of contract through IDSA and Zeni Homes? Maybe that, I'd like to add that directive on to see what action executive branch is really going to do in regards to possibly breach of contract. And I understand that the facility is closed there in Page, and where are they going to build their homes? Where are they going to get the workforce? That's another question. Are these homes really good? Have they been really built? So there's a lot of uncertainty. Shinat anin no sinigi adan kis na hos naigi. Ko ashon den leaning khapa akhon no sen. So Kodosha Deja, Honorable Claw, if we can add to your directive to possibly direct the executive branch to thoroughly take a look into this to see if there was a breach of contract as well on work order number 4. So that would be my request, Madam Speaker. Ako deho wan hajon da do na sa besot ope ne nanahalen. Ako lady nkik e nkid nan nkin nan kidis kido nkin not ani ni dlinigi. We don't want to stand there saying I don't know or hola. We want to be able to give them a clear, concise answer. Eben yadi na ashon ng khaba ako nosen do ek ejeyel tita, but this is the concern. $24 million is a lot of money, and we have to remember these are federal dollars. If we do not play our cards right, Navajo Nation is going to end up paying back $24 million. We're taking that money from our Navajo people for the direct services that is and was supposed to be provided. Doe kodo kwaged sadigi o atzabe khahitsi the hale eyan leda banahil net. So again, if you can add that directive, Shadeja, Honorable Claw, to this directive as well, because we're not getting no answers and we're not really getting no direction from executive branch. So Madam Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time of 1 minute and 50 seconds to Chair Jesus, and there was that request for modification to Honorable Claw to include if there was a breach of contract, if also that can be specified. Honorable Claw.
Thank you, Shadejan, and thank you to Sheda, Madam Chair Jesus, and I did add that to the directive request, and I sent that over to you, Michelle. So I will go ahead and accept that. So there should be an accounting of work order number 4 to see if there was indeed a breach of contract. Thank you.
And Office of Legal Counsel, Honorable Claw, requested at least 3 minutes to modify that language. While we're waiting for that modification, Honorable Parrish, you do have 3 minutes and 26 seconds, and your modification to the directive is also ready. Honorable Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I'm reading over the language as it's number 2 and number 3 on the screen. I do concur with the language, and I'll reserve my time at the
Reserve time at 3:19, and Honorable Claw, in that language on the board, if that is okay with you for modification to your directive. And for clarification, that's Honorable Parrish's request for modification. We still haven't updated the one for the breach of contract yet. So Honorable Claw, are you okay with Honorable Parrish's modification? Concurs with that? And most seconding party was Honorable Parrish, so she does concur. And there is modified language, up-to-date language, and Office of Legal Counsel is also working on that last modification. And Honorable Tlaw, if it is okay, if we could go back to reserve time, if there's any other additional questions while we're working on that request. Next, we do have Honorable Dr. Endinez with reserve time of 3 minutes and 53 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Appointed Division Director Yazi, my question wasn't about audit. My question, or my statement really, was that the President was not addressing any of the questions regarding Zeni because there was either the investigation or audit. But these questions and comments posed before there was any initiation of any audit or investigation. And that's why I cited May 8th and May 16th, which are a little over 2 months ago at this point. So that's what it was. And I want to also clarify when you're unable to speak for Zeni, because my understanding was that DCD went into this contract with IDSA, and then at some point when CHID reported to Nabikiyatye that there was a subcontract, and that's where Zeni came into play. So to indicate that, one, you have no idea, or it kind of, sharing that statement makes me kind of concerned, because and it was stated earlier by the President that you signed, if that's who he was referring to, because he just said DCD director. And if that's yourself, then you should have a little more knowledge about these contracts. The other thing that I want to also address is I sent this to Espino. I also CC'd you in there, Delegate Claude, to modify, to include like a next step. What is the plan then? Because you're moving from what potentially was 160 homes down to 80. And I don't know the degree of information that went out to families already for the entire 160 homes. So I don't know what the next plan is from DCD then to address that discrepancy, because I am big on direct service. And oftentimes, and I share this with my chapters, is try and relay the most accurate information that you have so that you're not, giving false hope to any of our relatives who needs any of those direct service. And I feel like this is part of that, alley. And so I think it's important then to address what the next steps are that's going to come out from DCD. I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1 minute and 28 seconds. And going next to Honorable James with 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yeah, Nana, speakers, members of the council. I just want to ask Shanale this question that maybe she can refer back to the agent, which is, what law or policy or language allowed you to change the contract from 160 homes to 80 homes? Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:41. And I'm going to go back to Honorable Tlaw.
So we'll go ahead and turn the time over to Ms. Yazi to answer that question on behalf of Honorable James. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tlaw. And to Director Yazi.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. I'd like to defer to Department of Justice for Vince James' question about the law or policy that allows me to change the contract from 160 to 80.
Thank you, Director Yazi. Honorable Tlaw.
Thank you, Ms. Yazi. We'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Madam AG. So if you could go ahead and answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tlaw. And going to our Acting Attorney General, Ms. Tlaw.
I'm getting clarification on the contract itself, but my understanding is that the division director is responsible for the project management of the project, so she would be the one that takes a look at it to see what has been completed, to look at the timeline, and if there's any reason why that there needs to be made decisions in order to go ahead and reduce, or maybe they're on track and maybe expand that, it would be left up to her or the project manager's discretion decision to go ahead and make those changes. Thank you.
Again, thank you for those responses. I'll go back to Honorable Tlaw.
Thank you, Shadeja. So we did hear from Madam AG, and so I will go ahead and reiterate the question, and I'll go ahead and allow for our Division Director of DCD to make a response. So it was clarified that after reviewing the contract, it is within the scope of a Division Director to make changes as necessary. So Ms. Yazzie, what were the key factors that you used in your management to evaluate the changes that needed to be made to change the original work order from 160 to 80 homes? So in your management practice, what led you to making that decision? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tlaw. And back to Director Yazzie.
Thank you for that question. I would like to defer to Attorney General for the answer.
Director Yazzie, I believe the question was geared towards your management decision on reasoning why the number of homes was decreased to 80. Director Yazzie?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm deferring to Attorney General just because of the ongoing investigation. So I would prefer to defer to the Attorney General.
Point of order raised by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I think, and I could be wrong on this, but I believe the Attorney General stated there is not an ongoing investigation, Ms. Yazzie. So why do you keep referring to an ongoing investigation? And then number two, that the Attorney General doesn't act as your attorney. The Attorney General represents the Navajo people. $24 million belongs to the Navajo people. And so I think that the fact that you keep deferring just shows guilt, that you have to refer to your to the Attorney General, who is kind of making these faces in the back like, what? So we need you to answer these questions. You are responsible for that contract. Your name is on that contract. You are responsible for the $24 million and whoever sole sourced that contract. So my understanding, and I could be wrong on this, is it was Boo Nygren, Patrick Sandoval, and the Division of Community Development Director, which at this point is you right now. So these questions are being directed to you. So we need answers, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. And
And so if we could get clarification again from the Department of Justice, Acting Attorney General.
Thank you, Speaker. Through some of the questions, there has been some questions regarding, is there going to be a breach of contract? There may have to be a situation where we're going to have to go through forward with that. So I think what I would suggest as before is if we can stay within the four corners of the contract, because just like everybody was saying, if there's going to be questions regarding has a contract been fulfilled, those are some of the questions that we would be looking at into the investigation of a possible breach of contract. I don't necessarily want to go ahead and make a declaration that that's where it's going to, but those are the options that may be looked at in the future that we need to go in the short future. So I would suggest exactly is that we do maintain within the four corners of the contract the questions, and then we can go ahead and continue to consider what our possible legal actions may need to be, having to do specifically with this contract. Thank you.
Point of privilege raised by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you for that, Acting AG Claw. So, Speaker, have we received, at council, have we received a copy of that contract? Because how are we supposed to stay within the four corners of that contract if we don't know or if we don't have a copy of that contract? So have we been given a copy of that contract?
Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, for that point of privilege. And I did check with our Office of Legislative Services that does keep those documentation for us. And no, we don't have a copy of that contract. Okay, and next I'm gonna have get some insight from our legal counsel, Ms. Espino.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. And I believe I understand the question from Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton is whether the council can have a copy of the contracts in order to stay within the four corners of the contract. I do not have a copy of the contract, but I do not see a problem. And Acting AG Claw also stated that it would not, that it would be okay for council to have a copy of the contract. That there's no reason why council could not have a copy of the contract.
Point of privilege raised by Honorable Ricky Nez.
Thank you, Speaker. Under Title II, Navajo Nation Government Chapter 3 Legislative Branch, subsection 185, Powers, page 12 of 32, maybe our attorney could make some clarification to this. Does this apply to the council? If you start reading from A, B, C, D, but under C, it does talk about shall have the power to subpoena the attendance and testimony of such witnesses and the production of books, records, memoranda, papers, and documents as deemed advisable. I'd like to hear from our legal counsel if this is something that we could issue a subpoena to get this contract to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ricky Nez, for that point of privilege. I'm going to turn the floor back over to Office of Legal Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker Curley and members of the Navajo Nation Council and Delegate Rick Nez for your question. In regards to the contract, if the contract is not provided, would not be willingly provided, I do believe that these powers could be utilized. They're either at the standing committee level or at the council level to subpoena those documents. And again, that's if it's not provided.
All right, thank you, Ms. Espino, and then we'll turn the floor back over to our directive sponsor. We do still have reserved time by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, Honorable Vince James, and also Honorable Parrish, and also Honorable Brenda Jesus. Point of order raised by Honorable James.
What happened to my question? Nobody's answering my question. Thank you.
Honorable Parrish, or not Honorable Parrish, Honorable Tlaw, motioning party.
Thank you, Shadeja Otto. Thank you, Shanella. So we will go ahead and turn the question back over to the presenter here for Honorable James's question. We did state it, but if we could go ahead and have that answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tlaw. And next to Director Yazzie.
Madam Speaker, she's pulling up the information, but I want to say to the council real quick, I'm more than happy to offer a copy of the contract, and she's looking for it right now. Again, with the other items, they're not secret.
Again, Chief of Staff, it was directed to Director Yazzie.
Thank you. Earlier I heard to send it to controller, and then as the directive's been evolving right now, it sounded like it was going differently. So I'll go ahead and send it to controller and to speaker right now. And I'm referring to work order number 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Yazzie, and please forward that to our staff to Jalissa Johnson, or if you can send it to amendments on the email as well, and then CC, you can also CC our controller and also legal counsel. And what is the expected time on that, Director Yazzie?
I'm sending it right now, so give me 2 minutes.
Thank you, Director Yazzie. And I'm going to go back to the floor for questions. And again, we are still on the motioning party, or for the motion for the directive. So I'll work through Honorable Tlaw as the floor rules go. She is the sponsor of the directive, so she does have that who to recognize to speak. So just a reminder to our presenters and our delegates that are here. And next we do have for reserved time our point of order raised by Honorable James.
I'm respectfully asking for an answer to my question. And so my question was to the director, as in what law or policy or language allowed you to change from 160 to 80 homes? That's my question. Everyone keeps avoiding my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James, for that point of order, and directly over to Director Candace Yazzie, if you could address that question.
I apologize, Vince James. I thought that Attorney General answered it in that it's at my discretion as the director who oversees the contracts within DCD. So I made that decision. I make decisions there. So It was at my discretion to make changes to work order number 4 from changing 160 homes to 80 homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Yazzie, for addressing that point of order. And colleagues, I'm going to go back to reserve time for the directive motion. Honorable Dr. Andy Naz with 1 minute and, is it 23? 28 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. So just for clarity, what we're ready to receive is work order 4 and not the contract, or both? And that's from you as the division director. And I've also, I guess I'll have my answer when we receive it, but I'll reserve my time for now. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nez. And I did think I did hear that was this only for the contract. Director Yazzie, can you clarify if that will include work order number 4?
Work order number 4 was sent to you. That included the 160 homes, modular homes. But you have to also remember that it's part of the IDIQs that were set up before I got here. So that's how the process happens. I'm used to hearing it as a change order to a contract, or in Navajo Nation's case, a master contract. So they call it work orders. So the work order number 4 is what we're talking about here for the Zeni Home or IDSA contract. But I would like to also mention and elaborate a little bit more on my decision, Delegate James, since you asked me. I can clarify that. In construction, the schedule plays a big factor. We're trying to spend this money and get it out before December 26th. So that was the basis of my decision, is not only recognizing coordination, collaboration, and teamwork. That was the reason why I had to make a change, is to make sure we can spend the money based on the construction and the sequencing and the teamwork that we were working on. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Yazzie, and I'll check with staff if we have received those copies. And for the record, staff has sent out work order number 4. It should read IDSA work order number 4, and was sent at 6:19 p.m. We don't have yet received the copy of the contract, so we will forward that to the council as well once we do receive it. And going next to Honorable Vince James with 1 minute and 41 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Finally, my question has been answered. So you answered it. So right now, you jeopardize our Navajo People's Fund of $24 million. Just you as an individual. But the main contract went through so many different individuals. At the end, you're only standing there by yourself, and you jeopardize $24 million of the Navajo Nation people's money. It does not make sense. And so at this point, I do not have confidence in you to move forward with administering the contract, with any contracts that have to involve with homes. None whatsoever. And that really bothers me, because that's a lot of money that we will have to deal with it as the governing body of the Navajo Nation. You could resign any day, and there will be no law for us to go after you. And if there is, then you did that for yourself. You put that concerns and issues on yourself for making that final decision. And so I either protect the Navajo people's money, or I try to protect you. And at this point, you indicated on record that you singly did the change yourself. And that is not good. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James, for those statements. And I'll go next to Honorable Parrish with 3 minutes and 19 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I do concur with the language provided by Office of Legislative Counsel, working with Office of Legislative Services in the directive. I'm going to yield, and I have no further questions on the main motion. I do concur with the motion. I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Chairman James.
Yielding a time of 3 minutes to Honorable James. Do you accept?
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Yes, I do accept.
Honorable James, we will put 3 minutes on the clock.
Nana Kwadod, Chairwoman Paris. Again, like I was stating, you jeopardize the Navajo Nation, our people's money. And it doesn't stand very well with me that nobody's coming up front to tell us who allowed to pay Zeni Homes $24 million up front without no productive job that has been completed. But yet, our chapters are told different. But yet, our chapters can't make a single change on their own with any contracts that are in place under the ARPA funding. But yet we have a director here, Yazi, that has jeopardized $24 million on the Navajo Nation. And so where did Attorney General go? What happened? DOJ. So it sounds like there's a ripple effect in this whole process of this $24 million. And that questions me that a lot of falsification happened with this contract with Zeni Home. And at the same time, I don't know how he was involved. Honorable Arvin Mitchell. It gets very interesting going back and thinking about this contract. Of all the individuals that have been involved in this contract, I don't even know if our president's concerned. You came to a conclusion that you jeopardized the Navajo Nation. $24 million. Zeni Home walked off with a lot of money, and there's no way of retrieving that back. 80 homes, that's $300,000 per home with my math. You could get a good, nice double wide trailer according to Honorable Otto So, less than $300,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. And going next to Honorable Brenda Jesus with 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Madam Speaker, Ado Kodonana not ani no sinigi do adan kilchono anigi do Director Yazi. I have, yet to really understand what had happened behind the scenes. But when you look at this work order 4, Tamara Begay signed 2 weeks before Division of Community Development was able to sign this work order. And I don't know why IDSA, who only holds an A&E firm license, was given the go-ahead with not holding a general contracting license with building 160 homes. So again, there's a lot of things that I'm most certain happened behind the scenes, and also was there a bonding secured. So the logical thing to do was to inform council when all of these issues or red flags were coming up, to executive branch, in hopes that you really do protect all this money and the assets of the Navajo Nation, not to go into someone's pocket, but it should be for the betterment of our people across the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Jesus. Is that one ready? Okay. And going back to Honorable Tlaw for all of those questions that were raised.
Thank you, Shadeja. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to what was questioned in the reserve time. And then also I will turn some time over to Ms. Yazzie to also respond, but I'll go ahead and just reiterate. So in here, we do have Dr. Nez that has posed a question on what is the next step going forward. And I believe that will be added into the directive so that the Division of Community Development can answer that through that directive. And then also, I think that I did request for an explanation, and it would have been great to see how this ARPA fund did come to the Navajo Nation. So in this directive, you have work order 1 through 4, and within that, a contract was given to the IDIQs, and then from there, they were given a work order, and that was the scope of work of how to complete the entire project. So it was stated here through Chief of Staff that the contract will be provided. So if we can go ahead and I think that is being added to the directive as well. And then also talking about how the schedule will play a factor. Ms. Yazzie did respond on how she made that decision. And then also Shanella did mention that it was through her decision that we put the nation in jeopardy of the 24 million. So part of the directive also will include giving a full accounting of the original 50 million that was given for this particular work order. And I think through the accounting, you will see how those funds were used and what led up to the questionings here today. And then also, Chair Parrish, thank you again for your leadership, and then also giving your input as far as the directive, and then also allowing for Shanella to be afforded more time. And I do find it necessary to also address what was mentioned here by Shanella as far as Honorable Mitchell's involvement with the Division of Community Development, since he was a part of the original master contract. And I think we may have to pose the legal question of whether or not we're going to call a conflict of interest, especially when it comes to the vote of not only this directive, but also to the report. So I will leave that to our legislative council to address that question. And then also for all of the questions that were here, I believe Ms. Yazzie does have her notes, so I'll go ahead and turn the time over to her to go ahead and answer the questions more in depth. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tlaw, and turn the floor over to Director Yazzie.
I do have to interject, Madam Speaker, just very quickly. Because we do have these 4 items that you've already initiated, the ethics investigation,
Chief,
the special prosecutor, the
Staff.
BNF hearing.
if you can turn off his mic, please, staff, if you could help assist in that area too. Point of order raised by Chair James.
Thank you again, Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Speaker, earlier you recognized my point of order to have the chief of staff step to the side. And right now, the way he's conducting himself, I believe at this time he should be escorted out of the building and let us proceed with our meeting. Thank you.
And Honorable James, thank you for raising that point of order. Again, respectfully asking the Chief of Staff, Mr. Chris Beecher, all those questions. As a sponsor, as being respectful to the directive sponsor, Honorable Tlaw, she does have that ability to her as a sponsor of the directive to call upon her agents that she is specifying. Until you are called upon by Honorable Tlaw, then you may speak. Again, we're just providing that clarification again. Director Yazzie.
Thank you for the questions. I want to go to Vince James' criticism of me, that you have no confidence in me. Just so you know, I've been in construction 20 plus years. In the last 10 years, I was part of general contractors who provide pricing and planning for large construction projects. I'm very familiar with construction schedules.
Point of order raised by Chair James.
I did not criticize you regarding your construction work. I'm talking about the $24 million. That's all I'm talking about. Personally, beyond that, I'm not talking about, or didn't bring up anything regarding that. I'm just very concerned about the $24 million, that you make changes just yourself with no other advisement from anybody. Thank you.
And to that point of order, Honorable James, I'm going to recognize Director Yazzie.
Yadi, I want to say thank you. I know that, again, all the questions that you want, we're going to answer those, because I truly believe in transparency and accountability. My goal is to make sure we deliver the 80 homes that were promised, and on top of that, we have a strategy going to make sure that the rest of the money is used to deliver the 160 homes. All the savings that do happen with that, we're going to move that into electricity. So again, if there's anything that you're thinking about, send it our way, and we're going to be more than happy to be transparent. You want the contract, the work orders, all the strategies. My main initiative is to make sure that even though the factory closed, we got to deliver those 80 homes. At this moment in time, I need those answers as well too. So one of the things that would have been great to do is we should have gone into executive session to have these discussions. But again, I want to say thank you so much. I appreciate you guys, and I think that again, just the things that you guys say, sometimes I try to take it with a grain of salt that you guys are saying something out of respect. But again, if we're not going to be respectful, I'm not going to entertain it. But send your questions. We'd be more than happy to provide it. But again, we're going to make sure that we hold their feet to the fire and they deliver the 80 homes. And if not, Heather's got a team that's ready to go. And on top of that, the 160 homes will be delivered. And any savings that we have, we're going to move that into electricity, because electricity is needed. We're forgetting the real issue. We have over a couple hundred homes that don't have electricity and water. And that's where our focus should be. And I'm more than happy to bring Sean up here to talk about why this decision would happen, because I'm a little upset too, because I wasn't a part of the process. It just happened. You know what I mean? It just happened. The work order was issued. Discussions happened even without me. And so to me, I'm like, okay, what was going on here? Work order 4 showed up, and then all of a sudden Zeni is shutting down. So yes, I'm frustrated as well too. So again, I think if Sean wants to come down here and finish this out, he can talk about exactly what has happened as well. But I want to say have a good evening. Thank you so much. Vote however you want to vote, and we'll make sure we get you guys all the answers that you need. But again, it's just sitting here. It's very tough just to sit here. But again, I want to say thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to spend a couple hours with you. I'll go on it.
Point of order raised by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I call this point of order as Boo stated on the record. You know, he's walking out again after us holding his feet to the fire. We, council, are holding his feet to the fire because he just said he did not know about this work order. And yet we received from him and his office and the line of questions that we had with Zeni that he was the one who was responsible for the Zeni Homes. I'm calling this point of order because this is a disgrace to the Navajo people that an elected official cannot answer these tough questions. And for me as a council delegate sitting here trying to address the issues that our Navajo people are wanting to know, and the fact that his director, Candace Yazzie, also walked out of the proceedings. So, Speaker, with this point of order, I do have to say that I find offense to the actions of Boo Nygren because he is responsible, along with Candace Yazzie, Patrick Sandoval, for the $24 million that we don't know anything about, that he just admitted on the record he knows nothing about. And I just want to remind my colleagues, and I have my right to speak, so when you recognize me, I would like to motion to subpoena the president, Boo Nygren, to answer these questions and not
Honorable
have...
Eugenia Charles Newton, can you restate your point of order?
I can restate the point of order, Speaker. The point of order rule within the council rules of order under Rule 25 pertains to the remarks that appear to be in violation of the established rules of the council. It is our right as council delegates to ask questions regarding the people's money. That is our right. And the fact that he just now stated on the record that he knew nothing about that $24 million contract makes me question, what kind of president do we have who is taking orders from his chief of staff, who are acting more as presidents than he is? My point of order under Rule 25 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. Remarks appear to be in violation of the established rules of council. Any council may raise a point of order. I raised it as soon as he got up, Speaker, which is my right. Our right as council delegates is to ask these tough questions of his choices. So if I'm out of order with this, then tell me I'm out of order. But it is my right as a council delegate to ask questions, especially questions based on his actions. So I do have a right to speak. I know with this point of order, I cannot call a motion, but in my right to speak, I will request a motion to subpoena the president to answer these questions to the Navajo people. I will request a separate motion to subpoena Candace Yazzie, Division of Community Development, of her actions in this $24 million debacle that has happened. So that is my point of order, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, for that point of order, and we will recognize you for those motions when you get in queue. And again, we do have another point of order that was raised by Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Thank you, Speaker, for recognizing me. I call this point of order to Rule 25 of our standing council rules of order. So my question is going to go to Office of Legislative Counsel. Our presenter, as it was adopted in our formal agenda, left the presentation podium. Is that allowable? Where they're not formally dismissed or where they're told, you can't just leave when we're discussing $24 million of the people's money. And this same thing happened with the uranium contract. President Nygren also stated he did have no participation in it. The decisions that affect the health and integrity of our Navajo people and the Navajo Nation, and the individual who's sitting at the top, Dr. Bu Nygren, is telling us that there's no participation. I quickly skimmed the room, and I see some of our division directors here. Don't play with our people's money. You include the president of the Navajo Nation, the vice president of the Navajo Nation. These are direct service funds that are not going to the people, and we're jeopardizing them. And that is not okay. Again, I looked around, some of you are still here. That is not okay. And I support the subpoena, I support these answers because we get asked. If I'm asked some of these hard questions at a chapter meeting, I'm not walking out. If I don't know the answer, I'm going to tell you I don't know the answer, but I'm going to find it. Not walking out. And so going back to my question to the Office of Legislative Counsel, is that permissible for any presenter, any agent coming before this podium to answer questions on behalf of the Navajo people who can just get up and leave? I get it. These are hard questions. But if everything is done right, there's no issue answering questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Naz. And we're going to refer that question to Office of Legislative Counsel. Again, colleagues, this is not the first time this has occurred. But I will rely over to our legal counsel, Ms. Espino.
Thank you, Speaker Curley and members of the Navajo Nation Council and Delegate Nez for your very good question. Thank you for your question. I am conferring with the acting AG at this moment. Would like to look at the powers of the president, and if you could just give me 1 minute to do that. Thank you.
We just had dinner served, so we do need some legal analysis from our legal counsel, Ms. Espino. And colleagues, are there any objections for a 15-minute recess? I don't see any, so we will recess here at 6:47, reconvene in 15 minutes. Colleagues, our 15 minutes recess has come up, so if we could do an official roll call. Again, Sergeant of Arms, if you could help us as well, if there's any delegates in the conference rooms or outside. Colleagues, roll call is taking place. We do have Vice Chair Johnson that's here. Honorable Yanito is also here. All right, colleagues, we do have 19 members present, and we will reconvene and exit out of recess at 7:06 p.m. And colleagues, we were on addressing Honorable Dr. Endinez's point of order, and we will have Ms. Espino provide a response to Honorable Dr. Endinez's point of order.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, members of the Navajo Nation Council, Delegate Nez, for your question, your point of order. In regards to the president leaving, you asked, I guess, how that can be addressed. And so first I want to say that in the absence of the president, the vice president would assume the role, and so she could continue the report and the question and answering. She does have that authority. And in regards to subpoenas and having individuals be required to testify to this very important topic, we do have legislation or a resolution that was passed by the Budget and Finance Committee, I believe on Friday, and they are the oversight over all financial matters, and through those hearings, they will be able to issue subpoenas for individuals to provide oral testimony and also for documents to be provided as part of those hearings. Now, if they decide that they want to get up and leave, the Chief Legislative Counsel, myself, I have the authority to have the subpoenas for not just the individuals to testify, but for the documents. I have the authority to petition the court to enforce those subpoenas. So that would, again, be in the oversight hearings that Budget and Finance did approve to hold on this matter. So I hope that answers your question, Delegate Nez.
Thank you, Chief Legal Counsel, and Madam Vice President is still present here at the presenter's table. And thank you, Honorable Dr. Endinez, for raising that point of order. And we were still on a motion on a directive. So we will go back to Hughes and Q for the directive language. Point of order raised by Honorable Jermaine Simonson.
Yeah, it's a speaker. Thank you for recognizing that point of order. I'm going to cite my rule here, rule number 4, and I want to go to letter C. So there's two areas that I want to express point of order. Just now, maybe 10 minutes ago, I had the Vice President of the Navajo Nation give me a letter, and she says it's anonymous. In our rule book, it says no anonymous documents shall be allowed on the floor. And so this is why we have separation of powers. And so who is here in this room to monitor those things? And I believe the letter that was given earlier where some questions were referenced also is an anonymous document. It's just signed a concerned citizen. So up to this point, we've allowed 2 anonymous documents here on this floor. The second point of order I want to make is just a week and a half ago, I'm just going to call it leadership meeting at this point, but I don't recall specifically if you called it an executive session. A lot of the questions that were asked today were discussed in that executive session. So then, are we out of order in having that discussion here in a public meeting here? So that's the second one is really a question I need clarification on. But number 1, please do not allow anonymous documents on the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Jermaine Simonson. In reference to anonymous documents, again, there were enclosed envelopes that were making their rounds around the floor. This was before we called the session to order. So at that time, many of our staff were still preparing for the session to begin. And again, I did not allow or give permission on who was giving out those envelopes. And again, apologies to my colleagues if you did receive those envelopes. I know some delegates did. I was unaware of those envelopes, and some delegates did come forward and gave those envelopes to our chief legal counsel. So if you do not want to accept those letters, or if you don't know what documents are floating around, gifts is also the same situation sometimes we do come up with. So again, if you don't feel comfortable or any of that nature to hold on to those documents, Chief Legal Counsel is here to collect those as well. I know some, I didn't open my envelope, I just gave it directly to our Chief Legal Counsel, so I don't know what the letters or the documents do state. So again, we will rely on our Chief Legal Counsel to also provide us that guidance. Again, if you do feel comfortable to give her those letters, you're more than welcome to do so. So we did not give permission to give those letters out on the floor. And for, in terms of executive session at leadership meeting, Office of Legal Counsel, there is a question from Honorable Simonson on what are the consequences of disclosing any information within an executive session.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, members of the Navajo Nation Council, and Delegate Simonson. I understand the question to be, there was a leadership meeting held amongst the council, and are you asking if anything that was discussed during that leadership meeting should not be discussed here? Is that what your question, ma'am?
So, Honorable Simonson?
Yes, that was my question. And in the past, with our previous legal counsel, Ms. Dana Bobroff,
she had always mentioned that anytime we go into a leadership meeting or closed meeting with attorney presence, that becomes an executive session. So if that's changed or if that's wrong, let me know. I thought the meeting that the speaker called maybe a week ago to when this issue arose, if that also, the rules apply there. So I don't know, what your interpretation is of that meeting, but it was a closed meeting. It was not a public meeting. And so we discussed some of these things that were talked about here today or questions were asked about today. So I don't know and then thereafter, both parties issue press releases speaking to the matter. So I don't know if at that point you muddied the waters already. So I just need clarification.
Thank you, Honorable Simonson and Chief Legal Counsel.
Thank you, Delegate Simonson. In response to I'm going to start with the easy answer first. In response to your question about when there's a leadership meeting, if an attorney is present, does that constitute an executive session? I've actually never heard that. I'm going to have to look into that because I do believe that there are meetings, leadership meetings, other types of meetings when attorneys are present, and that's not automatically an executive session. So I will look into what you just informed me of and see if we have a definition in our Navajo Nation laws in regards to that. So that's your first question. The second is you're asking if anything that was discussed in the leadership meeting, can it be discussed outside of that leadership meeting? Can there be press releases issued outside of that meeting? And I would say that one thing we cannot escape is that this issue in regards to a Navajo Nation contract for a housing project, that's not something that the leadership meeting and the executive session was in terms of the discussion regarding that issue. However, the issue is a matter of public knowledge. It's a matter that the Navajo Nation made decisions on in public places. What is confidential is the discussion between the leadership in regards to those issues. I'm not going to go any further than that because it is confidential. And again, in regards to the press releases were focused on the contracting and the Zeni Homes and matters that are of a public nature and are something that the public should be aware of. And the press releases, from my knowledge, did not contain any information from the executive session. Oh, yes. And as well, I did review those press releases, or at least the press release from the legislative branch that was reviewed by legal counsel prior to them being issued. I hope I answered all of your questions, Delegate Simonson.
All right, thank you. Chief Legal Counsel, again, Honorable Simonson.
Thank you again, Speaker. So I'm going back to the calendar invite that you sent out for that July 12th meeting, and you indicated on there this meeting will be held in executive session. So, I just want it to be clear that, a lot of the things that we discussed there, I feel like are being discussed here. So I'm just reading your email.
All right, thank you, Honorable Simonson and Chief Legal Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Thank you, Delegate Simonson. I think you're, just for clarification, you're referring to an email, not from me, because I did not set up a meeting. I believe it was from Speaker Curley. Okay, I just wanted to make sure to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chief Legal Counsel for those explanation. Again, colleagues, we'll go back to our debate here. We are still on a directive motion. And we do have new in queue, Honorable Arbin Mitchell, and this is to the directive.
Because I don't care now. Kage, na hat kanegi. I don't know he nothing is to other. It's in to care all this. I don't know should it not kida. It's in kudo a ya, but not Eddie. Had a sinizi. I don't should it a ya. It's a because. Legal Legislative Council. There's a legislation 0174-25, a Budget and Finance Committee. I believe that legislation just completed its 5-day comment. So, Hasha Aj bahas answer so do o satan de zonde state chinde na che kodo ya bikia de skito lestida e digi sinto e aj sinto nel idole ado anle da hol jis that she the nose in I like.
If we could have the respect for our colleagues while they're in queue and speaking. Again, our apologies. Honorable Mitchell.
Hagasi. Ado anleden geholzi, dat zit nooit in. Ado zit ada. Kushina khayata peson geetner. Ado na kina khita ada enta ayati. Contract igedalya. So I don't mind being questioned because I sat before this body before at Navajo Nation Council and then also at Nabikiyati Committee. E aden ndashadol kido. Dishechit ado khata. Khashit ado. So it's probably on record what the response were, what the questions were. So ya hot adalia. Ado enta ya RFQ to Elia. There was 17 that provided their RFQ. Ado butsanat nelo esta what is under the Budget and Finance Committee legislation. The North work order, but not the there was 4 work orders. I believe work order 1 get canceled. So work order 2, work order 3 is Ado 4 ge entaka. Ado kodo o sta. Ado natansilto Queensland. Ya kodo. We're a 3-branch government. Ashkist out. Ya bes anigin khata dilya. Ado khata do hot ego. There's that judicial branch that will interpret. The Ese to aliada. Aquage all the navigate audit auto aquage when you need aho. Now don't let that net ice sagi and him tapan natligi. So a shiba on the sindole. I don't the kodo government reform that no bahadats. You know, I'm all for government reform. Quality the 3 branches, oh yes, that 1 branch is larger and not what not. Oh yeah, smaller. The key a yahalit Ashest echoed atole, say wins. A co echodo a ya sa digi arts son adole. I don't never has sig it up. A other. And I the kitchen dole.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Mitchell. And then next we do have to directive language, Honorable James. You do not have any more time. And colleagues, if you would like, feeling generous, I know he was passing out some iced teas. It's kidding. Maybe an exchange. So we'll go next to Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, and this is to the motion directive.
Thank you, Speaker. Earlier, I did ask the question, which was never answered, regarding like how do we hold these people accountable? We're asking for this directive, and I know that the comment came up that we're probably not going to get the answer. I mean, we just saw a display of Boo walking out on us because he couldn't answer the questions. So I wonder, in terms of this directive, I know that we do have on there the Office of the Controller. Controller is sitting here, and I know that Vice President is sitting there as well. And I know that there was a question that was asked of her regarding this directive of her knowledge of the Zeni Homes. And then her involvement with the contract. So in terms of the contract, I mean, this directive, I think that, like, I want to know, like, I guess, what the responses are, so I know how to, I guess, word the language in terms of the directive. Because right now, my concern, Speaker, is we've had directors that have pretty much made decisions on behalf of the Navajo people, putting us in a position where, as delegates, we wind up having to, I guess, address try to find a solution. And we're doing that right now with the budget of the $590,000 minus, that Justin Ahosteen did. And, we're like, how do we hold these people accountable? And I know what the white collar crime, the white collar law states, and my understanding is we can hold them accountable. I just wonder if we can hold them accountable in their individual capacity, which is going to help me with this directive. But I need to know the response from the Vice President, and then also, since the Controller is here, since the directive is being addressed to him, perhaps he can answer some of the questions, because every single one of us in here have stated at one time or another transparency. And that's exactly what happened today. Was we were discussing an issue that has been made public, that is, out there. And we just had we just had Boo state on the record that he knew nothing about this contract or what happened, which makes me question, is it time now for that administrative leave for us to consider that legislation? Because we have somebody who is leading our Navajo people, I'm going to use air quotes, leading our Navajo people with a blind eye. So it's dangerous, because $24 million, we don't know if, that fund has been used correctly. That's going to be the Navajo people's money. And then we as council are the ones who are going to have to make those tough decisions of which services are we going to cut to pay back that $24 million, if it comes to that. Who's going to get laid off? We are the ones who are going to have to make that decision. and I doubt he's going to get reelected after his display, you know, what he displayed today, but it's going to come back, and we're going to have to figure out somewhere, somehow, budget and finance is going to have to shoulder that you know, that burden of trying to figure out how we're going to find funding for this. So, Speaker, I'd like to ask that the questions continue so I can properly state my directive that I'd like to add on to this. And again, it's going to be based on the way that the Vice President answers the questions, and then perhaps Controller can answer some of the questions that we have regarding the contract and what was done. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1 minute and 3 seconds. And I'm going to turn the floor back over to the sponsor of the directive, Honorable Tlaw. There was that request from Chair, if we can get responses from the Vice President, also the Controller.
Yes, thank you, Shadeja. So I want to go ahead and recognize Honorable Mitchell for giving his response as well. And then also thank you for also stating that you would be open to the questions and that you explained how you were involved with the DCD, especially the CHID ARPA work orders. I know there was a question posed by Honorable James as to whether or not we will include this as defining a conflict of interest, since he did put on record that he was involved with DCD. So I did ask for our legislative counsel to also give us an answer on whether or not there would be a recusal from the vote for this directive as well as the report. As far as Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, I will go ahead and defer that question to the OPVP, and as was mentioned, in the absence of the President, the Vice President takes the lead, and she is here with us today, so Shade for remaining here to answer these questions. And once we get the response, then I will go ahead and allow for Honorable Charles Newton to give a follow-up question if need be. So with that, Shadeja, I'll turn it back over to you.
Point of order raised by Honorable George Toth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do Anasi Tanigi. We're making a point of order, my point of orders. We're making an amendment when this whole thing passed. We set the President report. How about if all of us voted red? It's no use making all these directives. So the question I have is, Edin Adedishkilque. Ayola do hot Eda ani directive Goya searched on de take at a Yaha directive Italiago. To Eda de hot alia do Koro vote. I don't know. How about people vote red? And then it fails, so no use doing your directive of Quacky. Bash approve it, yeah. Jot esto. Don't hit such any yasto. Thank you.
Question here, Honorable Toth, and I'll have our legal counsel explain the two differences of if we do accept the directive and if the report fails, does the directive still carry forward? The way that I interpret the rules, the directives would still carry. But our Chief Legal Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, members of the Navajo Nation Council, and Shanantai, Delegate Toth. The Speaker is correct that the directive would still stand even if the report is voted red. There is a difference when it's an amendment. Now, if it was an amendment and the legislation failed, then those amendments also fail. So This is different. It's a report, and this is a directive, and if it fails, those directives are still they're still valid. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Espino. And first, we'll turn the floor over to Madam Vice President and provide her responsive, while Office of Legal Counsel is also working on the conflict of interest that was stated by Honorable Tlaw. But first, we'll go to Madam Vice President.
Honorable Vince James, how much was I involved in the contract for Zeni Homes? My answer is 0. I was not involved at all in the contract or any discussions in regards to Zeni Homes or the real contractor or the real contract individual. The only involvement I've ever had with Zeni Homes was when the Nigrin-Montoya Nez Lizer administration was going through transition. It was December of 2022 that I was invited to the ribbon cutting in Tlachit chapter at the facility with Zeni Homes. And at that time, I was there on behalf of the Nigrin-Montoya administration, and Vice President Lizer was there also. And that's when I did a tour of the facility. I spoke with the employees of Zeni Homes that were Navajo. And other than that, I just participated in the ribbon cutting and returned back. And I believe it was about a week and a half after that, I was approached by President Nez or President Nigrin. Again, this was during our President-elect Nigrin at the time, and also Chief of Staff Patrick Sandoval. And they were both upset with me that I went to the ribbon cutting of Zeni Home. They never gave me an explanation as to why they were upset, but I just let them know that one of their trusted staff people at the time, I can't remember her name, was the one that asked me to attend on behalf of Nigrin-Montoya because Boo was supposed to attend, but he declined, and they were sending a low-level staffer to go and attend in the Nigrin-Montoya's place. And they asked me if I could attend. We didn't see anything wrong with it. It was a ribbon-cutting celebration in one of our communities that was bringing jobs. But other than that, I never discussed any type of business with Zeni Home at that visit. I met people that worked for Zeni Homes, but I never discussed any type of contracts or any future contracts with anybody there. That's my answer. Thank you, Speaker.
And thank you, Madam Vice President. And next, I will recognize Chief Legal Counsel to elaborate on the participation of delegates if there is a possible conflict of interest. Point of privilege by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I got tongue twisted there and a piece of the chips went down my throat. I also asked for the controller as well, Speaker, so just an FYI on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. And the controller was here a little while ago, so we'll check with staff. But in the Sergeant of Arms. In the meantime, while we locate the controller, I don't know if he's still here, but Office of Legal Counsel, if you could provide that explanation of conflict of interest, and then if so, then we'll turn the floor over to controller if he's still here.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members of the Navajo Nation Council. In regards to conflict of interest, as stated before, if you have a personal interest, if there's a personal economic interest, if you have family members involved in the matter, you may deem yourself to have a conflict of interest and would want to recuse yourself. Now, I've had specific questions regarding, and the delegate himself raised the issue that he was part of the Division of Community Development and involved in this project in that capacity. And so would he be deemed to have a conflict of interest? I would say that it's pretty obvious that there is a potential conflict of interest, and I would recommend that although he does say that he is open to questions and would be open to answering questions, I think that would be fine, and he may even be a part of the budget hearings since he was in that capacity. But when it comes down to voting on these matters, I would recommend that he would recuse himself. Thank you.
And Office of Legal Counsel, additional information.
Was just asked if I did point out that there should not be voting by this individual, but the question came up, how about debating? Now, if there is a matter that's focused on this issue that the delegate has a conflict with, he should not be part of the debate. Yes.
Thank you, Chief Legal Counsel. And we'll go back to, there was a point of privilege that was raised. Controller, if you could join Madam Vice President at the presenters table. Thank you, Controller, for joining us here. And Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, I'm going to recognize you if you could recap your questions. I don't know if Controller was here in the council chamber when you did raise those questions. So I'm going to briefly recognize you if you could recap those questions.
Is that the questions that I asked of Boo? Regarding the Zeni Homes. So this is what I asked Boo. So what I stated is on May 8th, 2025, you came before Nabik Iatska after a subpoena was issued to you. There were many questions asked of you, but one in regards was to Zeni Homes. I believe the question asked was, quote, how were you and your office involved in the contracts associated with Zeni Homes? Are there options to amend the contract? The response was provided through written documents, and the response stated the contract in question is one of 7 approved and executed IDQ contracts for housing using ARPA funds assigned to DCD CHID. The DCD CHID program falls under the executive branch and works under the direction of my office. Any questions regarding the amendment of contract should be referred to NNDOJ. So my question was Zeni Homes sole source? And I think you would have the answer to that question. Number 2 is it, I guess, I don't know if you know the question, if you know the answer to this one, is it true that your former chief of staff is employed with Zeni Homes? Number 3, how many homes did they produce for our Navajo people? Number 4 is how many are turnkey? And then I also asked for how many of the 1,000 homes during your presidency were delivered. So the report stated 170. but I was trying to verify how many have been built, how many have been delivered. The other question that I had in terms of the funding for Zeni Homes is like how much did the homes cost? And I know that Delegate Claw, stated that there was a report that you provided. I wasn't here during that report, and I had asked you, did you send out a presentation? So I asked, in terms of the homes, how much did one home cost to build? And then how many of those homes were built and how many were delivered? So I guess a lot of that kind of goes back to that question of the work order number 4. And then, of that, how much money was actually spent? And then the other question is, to my understanding, per ARPA, I think it's 15% could be used for administration. And I asked, is that correct? And then I kind of did the math based on that, but maybe you can, since you're the controller, you can give us a little bit more information on that. And then one of the questions that I also asked in terms of like the knowledge of the contract is with the, like, it was mainly to Candace Yazzie, because she stated on the record that she was the one who changed the work order. So, she kept saying that there was an investigation that was going on. Acting Attorney General stated that as far as she knows, there's not an investigation going on. So maybe you can clarify, are you aware of any investigations going on at the federal level regarding the ARPA money? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newt. And I'm going to turn the floor over to our controller.
Speaker Shinada, Speaker Curley, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, thank you for the questions. There's several here, so if I miss any, please just let me know. The first one, I think you asked how was the office involved. If I recall how these were done, there was a proper RFQ for housing contracts. From that RFQ, several firms replied, and from those replies, 7 IDIQs were awarded. An IDIQ contract is indefinite quantity, like indefinite period, indefinite quantity, meaning there's a scope of work, but it's not real specific as to exactly what the orders are, and those come in the form of the work orders that I think we're referring to as 1, 2, 3, and 4, with work order 4 being the Zeni Homes work order. Well, actually work order 4 being the IDSA work order. So to back up a little bit, one of the IDIQs that was awarded was Indigenous Design Studios and Architects, which is a architecture, native Navajo-owned architecture firm. The Zeni contract fell as a subcontract to that IDIQ. So I don't want to speak out of turn with DOJ, but we don't technically have a direct contract with Zeni. We have with IDSA, then there's a sub to Zeni. So that's the involvement. My office, we of course check procurement. I do recall being satisfied with the RFQ and the scoring. At least the procedure was followed, so I believe my office signed off on it. And I may have initialed it, having reviewed the procurement documents. I can't recall if I initialed them or not, but I think I did. So the question was Zeni sole sourced. Not sole sourced through us. Like I said, IDSA is actually the prime contractor. That's who we're with the Navajo Nation's contracted with. Now, how IDSA selected Zeni, that's a question for IDSA. So I don't know how that contractual relationship came about between Zeni and IDSA. How many homes were built? So I'm going to give you knowledge that was given to me directly from Zeni, because I met with him 2 weeks ago. When this whole thing came about, Zeni reported to me that 18 homes were built, and there's still, none have been deployed. So there's 18 homes sitting in, apparently in their warehouse, waiting for deployment. The numbers that Zeni reported to me in this meeting, which, just full disclosure, I met with Bob Worsley, who's the CEO, and a guy named, I think it was Demetrius, I can't remember he's like the chief revenue officer, but I don't remember his name. I think it's Demetrius. And Chris Beecher was with us. And I started asking numbers of Zeni, like, you know, what's going on? You know, we understand you're going to shut down. You know, what's happening? So the numbers I got for pricing of homes, which might be a little bit different than what's, I think, in the work order and in the IDIQ, they relayed to me that $200,000 was the direct cost of the home. So labor, raw materials, $200,000 per home. Another $70,000 was allocated per home to deploy, which it was relayed to me during that meeting that there's outside contracts for that to happen through Zeni. And then another $20,000 was actually allocated per home to IDSA for the work that they're doing on, I believe, site assessments and other things. So that adds up to $290,000 that they relayed to me. $200,000 for the direct cost of the home, $70,000 for deployment and installation, and $20,000 for the IDSA portion of the contract. How many were built? 18. How many were delivered? What they said to me is none. The 15% admin cost, I don't know exactly what is in the contract as far as admin cost, but I do know that there is an allocation that I believe is allowable for them to take on and bear some of the admin costs of the contract. But I'd have to, I know the council's been asking for the contract, which we'll get to you. It sounds like a member of my team just texted me, says they have it, they'll get it to me first thing in the morning, so I'll get it to you.
Excuse me, Controller, if we could pause for a moment. I was just talking with our Chief Legal Counsel, just grabbed my attention. So I'm going to give the floor over to our Chief Legal Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, and our Controller. The Attorney General and I were just talking because now that it is known that there are issues involving, you know, the subcontract and the closure of the plant, as kind of alluded to earlier by the Attorney General, this matter could move forward in different ways. And so at this time, I would request that if the council would like Mr. McCabe to continue answering these questions, that we should go into executive session. Thank you. For further clarification, so either if you're going to continue with this questioning for these specific answers, I would advise that you go into executive session, or discontinue the questioning that would require these specific details that Mr. McCabe is beginning to give. And again, I just want to remind you that there is hearings that will be forthcoming in the next several weeks that will also be addressing these issues. Thank you.
And thank you, Chief Legal Counsel, Ms. Espino, for that guidance here for the council. Again, there's, for my colleagues that have direct questions or in-depth questions on Zeni Home, The advisement from our chief legal counsel is to motion to enter into executive session. And I'm going to go back to the floor. We still have a motion in place for a directive. And I do have Chair Crotty next in queue for questions.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So on the directive, I wanted to ask Shanila here if any of the language in number 1 should be modified because of the information that we're receiving. I wanted to ask if we could, I know we're being very specific here. Let's see. Shall provide copy of the master contract and then work orders 1 to 4 for the CHID ARPA projects. But Speaker, I'd like a modification that any activity that CHID entered into regarding CJY 4121, so that's the original ARPA FRF legislation. It's my understanding that there was contracts or FRPs that were submitted prior to these current work orders. And so I'd like to see what that history looked like, because there were contractors who reached out and said they were notified that they were selected, and that decision then was reversed. So I'd like to see what that history looked like. And I'd like to ask Legislative Council, we did make an amendment at Budget and Finance that included all of the housing projects regarding FRF. So I just want to make sure that we're in line, because I could also retract that request. I'm not sure if we could get that information by tomorrow noon. So I wanted to see what Shanila thought and some clarification from Legislative Council. What I want is the full history and the full scope of how CHID and through all the different leadership changes have implemented the funding from CJY 4121. In addition to the amendment last year, let's see, bless you. Let's see, CJ, or I'm sorry, I just have the legislation, but originally it was 5025. So I apologize, colleagues, I don't exactly know what the resolution number was, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
And thank you, Chairwoman, Delegate Crotty. And first, I would like to recognize Honorable Tlaw first, if you would be in agreement to that modification to the directive language. And I know that you also had some directive language that needed to be updated. Honorable Tlaw.
Akoshi, do asya ko aidan kudini the history gi e bakatanle. So right here, we can go ahead and insert the council resolution that was stated. And so that would give the council the history of it. I think that after reviewing those legislations, you will see that some of these contracts, they do stem out to other work that's involved with ARPA as well. So I am in agreement to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tlaw, and concurs with that added language. And Chief Legal Counsel is modifying that draft. Point of privilege by Honorable Tlaw.
Yes, thank you, Shadeja. So in that history, I think it would be valuable to add in copies of the RFQ as well as the RFP. That way the council can see what the qualifications were for the 7 IDIQ as well as the RFP. Thank you.
Great, colleagues, it would give time of at least 5 minutes to our legal counsel. And Honorable Tlaw, is it okay if we go back to the floor for any additional questions while we work on that modification? Thank you, Honorable Tlaw. And we do have next to the directive, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez with 1 minute and 28 seconds. One minute and 11 seconds, correction.
Thank you, Speaker. Essentially, that was regarding the modification. I do see it projected there on the screen under item number 1, but I just look forward to those reports. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. And next, we do have Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton with 1 minute and 3 seconds.
Speaker, because because the controller can't answer any more questions, my directive was going to be specifically towards what can, I guess, maybe more towards, I guess, DOJ in a sense of what can be done to hold these people accountable. But we don't really know at this point what's going to happen or who's at fault here. So I'm going to hold off on that until we have our investigative hearing, and then hopefully we can get our questions answered and then know how to move forward to address these issues. And then I just checked my email. I don't know if anybody else got the work order number 4. I know that they said that would be sent, so I don't know. The only thing I got was, I think, I got one of the 2 documents, either the contract or the work order number 4. So I'm just going to say that much, Speaker. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. And that email for work order number 4 was sent at 6:20 p.m. And next in queue, we do have Honorable Sherilyn Yasi.
Good evening, everybody. Very good discussion, and this is one of the ways that we can hold each other accountable while also being transparent to not just ourselves and our people, but also to the federal government. I know we are live and anyone can listen to this, and I do hope that the Department of Treasury is listening to our discussions here, because this is, as I've always said, and from the beginning, that this is taxpayer money, and we have to be careful on how we administer the taxpayer funds. And all of these federal fundings come with rules, and we should all be reading anything that relates to these funds. Everything has allowable and unallowable expenditures. So, I've told my chapters, read your sub-recipient agreements. Understand it. If you do not know, ask for help. So that's my comment, and I do hope that, we're able to save these funds, but if not, then I think we need to be ready and prepare ourselves so that when the federal government comes and takes these funds, that we are going to have to be sustainable, self-sustainable. We have to start doing this on our own with our general funds money. I do want to ask the sponsor of the directive to add in this verbiage, and it would be under the first number 1. I'd like to add, these documents shall include project scopes, deliverables, payment schedules, and any amendments. The documents shall be submitted to the Navajo Nation Council and copied to the Ethics and Rules no later than July 22, with a transmittal memo signed by the responsible department heads. I'd like to request that also be added to the directive. I reserve my time.
And that is reserved time of 2 minutes and 39 seconds. And Honorable Sherilyn Yasi, if you could send that verbiage, if you do have it written down, to our legal counsel. She is working on several different modifications, but at this time, that is a request to the motioning party. Honorable Tlaw, are you accepting that modification? She concurs. Honorable Shondine Parrish, seconding party, concurs as well. All right, colleagues, we only have 2 reserves times left, and I do want to have our chief legal counsel first modify that language. So I know she will need additional minutes. Are there any objections to at least recess for 5 minutes? Okay, we'll recess for 5 minutes, colleagues. We'll recess at 8:06 p.m. And colleagues, we will open roll call. Colleagues, we will open roll call before we reconvene and exit out of recess. Honorable Arvizo, Honorable Helena Nesbigay, Honorable Daniels, Honorable So. And colleagues, we do have 17 members present here in the council chamber that is constituted quorum. We will exit out of recess at 8:17 p.m. And we did take a recess for our chief legal counsel to modify the directive language. Oh, point of privilege raised by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I call this point of privilege because we are on the agenda and we're still on the Navajo Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. I don't know if we're going to keep going on to get the report from Judicial Branch and then from the Speaker's office, and we still have the Controller still on the agenda. But I know that BIA is still here, and so maybe if we're not going to get to BIA tonight, maybe we should just excuse her for the rest of the night, knowing that we're not going to get to BIA because we still have all of the rest of these reports. We could, as a council, decide to pick up reports again tomorrow instead of doing legislations, but we're still on the president's report and we're trying to finish up these directives. And it's currently 8:19, Speaker. So I just wanted to just bring that to your attention. So I don't know, Speaker, if we want to let BIA go home and maybe come back tomorrow, or just release her for the rest of, like, for this council. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, and that is correct. We are still on number 4 on our agenda, and we do still have several reports to go. And colleagues, will just respect the wishes of the council after the action that we do take on this report, and they can either, colleagues, if you could, there's several options that could take place. One is do action, vote on the report, and then there's always that option to accept as written reports. I believe that IHS did provide a written report to the council, or you can refer the reports to day 2. So those are just the options that we do have. And then she did state, go with OSHMA Director Shirley that she is not available for an in-person report tomorrow. Okay. So just to point out for that point of privilege. Okay. Yeah, it will. Yes, that's correct, but it will allow 16 votes. Right now, we do have 17 delegates that are on the floor. Okay. So directive is now updated here on the board. I'm going to go back to the motioning party. Honorable Tlaw, if you do concur with that language.
Yes, Shadeja, I do concur.
Thank you, Honorable Tlaw. Seconding party, Honorable Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. If the Office of Legislative Counsel, who is advising us through our Budget and Finance Committee hearings, or I guess Budget and Finance Committee meetings too, also wrote this language, then I also concur. So I just wanted to, I know that there have been questions regarding legislation 17425. I don't know the resolution number offhand, but that legislation did come from OLC, and this language did come from OLC, the same attorney, so I do concur.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Chair Parrish concurs with the modified language. And colleagues, I'm going to go back to reserved time. We do have Chair Crotty with 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'll come back around to her. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie with 2 minutes and 39 seconds.
Good evening again. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and those of you that are listening online. I know we talked a lot about transparency and accountability. I don't know at what point our Navajo Nation we will learn our lesson on really being fiscally responsible with our funds, but I don't know how we would also take steps to doing that. I know behavior change takes many years. And as I've said too on the Budget and Finance Committee, you know, we're not going to have revenue coming in next year. It will be reduced. And so I'm hoping maybe this would be an opportunity for us to really take a good look at our finances, understand how we can do better. But those would be the rest of my comments. And thank you for adding the space in here and this directive to also include our Ethics and Rules Office, because it is important that we're showing to the federal government and the Department of Treasury that, you know, we're doing our due diligence to addressing any kind of fiscal mismanagement. And I hope that with doing this, that the other contractors who have received ARPA funds, you know, that you are understanding that this council will be holding you fiscally accountable for these funds because they benefit our community people. A lot of them we receive these funding because of the 400,000 Navajos that, you know, signed up and that signed up there and we had their certificate of Indian blood. But those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, for those comments to the directive. And colleagues, I don't see anyone else in queue. And we only have one reserved time. Honorable Crotty. Waives her time. Thank you, Honorable Crotty. And colleagues, just a reminder, the dates are at July 22nd, 2025 by 12 p.m. tomorrow. So those are consistent throughout the directive. Are there any other questions on the directive? Second call. And third call. I'm going to allow staff to do a second reading of the directive language since there were many modifications that took place. And then I will open up the floor for a vote. Staff?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the Navajo Nation Council, motion for Directive 1, the Office of the President and Vice President, the Office of the Controller, and the Division of Community Development shall provide the following. A, history of CHID ARPA FRF projects from the adoption of resolution numbers CJY-41-21 and CJN-2922. B, copies of the master contract, the RFQ, the RFP, selection documents, non-selection documents, work orders 1 to 4, including work orders to IDSA Zeni Home, a complete accounting on work order number 4, deliverables, payment schedules, project scopes, and any amendments, modifications. C, the Department of Justice shall research if IDSA Zeni Home breached their contract. D, additional OPVP and DCD shall provide a report on the plan regarding the next steps for the families who are now unable to receive homes through work order number 4. And E, the information requested shall be provided to the Navajo Nation Council by tomorrow, 12 p.m. on July 22nd, 2025, with copies to the Ethics and Rules Office with a transmittal memo signed by the responsible department heads. 2, Office of the President and Vice President, OPVP, shall correct errors and misstatements in the State of the Navajo Nation address. Specifically, OPVP shall omit the first paragraph in the address under the budget message section and shall update and confirm all figures with the Office of the Controller for accuracy. This information shall be provided to the Navajo Nation Council by July 22, 2025 at 12 p.m. 3, the Office of the President and Vice President shall provide the balance remaining in Executive Office's budget on how much is available for budget reallocation if there is an effort to mitigate shortfalls within the executive branch budget, including the Navajo Nation Washington office. Provide what steps are being taken to revise or reallocate between OPVP and executive office budgets to ensure the information reflects current financial data and maintains transparency. The information to be provided shall be confirmed with the Office of the Controller for accuracy. This information shall be provided to the Navajo Nation Council by July 22, 2025 at 12 p.m. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for doing that second reading of the directive. And colleagues, I'm going to go call for a vote. 2 minutes on the board, and it will require a majority vote. Thank you. Colleagues, time has expired on the clock, and Honorable Mitchell, I know you did not cast a vote, but just if you could just state for the record if you are recusing yourself from the vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll recuse myself.
Thank you, Honorable Mitchell and colleagues. We do have a vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker not voting on the directive. Again, colleagues, directive, it will carry through, although if the report is accepted or fails, or any other action, the directive has taken place. So this vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker not voting, so those directives will carry on. (16 in favor, 0 opposed, and with Speaker not voting and 1 abstain. And colleagues, we will go back to our main motion of the report. We do have Honorable Parrish with reserve time of 54 seconds. Honorable Yanito with 1 minute and 56 seconds. Honorable Tlaw with 23 seconds. And also Honorable James with 2 minutes and 58 seconds. So first, I will recognize Honorable Parrish with 54 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and good evening to my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Speaker, I'd like to motion to table this report until the directives, or until the end of this agenda, so that the directives could be fulfilled. Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time.
And thank you, Honorable Parrish. There is a motion on the floor to table the report until all directives are fulfilled and up to the end of the 2025 summer council session. And it is seconded by Honorable Tlaw. And that motion is being written here on the board. And Honorable Parrish, if you could concur with that language. And the directive language does read motion to table State of the Nation address and bring back before the end of summer, it should be the end of 2025 summer council session to ensure all directives are fulfilled. Honorable Parrish concurs with that language. Honorable Tlaw. And thank you. And pertaining to our rules, once there is a tabling motion, the presenter would be allowed, given 3 minutes. That would be Madam Vice President, if you do have a reflection on the tabling motion. Madam Vice President, we will allow you 3 minutes.
Ako sila ay hetla kwagi hina hisos kago kwagi la bayadal tegi, all very important. I will do my best to speak with the staff to get all the information that is being requested by the executive branch OPVP to help the council with the decisions that they need to make.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Speaking to the tabling motion, and again, no other further debate shall be allowed. And colleagues, we will put on the board, this is a majority vote, tabling motion, so we will put 2 minutes on the board, colleagues. And we have 20 seconds on the clock. Again, the voting board has expired from 2 minutes. And again, Honorable Mitchell, if you could state for the record your vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Though kodo this vote tabling motion igishin ito, I'll excuse myself.
Thank you, Honorable Mitchell, recusing himself to vote. So that is a vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker not voting, also with that 1 abstention. Point of order raised by Honorable James.
To legal counsel, chief legal counsel, since this is a tabling motion on the report of OPVP, why do we have to have Honorable Arvin Mitchell recuse himself from voting?
Thank you, Honorable James, for raising that point of order. Chief Legal Counsel.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council and Delegate James. I think it would, what I recommended earlier, what I advised about Arvin Mitchell recusing himself, Delegate Mitchell, because the report, the directives are attached to the report, and the directives do include matters that he was involved in when he was the division director. I would also advise that he recuse himself for the vote of the entire report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Legal Counsel, for explaining that. And going back to calling the vote again, that is 16 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker not voting, and also with that one abstention. Honorable Johnson.
Madam Speaker, Curley, I'd like to go ahead and motion to recess and accept the remaining reports as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Johnson. Recommended steps would to be, there would be 2 different motions. So the first would be motioning to accept all of the remaining reports as written reports. And then second by, then we can entertain a recess, or I can call a recess at that time. Honorable Johnson?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to motion the recess.
Okay. So there is a motion to recess. Colleagues, is there a second? Honorable Toth? Point of order raised by Honorable James.
In our rule, thank you, Speaker. My point of order is, where in our rule does it state we need a motion to recess? You've been giving us recess all day long, and no motion has been made. So where in our rules does it indicate that we need a motion to recess? But you have that authority as our speaker just to recess. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Honorable James. That is correct. I was just giving that courtesy back to Honorable Johnson. I didn't know if he was going to modify his motion to accept all the remaining reports as written reports. So I thought that he would do that first, but instead he just motioned next just to recess. So, and again, per stating our rules, reports are only on the first day of our council session. So just that reminder as well. So if we do entertain a recess, then we will go straight into legislations tomorrow. And Honorable Johnson, would you just withdraw that motion, or you just want me to call that recess? Since I did recognize it. Okay, so concurs with that. And colleagues, are there any objections to recessing this evening? There's an objection. Okay. So we'll go back to what is aligned with our schedule here, colleagues. Chair Vice James, next in queue.
Thank you, speakers, members of the council. I'll go ahead and make a motion to accept all written reports that is before us. And then tomorrow we can begin with old business. Yeah, all reports as written. I make that motion.
Thank you.
Reserve my time.
Reserves his time of 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Honorable James has a motion on the floor to accept all reports as written reports and move on with legislation on day 2 of summer council session. And do we have a second? Second, Honorable Johnson. On the motion, Honorable Toth, just use the request to speak button. If you're holding your hand, so if you do want to speak, press your button. Honorable Toth.
Sit Kodesh down, then with all due respect, Speaker. The day, unless Sanando Lina again, they slate. Sitsu, Shonde, IHS to BIA counsel his report it or list. It I see kata asinils so I know it's on the paper. It on John list a report it or list that's on hinge kid list in the morning. It or naba the haneta. It in Washington it on Nesiki asinils so. But in the hand lenko. It is that Shaban took case list as equal. Equal, it is by this speaker. Thank you.
Question here, Honorable Toth. Although, should Honorable James, there's that request to exclude IHS and also BIA from that motion. Honorable James?
Yeah, Nana Speaker, do Kodosh na ash. Big Nate le hiki beshmans anit leni jo enigo go di Kodon his nahan hiki ya atse ya behahal jishikon neto late on the first day jokot on the hahatit end leko dobik ehonil ako as car reports to late his nahadon nahiki jo don habakat ako behaz anigi. Adonana Quagit Indian House Service, Jota Quag Leda Yeseta, Teresa. Hard lesson done there and I need that to Ado doesn't done echo. So with that, Ado BIA do as count or Shabiga that John Hidin need as to Oko Asian big Ahoshi that's it. Kodosh na ashyo kedigi do nana koje aje itzelate das aje not ani atlenje bananesh itel enigi BIA do IHS she quite nacha hati soho adolta the rest ya overwritten report go accept medil nithako and that will be my modification to exclude BIA and Indian Health Service from my motion, and the rest will just accept as written report only. Because I only see the two entities here ready to provide a report. And within this modification, I also like to just go directly to questions to BIA and IHS. Instead of providing them 20 minutes, let us go directly straight into questions since we have their written documents. So modification nigi ishla dole speaker dosh and notlinigi for us just to go directly straight into questions with BIA and IHS dole this evening, and then the rest will be written reports. So tomorrow we'll begin with old business dole. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James, and that motion is being modified is to exclude BIA and IHS since our federal partners are here this evening, and that motion does have language in there to directly go to questions. And for the seconding party, Honorable Johnson, you're okay with that? Concurs with that language? Colleagues, are there any other questions or comments? Second call. And third call. We will allow 2 minutes on the board, colleagues. And it will be a majority vote, colleagues, of the delegates casting votes. And we have less than 30 seconds on the board, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. That is a vote of 11 in favor, 4 opposed, and with the speaker not voting. So the motion carries. Thank you, Honorable James. And we will move to oral reports from Bureau of Indian Affairs. We do have the director here, Ms. Deborah Shirley. Again, colleagues, it's almost close to 9 o'clock p.m., so thank you for being here, colleagues. So let's just watch out for each other. We can't lose quorum in this session. So if there's going to be any of our delegates that are leaving, please just notify us so we can pause and then recess so we can continue again tomorrow. So at this time, I would like to recognize Ms. Director Shirley, who has joined us here at the presenters table. And colleagues, since that motion did include to go directly into questions, I'm going to accept a motion in a second. Motion by Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Is there a second? Honorable George Toth. And colleagues, I'm going to be first in queue. We do have Honorable Jermaine Simonson, 5 minutes to the report.
Thank you, Speaker. Also, thank you, Mr. James, for making this modification. Director Shirley, as you know, I've been, trying to get in contact with you via email and phone. I know that you were dealing with the fire activities, and so, but even before that. And I've had some meetings with you regarding MPL grazing permits, and I am not, to date, I'm not satisfied with the work that you're charged with, your office is charged with. And so I've asked on several occasions. I also feel like your department that is out in NPL region for Pinon also is not carrying out the full duties and responsibilities as they are charged with. So my concern, as I'm reading your report, and you have it written in here, that for NPL, that you are providing conservation of soil and water through public education and technical assistance will continue to protect and properly manage natural resources. I'd like to know where that's happening, and to what level and to what extent. I'd like specific report on that, dates and locations. So when regards to MPL grazing, you recently did a range inventory. You did a forest rangeland study. And I've asked your local folks, as well as yourself, as well as Department of Ag, whose responsibility is it to provide that education to the people? If you're trying to get the people to understand your 10 sheep units and grazing capacities and all those technical terms, I don't know how you're going to get them to understand if you don't provide the education. So that rangeland inventory is about 2 inches thick with a lot of technical data. And so it's So that has to be broken down and it has to be presented to the people. So I really need that to happen. And as you know, and I've said this before, my people have been without permits since 1973. And so, and this year with the new, the drought insurance, the Navajo Nation Department of Ag has counted NPL acres, and you were receiving insurance for that. Yet, none of my people in my areas, and we have over 400,000 total acres that have been counted, none of my people are able to apply for any of those benefits because we don't have permits. And so, this morning I talked to President Nygren as well. Department of Interior is responsible, and you signed to the contract to hold Peabody accountable with the reclamation efforts. Water study, we want an independent water study. And so, and you have that final authority. Department of Interior is the final sign-off to say that the land is as good as received. You have that authority. And we want that proper shallow aquifer study as well as the deep aquifer study, and we want proper reclamation. So our communities out there, and then that's something that I want a direct meeting with Peabody, because they're holding on to a couple of acres of land there that I feel like could be given to these community folks. The Navajo Nation government, we signed those leases over. So we owe it to them to give them those lands back.
Thank you, Delegate Simonson. And next, I want to recognize Honorable Shauna Ann Plough.
Thank you, Shadeja. Thank you, Mrs. Shirley, for being here this evening and for your patience. So I do have some questions regarding the BIA as far as the agencies need to understand what has been the reorganization and who is charged with the daily activities in those regions. One of the questions that I also have is in regards to our commitment to our energy projects. I know we had asked what BIA's role would be as far as the FERC process. So I don't know if you have taken any time to be present in any of the meetings, but I feel that that is important as we have many energy companies that are knocking on the doors of the Navajo Nation. In addition to that, I think that it's still important to bring up our Navajo Nation home site leases. As you know, that you were the one that did ask for the solicitor to do the review, and I want you to understand that that has hindered many families all across the Navajo Nation from getting a home site. So in that absence, what role have you played to possibly do another opinion on your behalf, since you are sitting in that capacity? And we do need that leadership because, as you know, our ARPA projects do have a timeline. And when we get those questions back at our agency and within our chapters, we are forced to let people know that they're not able to get a home site. So I would like to see the BIA working with our communities rather than working against our communities. I also have people that are requesting assistance with their farm lands and then also their land use permits. So as of to date, we have not received a thorough inventory on those permits, and that adds into Honorable Simonson's questions there. So those are some of the questions I'll be asking this evening, and I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2:48. And I'm going to go back to the presenter, Director Shirley.
Yat e do heha kwagi hokosh doni do ahashin so e ya night to kitten linigi kwagi ebe shut the hot she ya Deborah Shirley de and she adon da BIA Navajo Regional Director e ya shananish ado donna and shlini e nats ilidina kin cheat means no Aron da nasht as a touchy ni bashes chin a dash chado my deshkijin dashnala. Aro yisi nashade a kintilde nashan the tunanis desert ashiyaho a coho shin so quaggy a night the kitten lenigi a ya quaggy his oshi bain hitch his ishana at the shleith. Let's say a ya night kiddigi a ya council delegate Jermaine Simonson. A D hashin so a D NPL grazing permits linigi a beniden kito the quiz kandashi a yashya in ya a hot the sea cow a yash staff do shibich a hashin so a hit nahasil na do a shana ishla aron da a basic agency a the Navajo Partition Land Office will yahagi do staff agent at nishigi shin so a don nithya at eta do don nithya ashong da agent da nishigi a ko a highlight la dot nith adat Navajo Nation a bada dot NPL de no a da agency aron da a hijo ben ishtan ishla a hashin so she a research and linigi the litigation from the federal government side the Washington ajibik da inishigi a Navajo partition land agenda inishigi it derived from a litigation bitsado hashin so a hajo be de do be de beat the date is do aron the hajo on or solicitors done Lini legal counsel done Lini stop it when dod ni sto a adish chahi in hit the donny a additional a dot ben kitchen hasi bench hasi adon the you also asked about the range inventory study Aron the a range inventory studies a ya the queen naha big a range inventory studies in dali aro a big aho a ya the not set and lini dodge in linigi aron the charge do aron the wildlife that agi the kaya chida inigi a ya a bits aro a ya hajo on not sauce a hadil e sanal kato aron the hajo a bits aro a not sauce a hadil aro a the twin linigi aro san linigi that hagi a done dal ka hashin so precipitation will yabelaganic acha a coho a that hagi is totanal do hajo on not the has do hajo not the has king ko do aron and san lini do hajo il hatan seho a ya hashin so a bits aro a ya di not lotion linigi a bits aro a ya hul a coho a di not san lini ke ya linigi bits aro a ya hajo a ya not set linigi do twin linigi aro di wildlife that a kaya chidayos inigi a bits aro a da pistol trao a aja a yabs aro a we make a determination on sheep units as well as grazing permits and the Adon the di hashin so his staff and linigi their soil scientists do ado we contract out with contractors to come out and provide that study on behalf of Navajo Nation. Ako range studies in that adon the eben nachit ado environmental assessments that in that the environmental impacts of
what is being used on the land itself, and that helps determine then whether it helps determine how many sheep units then we are going to approve. And permits that sheep units that so kaya yego chose not set or not loshin linigi hashin so ye del chosho aron da do hojona haskin kota even nache eya ajo kaya higi ba hasan do hajo ba big it nit even nache pinti ilsa hajo kaya hanto zito hajo to ni lo aron da nache inda a quaggy sheep units in linigi a hajo na de no a hot on din need aron da di bits ado e hashin so ya din he din na bit hajo ishtan it dot ni to hajo be bit hatot zihiki ya and ashi achan khasalati din naba Washington do ado kinahal kade Washington ki asal sala ako salashi. We have that responsibility to explain that to our Navajo people. So we work hand in hand with the Navajo Department of Agriculture. Aron de bito na ado bito hashin so yan se case be his ajo his na annesto ajo be his na hat ado andon da ne edit a ka di was hito ko to hat be ka dija da di no hat on desnish ko NPL de ya hot ya di Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture and Lini San Aja Laja da Jesse Jim Willia bada hanosin do hanalnish ako even nache hito bisin delnish do hajo bisilchi ya delkito aron the Navajo Division of Natural Resources that hagi do aron the Navajo Fish and Wildlife Programs that ahit ajo bisilkisin delnish aron we provide that guidance to the tribe, and the tribe from there through their programs, they provide that information as well to our Navajo people. Ako permits bin identified a week ago da shania da shya inya ya da shche di permits gisha approve da do nicht ensend in need ako do osa asacha o la do ne ligi banan khala eya di studies and the environmental impacts that ahegi we have to comply with that from a federal government. That's part of being the Bureau of Indian Affairs. We do have to comply with that. We can't just say that we're not going to apply with our NEPA requirements. We have to make sure that we follow that. President Trump from the Department of the Interior, the National Environmental Protection Act, we want to loosen up the regulations da not on hatasi attorneys dan linigi ete nas ido ahashin so hajosh at nakash at dele adon at the end of July or early August, we're supposed to be expecting these new regulations that we're going to be complying with. But we also have to remember, regardless of those deregulations of NEPA requirements or environmental, we still have to think about the environmental impacts of it, because there's different groups of people and out there interest groups that they can always come back and they can always sue the federal government if we don't comply with these environmental impact studies that are being developed. We have to
balance that fine line that we're working with to make sure that we're following federal regulations, but we're also being considerate of the tribe itself and for these interest groups as well. So I've been meeting also with the NRCS, the Conservation Office as well from the state of Arizona. NRCS Navajo Nation Department of Ag. We've been meeting with them to talk about some of these issues that need to be addressed for Navajo Nation, so we can address conservation efforts and we can also identify grants and figure out how we can get grants to our permittees, whether it's for farming and or for grazing, for agriculture. So ayu hashin so di behas anin linigi ayu hashin so nan ago and we're trying to unravel those so we can find a path or a way through for our people so they can so they can apply for these grant fundings. And so it's not as easy to unravel the regulations or find loopholes that we can work around, or having to work with the various different entities, whether it's a tribal program or a state program or another federal partner program, but we're working towards that. And beso banda deals o beso laba which hoto nil eta nitzo an state case to endel national around the Arodi hashin di naina kitty di Peabody Coal Company in Linigi hashin so behas the other se jin haked other ndashi nisto ado bes ado se jinigi hashin so it's rehabilitation Navajo Nation programs, surface mining programs, the federal partners, the Linigi BLM and Office of Surface Mining, the open days initial DD so in the has it to the Linigi October council delegates we toured the facility or the area out there so we could identify some solutions. So Navajo Nation there were some action items that were required of Navajo Nation, and some of those action items were in regards to buildings and infrastructures and water lines and roads and some of those things that who's going to take ownership of those things. And so we've been working with Navajo Nation and identifying those responsibilities and who's going to be taking over the utility lines. So there were a number of tasks and assignments that were addressed at that time, and Navajo Nation programs, water resources, NTUA, Department or Division of Transportation, they're looking at those opportunities and seeing what decisions they need to make to take on some of those responsibilities that were left from the Peabody, from the mining itself. And so those are still decisions that are still in the process for being made, and we have not received an inventory of all the buildings itself or a selection of which buildings the tribe is willing to take on, as well as the utilities, the transportation, or the roads that are out there, the roads maintenance programs, on who's going to take ownership of those roads and who has those right-of-ways. The utilities that hagi da ahotat ya be hajo asqat the nal sosta be when the nation makes those decisions, it gets forwarded to the federal the federal entities, in this case, to the BIA and to BLM and to the Office of Surface Mining. So then we can take that and include that in the agreements as part of the discussions that we're needing to make. Honorable Council Delegate Clark and you had questions regarding BIA agency reorg. At this point in time, as you know and as Council knows, the Trump administration and the Department of the Interior under Secretary Burgum, there was a tribal consultation that was hosted at the end of May and into June, and then with the consultations, the 6 consultations took place. I understand in Albuquerque we had the nearest consultation that took place for Navajo Nation in Albuquerque, and there were 3 council delegates that were there in attendance, one being, I believe, Speaker Curley, as well as 2 other council delegates that were there to advocate on behalf of the consultations and the workforce efficiencies that are being required of all departments across all federal agencies. As part of that, then there was a 30-day written process that needed to be complied with, or that needed to be offered to the tribe, and so to all tribes. And that 30-day process ended on July 7th. The department is compiling those comments and those reports that were solicited from the 6 tribal council or tribal consultations, as well as any written comments that were submitted. And the Department of the Interior at that point, once they will compile, then they will take all of those comments and provide a written response. And then part of their written response and a report that they develop is then the workforce efficiencies that they're looking at. So at this point in time, there isn't really a concrete, at least from my perspective or what's been shared with me, there isn't a written reorganization that per se that's been provided. But it is in the process. As I said in my report, I mentioned in my report that the department, as well as all federal agencies, there has been the deferred resignation program that was offered to employees, federal employees, and it was basically a voluntary resignation or a voluntary retirement offer that was afforded to eligible federal employees. And for Navajo region, out of the 200 employees that we had, for the most part, 57 employees took the DRP, what we call it the DRP. So we're less than, and then through normal attrition, meaning that there are employees who said, you know what, I'm not going to take the DRP, but I'm just going to resign, or I'm just going to retire outside of that DRP. So they've done that. So our program right now for BIA Navajo region, we have about 120 employees, down from the 200 that we had, and so we're significantly very short-staffed. Normally, we used to have 400 employees. That was full operation, full budgeted. Now we're down to 120. And in some programs, as I have mentioned in my report, there are programs like in our Natural Resources program in Shiprock, we only have 1 staff, and that is a range tech. That is not the technical natural resource specialist or supervisor that is out there. We have some programs in transportation at the agencies, where we have 1 or 2 employees who do road maintenance, and that's not adequate anymore. And it's concerning because we're coming up upon the winter season and we're worried. How are we going to provide these services to the nation without having the adequate staffing to even be able to send an equipment operator out there with another employee to help grade roads or to help maintain the roads, do pothole patching, all the different maintenance activities. We have real estate services where we have one person in Tuba City. We have one person who's covering our real estate services out there. So we're significantly impacted. We cannot hire or rehire, where there's a hiring freeze that is imposed upon the Department of the Interior programs, and that includes the BIA. And we're not allowed to fill positions because those positions that had money tied to them are now taken away. And that funding has been scooped up and it's being reported back. So that's how we're basically reducing our footprint from the BIA side. So when you ask questions about, how are we reorging or how are we managing, all I can say at this point is I'm robbing Peter to pay Paul. That's kind of how you look at it. I'm taking somebody from one agency and plopping them in a different agency and just trying to help cover a program so that we can at least provide the best work that we can, as well as serve our Navajo people and our Navajo communities the best way we know how. AAU, there is, the Trump administration does have a commitment to energy, and we are looking, as we speak, we had a summit here a few weeks ago out in Lakewood, Colorado. A council delegate, Ricky Nez, was a part of that meeting, as well as I believe Navajo Nation President Nygren and his staffing. The commitment is basically for tribal communities, tribal government organizations to learn more about energy projects, and it's just not oil and gas activities, it's solar, it's all different kinds of activities. And from what I've heard from the different tribes, I can honestly say that from Navajo Nation, we are taking the lead in implementing all sorts of different energy projects out here on Navajo Nation. And a lot of other tribes have looked to us and have heard and are interested in learning more about some of the projects that we've implemented here. And so, with that, we're, the questions that you asked about the energy programs, it's tribally driven, and tribes are interested in, learning more about what Navajo Nation is doing as well. Regarding home site leases. At this point in time, I can tell you that I cannot speak in regards to litigation itself, but I can tell you Navajo Nation attorneys and our BIA department attorneys are working together, and we're talking settlement negotiations. That's all I can tell you at this point. We do have a meeting, I believe, that's scheduled coming up in a few weeks, and we're looking to hopefully address some of the issues that were addressed with the litigation that was filed by Navajo Nation. In regards to farmlands and agricultural land use permits, you've asked about an inventory of permits. We do have an inventory of all the permits. We're more than happy to share that information regarding agricultural land use permits. And we can share that by agency, by chapter, by communities, whatever information that you're needing. But I just want to say, a few weeks ago, I took the time to go out to Ganado and look at the farming plots, the 41 farming plots that are out there. And I had that opportunity. It took me a whole day to go through all of the water lines and the partnership that we have with Navajo Nation Safety of Dams and their Water Resources Program, and how we work very well with them in the operations and maintenance of those irrigation pipes and canals, and how the process works. Now, I know from the Navajo Nation, or from the farm board that was there, that I toured with, some of the things they asked about were asking for if we could clear the farm plots for them, for potential farmers. And those are responsibilities of the farmers. And so, you know, those were some of the things we did talk about. You know, that's upon their farm board plan of operations. So, but you know, there's some very good, there's some vacant plots that are out there where we have farmers who there's plots that are available for farmers to use. And in Ganado, there were, I could say, I believe there's 7 or 9 farm plots that are out there. And some of them are very successful. They're doing very good. And, you know, got a chance to witness their farms and what they're growing, as well as their soils and how they're helping one another. There are issues with some of the pumps, and again, Safety of Dams Navajo Nation program, they assist with those the maintenance of those pumps and those irrigation pipes, so they're working through that. And then, you know, we work through our 638 contract as well with our water resources and our Safety of Dam programs to support the nation with the funding to address those irrigation and water issues that are out there. Those are my questions. Those are my responses to you.
Thank you, Director Shirley. And colleagues, I'm going to go back to the lineup here for questions. Next, we do have Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie.
Good evening again. I did read your report, and in it revealed a continuing and deeply concerning issue. The Navajo Nation has unresolved question costs totaling $885,973 from an FY 2023 single audit report, and the FY 22 audit findings also remain open due to lack of response from our own Navajo Nation contracting officer. So these are not minor bookkeeping issues. These are compliance failures that put our federal contracts, our credibility, and the future funding at risk. BIA has given our nation multiple opportunities to provide documentation, and they've waited, and we've missed our deadlines. And now it's hurting our ability to move forward on key projects and close out critical programs. I'd like to make a motion for a directive that's clear, timely, and transparent, and it directs Office of the Controller and the Office of the Contracting Officer to submit all supporting documentation within 30 days and report back to the Budget and Finance Committee and the Bakia Committee within 45 days. I feel this would be a reasonable timeline, and I just want to give us the opportunity that we are exercising our sovereignty, and that would be my motion. Reserve my time.
Reserved time of 3 minutes and 23 seconds, colleagues. And there is that motion on the floor. And I'm asking our legal counsel first if they do have that language. If you do, Delegate Honorable Yazzie, if you can forward that over to Office of Legal Counsel. Okay. And Office of Legal Counsel did send that back to you. If you can do a final review. Thank you, Honorable Yazzie, and we will display that here on the board. And staff, if you could read directive language.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Directive, the Office of the Controller and the Navajo Nation Contracting Officer shall, 1, submit all required supporting documentation to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Navajo Region, to address and resolve the $885,973 in question costs for FY 2023 within 30 calendar days of adoption of this directive. 2, respond to the FY 2022 SAR and submit it to BIA within 30 calendar days of adoption of this directive. And 3, provide a status report detailing actions taken, documentation submitted, and any pending items to the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navikiatik Committee within 45 days of adoption of this directive. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff and colleagues. That is put here on the board. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Tlaw. And colleagues, any questions to the directive here? And second call. And third call. We will allow 2 minutes on the board, colleagues, to vote on the directive. And colleagues, we have a minute and 15 seconds left here on the board. Delegate Mitchell. I think he was here earlier. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? And colleagues, time has expired. We do have a vote of 13 in favor, 0 opposed, with speaker not voting. And going back to the main motion of a report. And next we do have Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you as well, Director Shirley. So I don't know if this is something that's possible. I know for some of the projects that we're doing, we have a good working relationship with our area BIA Transportation. We also work well with the BIA Realty on several issues and things that we've really progressed on. However, when it came to our BIA Realty, we were informed at one of our recent meetings about a month ago, the departure of 2 individuals. But I think like maybe 2 days later, they said, oh, like, never mind, I'm actually back assigned to this. And for me, that does stall some of the things that we've been kind of moving forward on. And so I don't know if it's possible to produce some sort of org chart that you're aware of internally that would help support what we're kind of doing, so that we know there's a direct, straight point of contact, who oversees who, because it's the same situation when we look at transportation. This past Saturday in Greasewood, I attended the Fort Defiance Agency Council meeting, and there it was reported by INDOT that they're establishing an MOU to assist BIA due to those personnel issues. So I don't know if you anticipate more forms of MOUs or MOAs and how we as a council or even individually we can support some of those because within 12, you know, we get services during the winter time from Lupton all the way up into Oak Springs, St. Michael's, here in Fort Defiance, all the way out towards Crystal. But that also, there's a high ADT, and so what that looks like come winter will certainly be something that we have to take into consideration. So I support those MOUs so that so as long as there's that strong partnership to help with that. The other thing that we've brought up was striping, and I know in 7 towards Sawmill as well as in 12 from Navajo on to Crystal to Wheatfields has yet to be completed, and I know that had a lot to do with the CR, but those types of concerns and issues still present itself, and that's why I'm saying, like, if there's anything that we can do or myself to help push some of these MOUs so that way we can progress with that. The other thing I've been very good at is including our state partners. I know that we have several state routes. There are 134 there in Crystal, over in Arbona, and to Sheep Springs. So again, just anything that we're able to do. But that's my first question regarding the internal flow chart. The second is, I don't know, again, how equipped you are with obtaining information. In your report, you talk about the Johnson O'Malley funds. We know that that's something where you've been trying to work with Controller, with Department of Education to see and track that funding, because there's been about a $4 million cut. And of course, that affects the fiscal year 26 for our students. So if you have any additional information, or if you yourself can obtain further information, because we've been waiting for our CR number 3 for that, and I've been working with Dodie to present a budget this coming fiscal year for specifically our Navajo students. And that concludes my initial question, but also some of the suggestion recommendations I have. I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. And going next, we do have Honorable Shawndeen Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and good evening to my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I didn't hear any answers from the Bureau of Indian Affairs regarding Delegate Jermaine Simonson's questions. I do serve the communities of Kayenta as well in Chilchimbito, so a lot of her questions do pertain to my district regarding Navajo Hopi partition land and also the Peabody coal mine area. So it's pertinent to respond to Delegate Simonson's questions and not just give a list of how to do the process. We need actual action to the question. So I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Delegate Simonson.
And that's yielding time of 4 minutes and 21 seconds. Honorable Simonson, do you accept? All right, she does accept 4 minutes and 21 seconds.
Oh, yeah, Nana, thank you, Delegate Parrish, for that. Just going back to your report again, so going back to several of the comments you made, Ms. Shirley, is you said, what is a possibility that the nation does the grazing permit issuance? And so I feel like I have a good understanding of the process. And then initially it was put on BIA to do all of it. And at some point, Navajo Nation decided to intervene and take on a piece of the work. And they also have failed up to this point. So when I met you and talked with you, I had talked about, okay, are there extra steps and processes that have been put in here that can be taken back out? So it's a straightforward, streamlined process. If Navajo Nation doesn't need to be involved, then take them back out and give it all full responsibility back to you. So it also baffles me at full capacity, the BIA couldn't issue permits. But now you are severely understaffed and you're still not going to be able to issue, maybe, I don't know how then you're going to do the work. if it couldn't even be done at a good capacity. So I don't know about that. I'm not BIA. So what I've said to you then is if there's opportunity to present, to Secretary Burgum himself, that there's a path forward, because at least I think there's a lot of things that are disheartening about the Trump administration, but at the least I think that he values self-determination. And especially in my area. And I feel like that's something that they can, a Trump administration, a Republican administration, I feel like that's something that they can understand and value as well for the people. And especially if the people are saying we want that opportunity to have our animals, it's our self-sufficiency, it's an economic opportunity. If they could say those things, it's food sovereignty. Those are things I feel like that could really resonate with them, and they want to deregulate it in a way that those possibilities are achievable. I think that's what, at least that's part of what they do, and some of it, is not good, I think, but some of it, in this case, would be good. And so, there's communities out there that are really trying to do conservation work, and they're finding their own funds while millions of dollars are sitting over there at Water Resources, as you mentioned. And so that's something that, Ms. Delegate Yazzie brought up. But also going back to your report, and when you talk about public education and the conservation and management of natural resources, including animal health, is especially important during the current drought. The public education includes sharing the Navajo Nation drought contingency plan's recommendation regarding severe water shortages. NPL program also completed the 2025 monitoring report. So you talk about public education, but I've not seen it. What is the public education? Has it happened and I just missed it? Or where did this public education happen? I need to know when these things were held. But going forward, I also would like to schedule a series of public education. And I would like to, as much as possible, I'd like to be a part of those things. So when I met you, you did talk about having a meeting with Mike Colonna and his shop. And so I really, want to be extended that opportunity to participate in those meetings, because if nobody's advocating for it, it's just not going to happen again. And so we're already 50 years behind. So that'll be the extent of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Simonson, and also Honorable Parrish for yielding that time. Next, we do have Honorable Unito.
Yeah, good evening. I have a lot of questions about permits, grazing permits. There were some permits that's been approved by the judge to issue out permits, but the actual recipients haven't even received those permits. I don't know why there's delay. That'd be one question. And then I want to know about the horse hauling permit. There's a recreation like a rodeo that's necessary, because people with that kind of horses that they haul across states. But here on Navajo, we use it for traditional use, in which, we use it for enemy way ceremonies or some other uses. I don't think they need a hauling permit. I need some answers on that one. And then another one is a range inventory for McCracken Mesa, because those people over there needs permits, and we need answers on that. And then including the Aneth extension, dealing with the oil field. Does the oil field have all the lease of the extension, and is there like a permit allowed for these local residents on that area? That'll be my question. And then another question I have is like pumping out water from the San Juan River to McCracken Mesa out of the San Juan River. What kind of permit do we need for that? And then because of that, the lack of water coming out of Colorado. And Colorado doesn't, they're saying that they can cut off their water that's coming into Utah. See, that's, they use up all the water in Colorado, and that's a question too. How are we, can the BIA engage in something according to the water usage? That'll be another question. Another question is groundwater. How come, the EPA or like the people companies that study water doesn't study the groundwater? And maybe the BIA can have a permit for that to do groundwater study. And then another question is like building cabins on home site leases for tourists. That's what we're trying to build right now. Is that allowable? Is there a way that we can, fit some cabins on the home site lease? Because home site lease is just a huge 1 acre plots. And then another question is BIA has all these water gates along these like washes, and that's been established I don't know how many years ago, but people still use those. And then a lot of areas it needs upgrades. Do you handle those? And then my last question is with the NRCS that we're working with, that I'm working with, that I'm trying to find some funding for the NRCS to work with on these projects, as far as projects, designs and engineering and so forth, and, like writing grants and so forth. I'm trying to find some grants for the NRCS group. Those will be my 10 questions. Thank you. Reserve my time.
And that is reserve time of 1:12. And colleagues, we do have 13 members here on the floor. I would not want to lose quorum this evening if one of us does leave again for the evening. So before just notify me if you are leaving, and then we would just have to entertain a recess. And next to Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, and also Artie, Shirley, thank you for staying this long throughout the day. Just real quickly, I've seen in your report that you have ongoing discussions on NIP with Bureau of Land Management, and I was just going to kindly request if you could send those meeting invites to Resources and Development Committee, because I know that this is one area that Honorable Danny Simpson has been voicing concerns about, and how do we get the NIP project in place and hopefully get it going forward, because as this is a long outstanding project. So that's one request. The other one is I just want to thank you and your team. You've mentioned that you're short-staffed, and I know that your team has been meeting with Department of Agriculture, Resource Enforcement, and DNR in areas of how do we fast-track to the current pending grazing permits and also grazing permits that are currently in probate status. That I know that one of the resolutions was looking at alternatives in regards to whoever's holding current grazing permit. And I know that there's been some a real good, robust discussion on that for, I believe it's twice now. And just hearing, just the dialogue between the Navajo Nation and Bureau of Indian Affairs, it's really great to see now that we're finally starting those discussions. And I know that Navajo Nation is supposed to put their ask in writing, and I will do a follow-up email with DNR, Department of Ag and Resource Enforcement, because I really think that we do need to move on this. And this is just pretty much goes in the lines of what Honorable Simonson is requesting regarding her MPL area. And I also want to thank your team for inviting me to a RMP environmental assessment for Precinct 1 out in western Navajo. And one of the things that I would recommend is invite the council delegates that represent those areas, because I did ask Renee Benali and her team that they should have invited Delegate Helena Nesbigay to that meeting because it's within her area. I believe it was 2 weeks ago at the DNR, our Historic Preservation Conference Room. So I just wanted to ask that. I think the more involvement that leaderships that represent these certain districts, having them be involved in the discussions, being at the table is very vital so that they could take that back onto their prospective community. So I just wanted to add that. I really don't need no response back, but please just do an invite to RDC committee on that NIP topic. So I'm going to go ahead and waive the rest of my time, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Jesus. And next we have Honorable Helena Nesbigay.
Oh, Nana, for your written report. I have just a couple questions. Illegal dumping. Seems like we have that everywhere. So is there any way we can make signs, or I don't know how we can do this. It's just once they see an opening of an open area, people to start dumping their trash there. So we really have a problem with that in our area. Just a couple weeks ago, I went with Grandpa to illegal dumping, and they had furniture, appliances, animals, and all that. I don't know how we can take care of this, and even though you called the number, I don't think nothing's done about it. The Rangers, even our Navajo Rangers, they really do help us a lot. For me, I always call them, and they're really underpaid. You see, they're really underpaid. So, we should increase their pay. So, and then probate. Is there a straight cut for probate, for livestock permit, and home site lease? Because they just, I hear that some probate takes like 8-10 years. That's so ridiculous. I mean, if we do it, it should be done in less than 6 months or even a year. And because now if you take your livestock off the reservation to the state, they want a current permit, not with somebody else's name that's deceased. That's a big concern for me. Other places would be like, I had issues on 4-track. People taking their 4-track out on their arranged land to where, we have livestock on there. So is it okay to fence it up or put a fence up? Is that okay to do? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Honorable Helena Nesbigay, and next we do have Honorable Vice James.
Nana Speaker, other members of the council, other presenter, Shema Kodo, I just want to know how many grazing permit, farm board permit are you going to reissue within the next 90 days or within the next council session? Just give me a number. How many are you guys going to issue back out within the next 90 days or before our council session? I just need a number. That's all I need. If it's 0, then say 0. If it's 1, 2, I mean, we're improving, I guess. But I just need a number. And then the rest of the time I'll give to Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. If she
Thank you, Honorable James, yielding his time of 4 minutes and 7 seconds to Vice Chair Simonson. Do you accept? Accepts the time, 4 minutes and 7 seconds.
Thank you, Shana, Vince James, Otto, also, again, Ms. Shirley and Speaker, and our colleagues that we're sitting here at 10 o'clock now. And so going back to our meeting and something that Delegate Yazi here brought up in terms of money sitting in our coffers here in the Navajo Nation that remain unspent. Aros Kodok Controller you have external funds just sitting there. Washington with funds just sitting there. So I would really like to request, for a work session between yourself, those respective division directors that are sitting there, and we need to do some problem solving and identifying, where the issues are in terms of them spending. You do have windmills here on the report, 84 windmills, including 41 windmills in need of repairs. Some of the issues that my communities bring up is that even though the windmill was repaired, it's still not pumping water, which speaks to the water table. Has the water table dropped? And we brought up that issue before because we've had the pumping of our aquifers for 50 years. And so what is the health of our aquifers? We really need that independent study. And if they have dropped, we may need to find new locations, or, how do we go about getting maybe wells for the people out there? So that, and then so that we have working windmills that pump water. And so the only other solution to that, of course, is, watershed efforts and really trying to rehabilitate the headwaters, or the recharge points. And so if we do plenty of good watershed efforts, we can make, we can help the recharging of the aquifers. That'll hopefully over time bring up the water tables. So what I'm asking for a speaker is that we host a meeting here, and then very soon, maybe within the next 30 days, to meet with these division directors. I know we talked about water resources. I was just looking at Department of Health from the controller's report, and they're probably public safety, judicial. They all have money sitting there. And so all day we talked about how we wanted these services to our communities, and they're not getting out there, but they're sitting here. And why are they just sitting here? And so we really need to have those good discussions. I know you've mentioned that you have the ability to provide technical assistance to these directors as to show them what is the best way in terms of, reporting. So maybe they need that kind of training, education. So at some, again, because we need those windmills repaired. And so if we can get the Navajo Nation to expend some of those funds for those windmills, that would be very helpful instead of them just sitting there. And so that'll conclude my statement, and thank you.
Again, thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson and colleagues. There are still 13 of us that is here, colleagues, but I will have next Director Shirley directly just to those questions, Shema.
The first question was in regards to a response to Delegate Simonson. You talked about...
Pause for a moment, Director Shirley. I think one of our colleagues is ready to leave. If she is, then we would lose quorum, colleagues. So I strongly urge that we do recess. And Director Shirley, if you could also provide to those questions, if you can provide a written response. And hopefully by the end of this week, that would be greatly appreciated. Again, I don't want to lose quorum this evening. I believe Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie is out for tonight. Okay, so colleagues. Oh. See, make it a head count here first. Didn't yet ati. Satala Honorable Tolta, who was in the gallery. So we do still have 13 members on the floor. And colleagues, I'm going to give that discretion back to you. Would you want to recess for the evening? Okay. So we do have a consensus on recessing. And colleagues, I don't see any objections for this evening. Again, to our partners and then also to IHS, maybe we'll do a follow-up leadership meeting again, as we have done in the past the last quarter. So that worked very well as well too. So again, Director Shirley, if you could provide those responses in written format and email to the delegates. And colleagues, we will recess day one of our summer council session at 10:02 p.m.